You stepped inside with a vibe I ain't never seen. Yes, you did. Ooh, so girl, if you talk like you walk, come and talk to me. But look here, it would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart if I find out you can't move. You better show me now, show me now, show me now. Cause when I take it to the floor, ooh, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, I just might. Oh, I just might. But first, may I just say that your face got me so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. But what good is beauty if your booty can't find a beat? I don't wanna know, girl, so please don't do that to me. Cause it would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart if I find out you can't move. You better show me now, show me now, show me now. Cause when I take it to the floor, ooh, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. This the part where you break it all the way down, 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 down. This the part where I turn you all the way around, round, round, round. Put some spirit in it, put your heart into it. That's all I need. And if I like what I see, you're coming home with me. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, I just might. Oh, I just might.
Talk to me, talk to me. Talk to me, talk to me. Looks like we're making up for lost time. Need you to spell it out for me. Bossa Nova on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are.
Hi, friends. Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. Oh my gosh. Hi, friends. And I'm already gonna move. Hello, hello. How are we? Oh, baddies. I'm so sorry we weren't live yesterday. Accountant stuff. Girl, Miss Girl. Hi, divas. Hello, hello. Get that coin though. Girl, I had to spend that coin. I'll tell you that much. We'll talk about it here in a minute though. But welcome in. But good news, I found my Pokemon cards. So that's the real tea. Miss you. I know I missed you guys yesterday. You guys were never gonna believe where these Pokemon cards were. You guys are gonna lose your mind when I tell you where they were. You're gonna lose it. I'm not even kidding you. Thank you so much, by the way, to Ash Too Fat with the sub, by the way, resubbed. I know, you guys are gonna lose your mind. Like when I say it's the most random place in the world, it is quite literally the most random place. But hi, happy Wednesday. They were in the most random place in the world. I'm not gonna lie. In a box? No. Okay. You guys will never guess. You guys will never, I'm telling you, you will never guess. So when I moved, right? When I moved to this apartment, I obviously had to move all my shit. And I had these Pokemon cards in my car at the time. And for some reason, I left these cards, guys, at my dad's pizzeria. So all of my Pokemon cards were at my dad's pizzeria in the storage garage that he has like out back, in the back of the storage garage. Hello? I literally was like, wait, what? Because I went over to my dad's last night after I did my taxes and stuff. I like stopped over there just to see how things were going. And I was like, hey, like, and I just asked him because I was like, there's no way I left them at his house. But I was like, is there any chance like that, did I leave Pokemon cards here? He's like, yeah, you did. He says, they're not here though. They're at the pizzeria. And I was like, what do you mean they're at the pizzeria? He's like, do you not remember that you dropped them off there and left them in the back room when you were moving? And I was like, no. And he was like, make sure and you told me make sure nobody touches them. I'm like, I cannot believe it. So anyways, they were all there, and I did get some pizza last night, but they were all there. And guys, when I tell you the cards that, we'll look at them here in a second, but the cards that I have, girl, I'm about to be rich. I'm about to be rich. I'm about to be loaded. Just kidding. I probably won't sell any, but I'm gotta get them graded. Guys, I have a card that's if it's graded, which you send it in to get graded, which means they like authenticate it and make sure it's like the quality is good. It's worth almost $10,000 if it's a top like the best mint condition. This is not mint condition, so I won't get that much for it. But $10,000. Hello. Yeah, this is the card, by the way. If anyone's curious, this is the card. This is the card right here. This one's it. I shit my pants when I looked it up last night. I was like, what? I was like, what? Yeah, this. So you are going to buy the new espresso machine. I literally died, guys. It's freaking me out. Literally, I was like, should I hold this right now? I was like, guys, it was like in a box with the rest of my cards. And I was like, hello. Hi, Francisco. How are you? Like, I was quite literally like, I need to like put this under lock and key and never like until I send it in. I was like, I'm so nervous. Did you weep? I literally was just like, I didn't even know how to just, I was like, I knew it was worth something because I remember going through them a while ago, but must be at like quadrupled in price from when I, because I thought it was worth like $200. No. That's in good condition. Yes, the only thing is there's a little, like on the back of the cards, there's like a little white on the edges. So I have to get that like, supposedly you can send that somewhere to get that cleaned up first, which I might do. But otherwise, like otherwise it's like perfectly straight, you know, good condition. So I was like, Well, there it is, bad. I have a ton more. We're gonna look at some today, but we'll yap for a few minutes first to get started. So yeah, hold on. I got an email I gotta respond to. Hold on, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, this is an important email. Sorry. Give me just a moment. It's for a collab thing, and they're like, I need an answer by today. Okay. Sorry, I just sent a message out there. All right. Where do you get them graded at? So you have to send them out to get them graded. You have to send them to like, there's like, I don't know all the details yet. Yes, it is broth. Yeah. It's like, I don't know if it's Delta. I don't know which one it is, but it is worth like the 10 grand. It's a lot. It's worth a lot, basically. I don't really know all the tea. I was talking to people online last night about getting them graded. There are like different companies that you can send them to get them graded. So I was like, ooh, okay. So we'll have to see. But yeah, otherwise, outside of that, guys, yesterday, of course, we did not stream. I planned to do a late night stream, but I didn't get home, guys, until like 7:45. Like I got home so late and I was like, if I went live right now, like I would either have to go to like midnight and screw everything up or yeah, Ultra. I need to send it in to like get it cleaned up first. There are people who like clean the cards up to fix some things. He has no idea, Katie. Yeah, I was like, I could go live right now, but I'm not going to. And honestly, taxes, I won't tell you guys, or I won't lie to you guys. I need a new system. The system I use is not good. It was a lot. I was very stressed. I'll tell you, you guys know I'm always honest with you. We started out the meeting where I owed the government $48,000 and I was like, hi, Gracie, how are you? Oh my God, that's crazy. $48,000. And I was like, when I tell you guys I had a panic attack in the accountant's office, I did. I was like, okay, I can't pay that. I was like, I don't have that saved. I was like, I have money saved for taxes. I was like, I don't have $48,000 saved. Like I don't have that much saved. So I was panicking for like a hot minute. And he was like, well, and this was before we did like, and I knew I had stuff to do for write-offs or whatever. So then we did all the write-offs and thankfully I only owe 15,000. 15,000 is a lot, of course, but it's better than 48,000. But 15,000 is what I owe for the 2025 tax year. So that's done. So that's what this card's paying for. No, I'm kidding. That's still a lot. Yeah. And guys, not to be like, this is like to flex money or whatever. That's with $42,000 of write-offs. 15,000. Yes. Yeah. That's I mean, but you also have to know, guys, like when I get paid, I don't get taxes taken out, right? So like say you guys got say you work a 9 to 5 and you guys got your checks every day. Imagine you didn't get taxes taken out at all. Why so much? Because I don't pay taxes on any income I earn right now. So I have to pay taxes at the end of the year. So like right now, when I get a check for $100, you know, usually you get taxes automatically taken out of that check. I don't get that taken out. I would love to. The issue is right now, I'll be real with you, my finances are disorganized. Like I'm not going to beat around the bush with y'all. When I met with my accountant yesterday, I was like, okay, I need my system is not good. I don't have it organized right now to do a video because it's a mess. Because it's a hot mess. So I'm like, all right. So we set up a kind of new system, which was good. I'm obviously now a big enough streamer where now I need to like go. I'm making like a business account now and doing like all the business things that I have to do next week. So like I'm doing all of that next week. I am a little nervous because I'm like, okay, I definitely have the money, but I'm also like, I don't have it. Like, like I don't worry, like I've saved this much money, but also I'm like, okay, I got to figure out. I always try and plan out like my finances like at least 2 months in advance. So I'm like, okay, I have to do all these other things. Yes, that's what I do, Raven. I take 40% and set it aside, but I know that I never really will fully owe that, and I had to dip into it for I won't say what it was, but I had a private emergency that I actually have never told you guys about that I don't want to talk about actually, but that's okay. That I just had to pay a lot of money for. And so I had to dip into that a bit. And so I wasn't prepared as much as I should have. I kind of just learned my lesson this year. All that to say is I learned my lesson this year. I think we'll be fine. I'll probably have to do a little payment plan and owe more money, but that's okay. We make it work and figure it out. But yeah, the taxes yesterday, definitely I was like, okay, girl. When he first said like, he's like, okay, you're gonna owe like 48,000. I was like, okay, damn, that's crazy. I was like, oh my God, panicking, stressing that they try to add interest. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, guys, I owed 48,000, and I'm not gonna like tell you the exact amount that I made, but I made under $100,000 this year. Like I didn't break 100. And that's great. Like please trust me. Like I made enough to live and perfectly fine. But like I owed half of my income basically, or well over half of it. When filing quarter, yes, that's what we're switching to, is doing quarterly. Yeah. I know. I'm like, girl, I'm constantly learning that damn lesson. So anyway, so that was my fun tax adventure yesterday. So I had a blast with that. So anyways, I ended up, just a little under half, you know. Oh my God, wait, I'm sending you so much love, Dominica. Please, I'm sending you so many good thoughts and vibes into the universe. Lex, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that, baddie. I would cry and throw myself against the wall. Yeah. And then I'm not gonna lie, guys, I was like not feeling great. After Monday's stream, I felt really like down. It was kind of, I don't know. I felt really down after Monday's stream. And I was like I was disappointed in myself a little bit, but I also was just like upset at some of the comments that I was getting, I guess, on Monday. Like it was very weird. Monday was a very weird day for me. And so I just like was not feeling great after Monday's stream. It's nothing. It was nothing to do with any of you. Obviously it's not you guys, of course. It was trolls. But like that guy that came in, that was, you guys know what I'm talking about. That person that came in that was like coming at me saying I was like begging for subs and saying, and I know who it is. It's the same person. They come in every couple of months to like, they come in every couple of months, and it happens. Thank you guys for doing this free cash stuff still, by the way. I really appreciate it. They come in every couple of months, or every couple of weeks. I don't really know. And they like make these fake accounts to be like, you never stick to your schedule. And like today on Monday, they were like, you're begging, all you do is beg for subs. And I was like, I don't feel like I beg for subs, but I always get nervous that I do. And I feel like I'm not like positive all the time. So I was a little upset with myself from that, and I had like anxiety around it for some reason. So I also was like, oh my God, I realized I don't have the chat box on. Hello, I forgot to turn on the program. Hold on. You don't beg, you're trying to make an income. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't think I do beg, but I at the time I was like, oh my God, do I? You know what I mean? Like I was like panicking a little bit, and I'm like, you know, because I never want it to feel that way, but also, you know, it is what it is. So I was like kind of, I don't know. I just it was a weird thing. And I was like having a lot of upset about that. And I think it was because I ended up saying I was like burnt out on Minecraft that day, and people wanted me to play Minecraft, which I totally get. It's not like begging to me. Yeah. It's because I talked about the plus goal. I think that's what somebody said, is like, you talked about the plus goal. And so that's like begging. And I was like, I just wanted to be honest with you guys on like where things were at. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I was like, I have to be real with y'all on the plus goal, you know? You trying to make my hobbies. Yeah, exactly. Not paneling on TikTok live for Galaxy, so don't be too hard on yourself. Yeah. Would they say someone who works in sales is begging for money? Yeah. No, I get it. So and usually the comments don't get to me. It's just that nine times out of 10 they don't, but that one did for some reason, because I could tell they have at least been watching the stream. You know what I mean? And so I was upset with myself. And then I felt like, I was like not giving my full I feel like I've been struggling to give you guys my full energy. So I'm like, I want to just be better on that, you know? Is somebody to go through my iOS device? You have to go to, if you go to manage subscriptions, Broth, if you Google like manage subscriptions Twitch, it'll take you to a page where you can manage your sub on there, or should be able to. Should be able to that way. To be honest, I follow you because you don't feel like your chat feel like donating. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And like, obviously I talk about I have to talk about the goals and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm doing good, McKenna. I'm doing a lot better today. I'll be real with you. I'm very excited for today. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I also know how that works, you know? So I don't know. I just like, I was like kind of frustrated with myself on that. You make observations? Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, you know, I think it was remind us that the goals are an optional requirement. Yeah, like they always are. They always are, right? Like I'm never upset if we don't hit the goals. I mean, I'll talk about them, but I'm never like, you know, I'm not going to do these things if we don't hit them. You know what I mean? Or like I'm blah, 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 you know, it is what it is. And also I know, like, guys, I just put gas in my car and it cost me like $80. And usually it used to cost me $40 to get gas in my car. So like the world is goddamn expensive right now. You know what I mean? Like I get it, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that, Raven. That means a lot to me. You know, it does. It means a lot to me. So I don't know, something I was thinking about as I was, I don't know, thinking about things, I guess. Oh, girl, let's talk about the gas prices. Yeah. So anyways, that was the tea there. That's what I kind of dealt with a little bit. Yeah, I was like, so all that to say, it is what it is. I feel better now, but I just wanted to be like, you know what? I'm going to start choosing to be a little, I mean, I'm going to talk about the goals, but I'm going to be less like meh about them. If you ever feel like I am meh about them, please let me know. You know what I mean? I sent my truck with gas and it was nearly 1K. Yeah, it's crazy. I also need to like figure out, part of my thing also I was upset about is I felt like I got really overstimulated on stream. And I hate that I was so overstimulated. Not that I don't, like, it happens, right? But I couldn't recover from that overstimulation, I think, on Monday, which was my own, you know, it is what it is. But I was like, I need to like figure out how to like be like, girl, bye. You know what I mean? So it's okay. Yeah. And the extra money I send it to you. Oh my God. Well, and here's what I'm saying, guys. Like, you do not have to do that. I love it. And I thank you so much for it, you know? And that's why I also try to do like free things as well. Like the free cash thing. Like if you can't do it, you know, like those types of things, you know? Hey, bye, bus. Yeah, there were also a lot of Trolls Monday happening, and it was just like everything was like going in 8 directions. So anyways, Monday was just like a bad stream day. So I was like, well, we'll reset and do things, you know. I wish gifted subs counted too. I know. We're at like 267 points. So like we're only 30 points away. So I think we can make it. We've got the rest of this week. I definitely think we'll make it, but you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is, you know. Center was broken. Yeah. Yeah, nothing wanted to work right. And I was like, okay. For Minecraft, by the way, guys, I decided I think we're going to go back. Yes, they will count. Yeah, if you auto renew, it'll count. Yes. I think we're going to do regular Minecraft. We're not going to do modded. And I'm going to focus on beating the Warden and all the other bosses in the game in this new world. So that's what we're going to do for the Minecraft baddies. I said, you know what? That's what we're going to do. Because I just could not figure out what I wanted to do. And I feel like I still don't have a full, of course, Gabby, I feel like I still have a full understanding of Minecraft to like do modded well. I feel like I need to know regular Minecraft really well in order to do modded. You know what I mean? Thank you, of course. No, today we're doing Fortnite, but for like future, like tomorrow, I think we'll do Minecraft. But like for, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I need to like learn the game fully before I start like branching out. So that way I know things about the game before I'm like, meh, I'm doing good. You should do creative world, like for decorating and shit. That'd be cute. I also want to do like other little things too. So we'll come up with some more plans. But I think for the next step is just doing a regular base game again, but beating out other things. So anyways, all that to say, we're working on that, you know? Yes, I do want to talk about that Epic thing. That's crazy, guys. That Epic news is insane. Yeah, like we've never done the Warden or we've never beat the Warden, and we've also never beat the Wither. So that's what the next two things were. Those are what we're going to do next, I think. Because everything is different. Yeah, I agree. Literally heartbreaking. Yeah. Did Fortnite change their prices? Yes. Yep, they changed their prices. It keeps getting worse. Yeah, I when I read that, guys, I was shocked. I was honestly like, I was shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I was disappointed. Yes, the artist that made Jonesy got laid off. I was really disappointed. I was really disappointed in that. Like a lot of big people, the person who made the mechanics behind, like, you guys know the new rolling system that exists, like how your body, like the ragdoll mechanics and stuff, and also driving the reboot van. The guy who made those possible also got laid off. Leslie, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. I have not even tried to, I haven't logged in. I don't even know, Cindy, I'll be real. And they're getting rid of, they're getting rid of 3 game modes. So they're getting rid of Ballistic, which a lot of people were waiting for Ballistic updates. And I feel like there was a core community that loved Ballistic. I don't know, Ash, if he got fired or not. I haven't looked yet. I need to see if he did, because I follow him on Twitter. His name's Ted Timmons. I don't know if he did or not. But what was I going to say? They're getting rid of Ballistic. They're getting rid of Festival Battle Stage, which is that different from regular Festival? I don't play Festival, so I have no idea. Is Festival Battle Stage different than like regular Festival? Yeah, Battle Stage is going away, and Rocket Racing is going away. Those 3 game modes, which I feel like those are pretty big game modes. Rocket Racing, Ballistic, and Festival Battle Stage are no longer going to be online. I don't know what the day is that they're taking them off, but they are taking them off. Got it. All for brain rot. Yeah, and nobody's happy about these. Like, nobody. I don't know. I was shocked when I read it. I was like, that's crazy to me. Like, that's insane to me. It left a really bad taste in my mouth. It really did. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with I'm actually nervous for the future. Like, I've never been nervous for the future of Fortnite. I've always been like, Fortnite will live no matter what. And do I think it'll always have like a very strong player base? Yes. But the reality is, will it stay forever? I don't know. Like, will it stay as popular forever? I have no idea, which is why I'm so thankful that we're not tied to one game as a community, you know? Like, obviously, I'm sure we could have much more viewership if I just played Fortnite, but at the same time, it's like, I just, you know, I'm like, I would hate to have that happen, you know? Catch you live. Oh, Super Salty, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. I feel like they're intentionally separating the game at this point. Yeah, it feels like there's just like random things that they're doing. Yeah, horrible money management. Horrible, just bad money management all around. 2 months not as fun for me anymore. Yeah, Lex, right? It's kind of crazy. Oh my gosh, I love that. I will say I love seeing the community all together against it, Tim. Yes, I will say it's very good to see, like, you know, even the creators railing behind it. And I think that's the big thing, is like creators speaking out against it is also really good too. And yeah, I'm just curious to see what'll happen. I'm like, wow, it's kind of wild to see. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm not touching any of it. You see, yeah, I did see that more. I was like, okay, whatever. It would be slave the people who got laid off band together and make a new game. Literally, right? It's refreshing with everyone on one side. Yeah. It's just like, there's just so much that's like, I don't know. Because that's the thing, is I was shocked. I was shocked to see the layoffs happening on top of all the other changes that they were making that were costing us as viewers and more money. I was shocked to see those layoffs across the board. One guy who got laid off was like somebody who does a majority of the bug fixes in the game. And I was like, that's going to be crazy. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to be actually kind of wild. So I don't know. I thought it was a fake article. Yeah. Are they keeping Lego? They are keeping Lego. Yes. Yeah, they are. Evan. Yes. His name's Emin. Yeah. Again, Ted Timmons has not like posted anything. He's the guy who's been doing a lot for this new season. So I'm curious. I don't think he'll be fired because or laid off, because I think he's like so integral right now, but I don't know. Hi, Just Dark. How are you? Exclamation point free cash, Awissa. Exclamation point free cash. There will be a Minecraft update yesterday, which is cool to see. Yes, so we're going to be checking that out tomorrow probably too. I'm hoping I can get my mods all updated for that, the ones that I use. It's right above your latest message, Awissa. By the way, guys, free cash, we're trying to get, I want to see if we can get 5 people to cash out by the end of this week. If we can, five folks. That's my goal for it. So if we can get 5 folks, that's so slay. We're 3 away from that. So if you haven't done it yet and you're willing to, That's super slay. We will have a sponsored segment for that tomorrow, by the way. Tomorrow, the first like hour or so, begging for free. Listen, the first hour or so will be a free cash sponsorship. Yeah, absolutely, Francisco. Mallard, don't. But it's so hard. Yes, if you can figure it out, that's the goal. Because I have to by the first, otherwise it doesn't count for us or whatever. But free cash, if you were here for the grab tap stuff, it's basically the grab tap. Basically very similar to GrabTap, in which all you do is you download my link and you install games with my link, and then you play those games and you earn gift cards. I know it seems like a scam, and you're like, well, how do you earn gift cards from playing games? You do have to play a lot. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, you play a game for 10 minutes, you have a $50 gift card. No, you got to play the game for like a few hours. Like, it's not like you're like, you know, I don't know, logging in and cashing out. You got to play the game to earn or whatever. But there's like a lot of different, it's all mobile games. And I'll be like showcasing it tomorrow on stream, of course. But I know we've had some people, Mal got like $100 gift card, or like $100 Amazon gift card. She cashed out. I know Lindsay cashed out a gift card as well. So it's definitely possible. And all you have to do, you don't have to pay anything. It's just playing the game, which is kind of cool. It's mobile games. Like, yep, there's a bingo game, things like that. So you play the game, you earn points, and then you can do that. Or use the cash for Pokemon Go. Yeah, see, I think Google had something. Yeah, they did. So it's very similar to that. Yeah, there's like there's a whole bunch on there. So we'll be checking out some of the games tomorrow. But the sponsorship ends on the 1st, so we have that like going through up until then. So that's the tea, that's the shade with that. But yeah, anyways, I felt like Monday was a weird day. I'll talk about it more when we're on TikTok too. But I'm feeling refreshed a little bit about that, and we'll just we'll keep rocking and rolling, y'all. We'll keep rocking and rolling and doing what we do. Guys, I do have to show you the cards. Are you ready for this? So as I've told you, all of these cards, guys, right here are worth anywhere from $50 to $150 to even more dollars. Just these cards alone. Some of them are a little bit cheaper, but most of them are that. And then this is just, and I'm showing you just my rare cards that I have. And then these cards are anywhere from like $5 to $25 right here. That I have in my collection. So that's kind of crazy. I'm trying to see if there's like any that are like really cool that I could show you. I did buy one binder today. I've been struggling to pick out the binder that I want. The website you sent me, Mallard, I love. Mallard sent me this great website with a small artist, but they use like ring binders, which damages the pages a lot. So I did buy this one at my local card shop just to like have one for now that like I can put in the cards for. Right now, this is just like one that I'm gonna. But it's a soft cover. There's a brand called like Vault X, I guess, that's really good for card holding, but they're like sold out. So I'm waiting till they stock up. But like I'm trying to see if like some of the rare ones that I have. So I have like this like Snorlax. Again, I literally when I got home last night, guys, I spent the whole night just like scanning my cards. I've got a first base. I have a lot of first edition base set cards. So like this is a first edition base set like Venomoth card. I think this one is one that I have. Like I've got a lot of those. I got a ton of those. I have like this Mew card. I'm trying to think of like the really I don't know what other really valuable. I have this Snorlax. This Snorlax is pretty. These two are pretty big ones. These two are pretty big ones that I have. The Snorlax and Flareon. I was like, okay. Hello. So I have those like quite I like there's so many that I'm like, I don't even know how to like show them all to you. Do you got any expensive ones? Francisco, if I get this one graded, it's worth and I get it mint condition, it's worth $10,000. This one right here. This one right here. What? Yes. Obviously, that's 10 mint condition. I don't think I'll get a 10 on that. There's no way. I mean, it's been sitting in a shoebox for 10 years or 20 years. I don't even know. I had no idea that I had this card. I was shitting my pants. Yeah, we've played Cards Simulator before, Leslie. I like that. It's fun. It's a fun game. Yeah. Get your coffee machine, girl. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I have to send it in to get graded. I'm gonna send it. I was talking to somebody who knows, like somebody who does like not restoration, but like cleaning up the cards before. Yes, I did, Sarah. Yeah, before sending them off to get graded. So I'm gonna do that probably for this card, because although it's in really good condition, there is like, you know how you get the cards get like white on the back of them. Sometimes after there's a little, one of the corners of this card has a little white on it. Yeah, the cards were at my dad's pizzeria. Hello? What? How? I don't know. But if I remember correctly, these two cards are like, when I was looking online, yes, that's the thing is I'm only going to somewhere grading before. How many cards in total do you have? I have a lot now because I found my collection. These cards are each like, I think above $200. Above $200. So I thought about getting these two graded because they're actually in really good condition too. So I have those. All of these cards are like anywhere. I'm trying to think of like other ones that I have that are big ones to show you guys. Hold on. I'm going through. I don't think I have a Wingull. No. Like I have like this Flareon too. Like a lot of these are like $27 or like $30. I have this Vaporeon. Had no idea. Yep, that's all you got to do, and then you can you cash out. I also have a Glaceon here. Do you play or just collect them? I collect them now. Like I collect most of them now. I never really played. I'll be real. I never really played. I'm trying to find. Oh, this one I think was worth a pretty penny too. This one was. Like I have this Dialga one too. Like I did not realize how this one was pretty valuable too that I looked up. I put any of the ones that were like more than like $20 or $30 into like I have this Luxray. Oh guys, I have I'm not kidding you, I have tins full. Like my full collection is great. I have this is just part of the collection. Like just part. These are like the ones that I have to go through, and tonight I'm going through after stream, and like I got more card sleeves. So these are all, I'm putting these all into like card sleeves tonight after stream. But these were all ones that were worth like a certain base price a little bit. Like this OG Pichu I thought was so cute too that I have. I was like, oh my, like I was shocked at the amount of cards that I have that were worth something, and I had no idea they were valuable. So anyways, if you have Pokemon cards, guys, look it up. Like I'm not kidding you. Guys, look up, because I had no idea. I had no idea these cards were worth any sort of value. And here I am now, and they are worth quite a bit of money. And I had no idea. And that's just one, like these cards I haven't put. Guys, thank you for doing the free cash thing. However, I started collecting when I was a kid. So some of these, I know my family bought some like when I was born. So I was born in 1998, which is 2 years after Pokemon released. So we had a lot of original cards. A lot of like I have a lot of first edition, which some of them are not worth a lot of money, which I was kind of shocked to see. A lot of first edition cards. Like there are a ton in here. Let me see if I can find some that I can show you. I don't know if all of them are, but like, okay. So like this one, for example, was a first edition, and I was like, oh my God, wait, crazy. Let's see. I had these ones I need to put into sleeves and stuff. I was waiting. I have this Mewtwo card that was worth pretty penny too. He has no idea, and I'm not going to tell him. This Kakuna there's a first edition. I had no idea. This one's worth like $20 something. You know what I mean? Grace, I would love to. I love the new ones. Like, and I didn't even realize. So I have so many cards here, but let me see if I can show one that has a little bit of like whiting on the back of them. This Piplup card was kind of worth something. Is Flower and Doubt, literally. Like this first edition Eevee, I think is like $30 or something when I looked it up online. Like just like crazy. Oh my God, Gracie, I have a lot too. I would love to. Yeah, I want to like, what I need to do is get them into binders and like, I don't know, kind of organize them by like value a little bit. Like so my plan right now for my cards is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 binders. I'm going to have a small binder with cards that are like really valuable. And then I'm going to have a bigger binder that's like for cards that are worth between like $1 and $10 or something. And then I'm going to have like my decoration. Yes, it is. I don't think it's a first edition. No, my decoration. And my dad's pizzeria, guys, is crazy. Like the you guys know the decoration stuff I've been talking about for cards that I want to do. I'm gonna do that, like the scrapbooking style. Yeah. So I'm gonna do like 3 different binders, basically. This one I was heartbroken. Okay, so this one, see, this is what I mean. I have like little ones. Like this one was worth like I think like $60, but for some reason it folded over. And you can kind of see it's got like the whitening on the back there. So like this one, it's cute. I'm going to use it for like a spread or something, but it's probably not worth anything now because it's missing like that corner. You know what I mean? Carsters reposted, I know. I was shocked. I have like 8 of these ones are all worth like $5 or $6. These like Squirtle ones. I was like, oh my God. Like I just have so many different ones. But I have like the other version of the Minoon one, which I think is worth the same too. Like guys, when I tell you I scanned probably over 800 cards last night, guys. I scanned, like I have another Eevee here. Like I scanned so many. If you need to know how to do it, TCG Player is an app that you download, and there's literally like a camera that you can just like hold above the card and it scans it and it tells you the value of it. Let's see what other, like, if there are any other cool ones I have. That sounds so nice. Yeah, it was cool to do after. It was a nice, like, side quest after the tax stressing. So all of these ones that I have too, like I have like this Golduck, which is crazy. Like I just have like like this, like they're all worth pretty. So I started putting them in sleeves. I just got a bunch of new sleeves, so I'm gonna like put them in the sleeves and stuff. Like this is one of the first edition ones too. Like just a ton. Guys, thank you for doing the free cash. I really appreciate it. I have the Carmeleon. This one, I was shocked it didn't have more value. I thought this would have a lot more value because this one, look at this art on this one, guys. This Mewtwo one. Like that's crazy. That's a crazy card. And let's get a VPN error. Yes. Okay. So if you're getting a VPN error, here's what you do. If you have an iPhone, you have to go into your settings and turn off. They sent me a message about it. For some reason, your phone automatically has a VPN if you didn't know. So the way that you do it is if you're on Samsung, it's in the settings. It's just called VPN. And if you're in Apple, you need to go to something called, you look up Private Relay and you turn that off and you should be okay to download from there. But it is like I didn't know this, but you do have like a VPN on your phone. You don't feel like you have to do that though. I definitely want to do something. I was looking at like buying, I'm not going to buy it yet because I need to save money with my taxes and stuff. But I saw you could buy Voltex cards that had like laser printing on them. And I was like, oh, I want that. You know what I mean? You have a gym chart? I do somewhere. Guys, hold on. I'll show you. I also have like this Misty card, which I need to like, this isn't old. You want to know how old this card is, guys? Guess what guess what the back looks like. Are you ready for this? It's before it was called Pokemon. It's before it was called Pokemon and it was called Pocket Monsters. That's how old this card is. I know. Like, I don't even know how I have these cards. I'm going to be real with you. I don't even know how I have these cards. Like, I don't even know. Like this night, like, isn't that insane? I don't know how I have all these cards. I also have a bunch of these Ditto cards that are worth like $60 each. These Ditto cards are like, it's like the Ditto versions of Pokopia, but it's the art style of different Pokemon as Ditto. So I like have these cards that I'm showing you guys are just my rare cards, are just my like my rare, anywhere from anything above $5 are these cards, basically. Anything above $5 are these cards. Like I have this original Butterfree first edition. I was like, okay. So anyways, and some of them are like in mint. So I gotta like get them all sealed tonight. So I got my stuff to seal them and do that. But like, yeah, I'm still like kind of shocked that I had this many cards. I was like, oh my God. I'm a big fan of the full art cards more than anything. Like that's my jam. So I need to like do I like those the most, you know. Girl, I really was, and I didn't realize like Solrock's one of my favorite Pokemon. Like I have this card, which I love. I just have I didn't know. I didn't really realize. I have this first edition Alakazam base set. Like just like crazy cards that I had no idea. A lot of trainer cards that are worth something too. Like I just was like, oh my god, you know. So anyways, kind of cool shit. Kind of freaking cool shit. Let me hold on, I'll show you guys. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Just to give you some background. 1 second. Just to give you some more background, okay, these cards, this stack of cards that I have are all worth $1 to $3. I looked up each individual one. They're all worth like, I thought they'd be worth more, but they're all worth like $1 to $3, which is crazy. So I want to get these all like put in a separate thing. I was like, oh my god, like I'm trying to see if there's like a cool one to show you guys. That's like really cool. Let's see. Like I have this like first edition Abra, like crazy car, you know what I mean? Just like crazy. Just like I just have I didn't realize how many cards I had. I'll be real. I didn't realize how many I had, and I was like, oh my god, I have so many cards. So many. I scanned, when I tell you I scanned every card, guys, I scanned everyone. No Love Haley, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I scanned every card last night. Like I spent all evening scanning them. This entire box that I have here is filled with just cards. 15 days first redo on Odessa. Oh no, Broth, that's okay. That's right. You can only do what you can, right? That's all right. Maybe it'll help next month. If we hopefully we'll hit the goal this month, but if not, don't worry about it. I also have 4 more tins full of cards in this. So I quite literally have like thousands of cards. I'm like, oh, okay. I have thousands of cards, guys. And I had no idea. And I'm so happy my dad did not toss them. I'm like, isn't that crazy? I don't know how they end up in the pizzeria. I'm still like shocked at that, but they did. They ended up there in the pizzeria. They ended up in the pizzeria. I was like, okay. For every puss you show us 10 cards, deal. Well, deal. You got that. I'll PayPal someone to get a tier 2 sub. Well, Broth, oh my god, you're so sweet. You don't have to do that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I think we'll still be able to I'm gonna say that we'll probably still be able to hit the plus goal this month. For those who are wondering about the plus goal, we're like 30 points away. So that's like either 3 tier 3 subs and like 1 tier 2 or 30 subs of not prime or gifted, unfortunately. But that's the plus goal thing there. I also spent more money on Whatnot. I deleted Whatnot from my phone, guys. I deleted Whatnot from my phone. It's gone now. I deleted Whatnot from my phone. I'm no longer ever getting on Whatnot again. Never happening, Cammy. I will never do it. I fucked up, guys. Okay, I did this thing and I didn't realize what it was. So they do these things on Whatnot where they have like, I don't know, like full, you know, big like boxes of cards or whatever, like the booster packs or whatever, but they auction them, right? And so the way the auction works is you bid, like, say like you win the bid and you bid $20, and basically a wheel spins and it'll either land on like one of the big things or just a regular small pack. They don't show the small packs, and so at first I was like, oh my god, wait, I'm gonna like maybe win a big one. No. Guys, I spent $38 and I won 1 fucking pack of cards. And I was like, oh, wait, that's how it works? So I learned my lesson and I will never go on Whatnot again. I will never do that again. I was shocked. I was like, okay, never go to a casino, literally. Sarah, thank you for saying for free cash. I appreciate it. Never go to a casino. Wait, I don't know. You can't hear me when it goes, but wait, Mangles, that's crazy. Is it on mobile? Is it on mobile? That's insane. I didn't even know. I have not seen that yet. At least here. Oh my god, I forgot to do the move my camera around for Fortnite. I got to do that. I'm on mobile, so no issue here. Okay. Yeah, I have not. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Mangles. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Guys, we are gonna do we're gonna start on TikTok here in just a second, which we'll have to talk about our Pokemon cards again here in a bit. But yeah, anyways, I gotta get some more binders. So I'm gonna do like 3 binders, I think. That's what I'm gonna do. 1 big binder. I don't even know. Like I just have so many. I'm like, oh my god, panicking. I just have so many. I know nothing about them. We will be today we'll be live on Twitch and TikTok only. Yeah. It's an I will say it's an expensive hobby. This hobby, it ain't cheap. So I'm like pausing buying any cards until I organize my cards that I have. So obviously like starting on TikTok, it's always helpful to start on TikTok for sure. I will say, Gracie, that's what I want to do. I want to like, there are some really cool binders online. Like you can buy, like if you go onto Etsy, guys, I'll show you. Let me see if I can find some real quick. They're just expensive. But if you look up like TCG binder, like let me see if I can find one. Like there are these artists that do like laser engraved stuff on them, like that I think looks so cool. That like, you know, stuff like that. Let me switch over here so you can see. That's like the main brand or whatever. Let me go to the full screen. Hold on. Oh my god, can I move things around possibly, please? Hello. Like this is all like laser engraved and stuff. Like I want a binder like this, you know what I mean? But they're expensive. they're a little pricey. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hold out on that, but they are cool as shit. I do think they're pretty neat. Let me move around this stuff here, by the way, for today's stream. They're so cool. I know they are like, they're pretty freaking neat. Guys, I moved my camera for Fortnite today. Hopefully that's right. We'll see when we start a game. But they're pretty freaking cool. So like that one's like $80, but there's other ones too that I was like looking at, like this one's like 63, but I think it's so pretty, you know, and it's like engraved on it. They range anywhere from like $50 to like $100. Which I get that price. Like that price makes sense to me because the binders themselves cost like $20 to $30 anyways, sometimes even more than that for these specialty ones that they're engraving them on. So like I get why they're that like 50 to 8, like that makes sense price wise based off of what, you know, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I want them like, but it's laser engraved. Like you can kind of see, they do like a video. You can kind of see the video there, like the laser engraving. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? I have a bunch that I love. I love Wigglytuff. I'm discovering more now that I went through all my cards. I'm like, oh my god, wait, I forgot I love this. Like Solrock. I love Solrock. And I was like, oh my god, I forgot I love this Pokemon. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my god, wait, I forgot. You know, I do that too. Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, wait. Like, see, I would love. Like, I want this right here. This yellow one. Like, are you kidding me? Like so freaking cute. You know what I mean? So like you select a color and then a size or whatever. Thank you for the free cash stuff, guys. I appreciate it. For Prismatic Fuse, I got a 10. I'm 4K. Ruthless. Did you see what I got that I found in my pile today, or in my thing, guys? Thank you for the free cash stuff. I really appreciate it. Did you see what I got, y'all? Let me see. You're gonna shit your pants. You're gonna shit your pants. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get all my. I keep forgetting to like set a thing for this. Okay, here it is. Here it is. I need to get this graded ASAP. I would love to know what you did, Ruthless, to get yours graded. By the way, because I have no idea how to do any grading. I also need to get it like cleaned up a little bit, but it is, I think, in pretty good condition. The only thing is there's like a little bit of whitening on the back. of the car on the back of the card. There's like a little bit of yeah, let me take it out of its like protective stuff here. It's very minuscule. Like you can barely see it, but like, do you see how there's like a little bit of like the whitening on the back a little bit there? There is like a little bit of whitening, and there is a slight curve to the card, which I guess can hurt the score for it. But those things I heard you can, if you send them in to get restored, they can be recovered. Yes, I switched Discord, Ruthless, and my DMs are open on Discord. They can be fixed, or at least tried to be fixed. So that's what I want to try and do. So because this card is like graded properly, if it's a 10, it's like $10,000. Holy shit. So anyways, I do want one of these. I think they're kind of fun, but I'm kind of just like waiting to see. So I might just order like regular binders first. Maybe I'll order like one of these as like my special binder, and then do like regular ones for the other ones. But we'll see. We'll see. But would you sell or hold on to it? I'd probably hold on to it. I think I'd hold on to it. I don't know. I want to get it graded and then decide what I do with it. You know what I mean? I'd want to get it graded first and then be like, I'm going to sell it or I'm going to keep it. I think I need to get it graded first though, and then decide from there. And Swivel, no. Oh my God. I think that's what I would do first and foremost. I think I think I would get it graded first and then decide. But even ungraded, it's like $700. This card right now, it won't be a 10, unfortunately, unless the grader is having a wonderful day. Yeah. The only thing is I do know I have a friend who messaged me and was like, I actually have sent my card to somebody that can fix some of the whitening. So if it's minuscule, which there isn't a ton on there, they were like, we can maybe fit. He's like, I doubt we could fix all of it, but we can fix some of it. So at the very least, like you get like a 9.5. Like a 9.5 or something, which is kind of what I want, or like at least a 9, Hi, Megan. My goal is like a 9 or 9.5, but the value drops significantly once it goes from 10 to 9. It's like from $10,000 to like, I don't know, 2,000 or something. Like it drops significantly. At least from what I looked online. Again, I don't know all the tea with it yet, but we'll see. We'll see. But I gotta like figure it out and see. So at least see what I can do with it, and see if there is anything feasible to work on it. So that's the tea. That's the shade. Megan, we ended up not streaming last night. I didn't get home till like 7:30 at night last night, and I was brain dead. I'm not gonna lie, because I will be real for my one. I love that, Camille. I will be real. I ended up, if you guys have cards, by the way, that you don't want and you want me to look at them, please send them. I will like look at them and be like, yeah, I'll buy that one. I'll buy that one. I'll buy that one. If it's like one that you guys think I think would be cool. 100%. What was I saying? I ended up, not getting home till like 7:30 last night. I was kind of dead. And that's kind of what happened. And then I got my taxes done, which was awful. Awful. Never wish it on my worst enemy. Okay. All right. Well, guys, why don't we get started on TikTok and play some Fort and kind of vibe for the day. I gotta pee before we do that, but let me switch over to the Fortnite screen, and then we will we'll do what we do. Okay. Do what we do. I haven't played with the newish gauntlets yet, the like ice gauntlets or whatever, so I gotta do that. No, I do not want your energy cards. Go Sugar Piss. Yeah, go Sugar Piss. I think hopefully I have the camera set right, but we'll see. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna pee real quick. Love sitting on a towel. Oh, well, honey. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll BRB. I'm gonna pee real fast. Don't go anywhere. I just gotta pee quick. And tell me your favorite Pokemon in the chat while I go pee. Okay.
Need you to spell it out for me. Bossa Nova on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. same way. But I can't tell with you sometimes. So baby, let's get on the same page. Stop making me read between the lines. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on then. I gotta know you're meant to be the man
I'm back.
I need. Talk to me.
I'm back, y'all.
Talk to me.
All right.
Talk to
Let's get ready to start on TikTok, shall we?
Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man.
Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry, my friend. So I'm just getting things set here for TikTok real fast. Bow. Bow now. Thank you, Chocolatey. Guys, thank you for doing the free cash stuff. I keep seeing you guys doing it. Thank you so much. Don't forget the biggest goal, guys. We earn the most from you guys cashing out, by the way, for free cash. So thank you for cashing out when you eventually do that before the first. Okay. All right. If you guys are ready, y'all, we're gonna start on TikTok and then we're gonna play some Fortnite for the day and keep showing off Pokemon cards, of course. But let's do it. We're gonna start TikTok in 5. Hi, Jaquee. How are you? I have the orange mug today. In 5, 4, 3 1/4, 2 1/2, 1 cheesecake. Here we go. We're rocking and rolling. Let's do some TikTok, y'all. Let's do it. Bow, bow. Shows on. I love it. Bum bow now. Hello, TikTok. Hi, TikTok fam. Lindsay, thank you for subbing it to one. I'm cooked. Oh no. Hello, Bumpy. Thank you for the heartbeat. Welcome in. Good afternoon. Hi, TikTok. Hello, y'all. We're here. I'm good, Julius. How are you? Hi, Spicy Taco. Guys, I missed you yesterday. Oh my God. I gotta tell you about I talked a little bit about it, but my accounting appointment was crazy and stressful, but it's done. Hi, Spicy Taco. Hi, Tomas. Welcome in. Nayla, I'm having a really good day today. I am. I'm having a very, very good day today. I hope you guys are having a good day too. I'm excited to be online with y'all and just kind of hanging out and playing some Fort. And vibing for the afternoon. Hi, Cassie. Hi, Autumn. Guys, thank you for those heart me's. I hope y'all are doing so good. Yeah, we got a lot of good things going on. So I hope y'all are doing well. I literally, guys, I didn't get home from my accounting appointment yesterday till like 7:30 in the evening. So when I was gonna do a late night stream, but it was so late that I was like, you know what? Girl, unfortunately. With Dad. Hi, Mary. How are you? Hi, Jessica. Hi, Emmy. Welcome in. Guys, thank you for those heart me's as you're coming in and saying hello. And let's get those taps and shares going as well. But I hope you guys are doing well and doing good. I also found all of my Pokemon cards. I showed a little bit of them on Purple already, but we're gonna keep showing them throughout the stream today because I'm so freaking excited. I'm so freaking excited. Okay. My day's been really good, Emmy. My day's been good. I can't complain. Just working on stuff, getting stuff done, all those good things. So I hope y'all doing well. Hunter, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. That's right. Yeah, 10 cards. Yeah, Valerie, for sure. No, welcome in. Yes, I love Pokemon. Guys, look at this bad boy. I don't know if you guys saw my latest TikTok, but found this in my old card deck today or yesterday. This card is worth a lot of money, and I didn't even realize. I was shitting my pants a little bit, not gonna lie. Hi, Doodlehead, how are you? I was freaking out a little bit when I saw that card in my stack this afternoon. I was like, holy cow. Hi, Morgan, how are you? Guys, let's do a little Native New Yorker to get us started, by the way, for the afternoon. Little bit. Hi, I know, right, Cyber Kitties? Oh. Okay.
And guess what?
No one opens the door for a native New Yorker.
Here I go. I love that, Kenzie. Oh no, potato chip, it did? Wait, that's crazy. You were here on Monday, right? That's wild. I wonder if it's because okay, so here's the thing. When the stream crashes, it does restart the streaks, I think, potato chip. That's the problem, unfortunately. We did have a crash during Monday's stream. My favorite Pokemon, I have so many that I love. I've really been like loving Solrock again, which is one of my favorites. I love Vileplume. I love Wigglytuff. I love all the gay ones, of course, you know. Yeah, every time that the stream restarts, the streaks, it's so, and I'm so sorry, guys, because I know sometimes you come in at the beginning of stream, but you miss the restart or whatever. It's so annoying. Michelle, Carrie, guys, thank you for the heart me's. Welcome in. Guys, how are we doing on this Wednesday? We're gonna play some Fortnite today and just hang out and vibe and have a good time, but I hope you all are doing well. Don't forget, we do have our daily heart me's. And we're gonna shout out our first follower on TikTok, who's gonna be our first one today. For a second, with my mother. Whoa, that's crazy, Jess. I'm sending you so love. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Did I say it was not Wednesday? Did I say it was a different day? Hey, I don't know what we're gonna do today. We may do some viewer stuff today. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't even know. Larry, who's Larry? Haley, thank you for the follow. First follow on TikTok. Broad, thank you for the heart me. You just I'm putting a old video. Oh, I love it. My favorite Pokemon is Squirtle. Ever since I was a child, I love that. Abigail, thank you for the follow. If you're new here, y'all, let's start with our little Brittany to show some love, okay, to get us going. All right. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is
It's Brittany, bitch.
Hi, Macy. Hi, Ebby and Olive. Why do I think you meant I would never say broski. Like broski is in like broski. Apps, never. What the frick did I just walk into? The best thing online, of course. Hi, Boko. Thank you for the heart me. Hi, Hi, Shrek. How are you? Guys, I'm happy to have you all here. I'm excited. We've got some fun. We're going to do some Fortnite today. I got a lot of stuff to talk about, but we've talked a little bit on Purple, but I'm going to wait till like we get in and maybe like game a little bit and then talk some about things. But I'm doing good. Missed you yesterday. Yes, I'm really sad. I really did plan to do an evening stream yesterday, guys. Like I was so ready. It takes a few minutes, McKenna, to do an evening stream yesterday, but I didn't get home from my tax appointment until 7:30 at night, and it was a long it was a long day. I won't lie to you guys. It was a long tax appointment. It was scary. It was scary, but I'm glad it's done. What's that behind playing a video of Minecraft? This behind me here. It's I mean the cat there. It's called the Divoom Archer. Divoom. But guys, thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the taps. We're almost to 5 followers on TikTok, so thank you for the follows. And we're gonna hop into Fort here in a second. But yes, we did not go live yesterday. It was not planned. But we're live the rest of this week, and I found all my old Pokemon cards, guys. That's the best thing. Today, Strawberry, or in general? In general, I've been streaming for almost 6 years now. Nurse Joy and Jordan Salsa Salad, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Where you guys, if you have not heard yet, you guys will never guess where I found all of my old Pokemon cards. You guys will lose your mind. Nicole, I was like, I don't know. I had like a hater in chat who was like making new accounts, and it was just like stupid. Have to fight, yeah. Like I was getting like, people were like throwing out that I like I beg for gifts and subs while I was crashing out over things, and I was like, guys, I don't know. As a creator, I feel like I don't at all. I feel like I really don't ask or beg for gifts in any sort of way. I just like remind folks of the goals every little bit. So I felt real. I don't know why I felt so guilty about that. So I was like, okay, that's really, I don't know. So that kind of struck me hard. And then someone was like about my schedule. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you're here, Oversaw. Welcome in. Like everyone does. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys. And Marissa, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't think I do. I just felt really guilty that day. And then I have always struggled with my schedule, and the person that I had people come in yesterday being like, you never stick to a schedule, you never play the games that you're supposed to play, etc., etc. And I just like, I don't know. I felt really like, I felt not good after all that. Oh, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Because you guys know I struggle with my mental health on those things, so I like definitely was like, okay. And I've been like comparing myself to other creators lately, and I'm like, I need to stop doing that. You know what I mean? So I just like had a so I see much. Oh, thank you. So Monday was not great. Monday was not a fabulous day. So I wanted to not apologize, but I wanted to say like I'm thankful for all of you for being here and just like hanging out with me. It means a lot. Thank you, Rach. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just like it was a weird Monday, and then those comments kind of got to me, and also the fact that I couldn't figure out Minecraft or what we wanted to do on Minecraft was making me like lose my marbles because I was frustrated with Minecraft at the same time, And I hate when I get overstimulated on stream. I feel like that's no fun for anybody. So I hate that I was overstimulated on stream too. I have two. Because I have two PCs. I have a 4080 and then a 50 something, I believe. One might be a little bit less than that. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And like, listen, but there are times where I'm like, I do get very overstimulated. I'm like, I need to like, and I feel like sometimes no, I don't snap at chat, but I get snippy sometimes. And I'm like, I need to not be like snippy. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm working on that too, as we do. I've been watching like little bits and pieces of it. Yeah. Yeah. You need Minecraft mods and shader packs to really enjoy it. Yes. Well, that's what we were trying to do, but I was getting overwhelmed and overstimulated by the Minecraft mods. If you were here for that, I was like, okay, girl. So what I think for everybody who's part of our Minecraft watchers and series, my plan for Minecraft for tomorrow and the rest of this week and stuff, guys, we are going to be, you could treat us like Chapel Road treats for fans. Guys, I'm not going to beat up a kid. I'm kidding. She did not do that. That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. All right. Maddie, thank you for the heart me. But for the Minecraft series, guys, we're gonna go back to vanilla, and we're gonna beat the Warden and the Wither, because we never actually did that, and I feel like I need to learn Minecraft fully. So that's what we're gonna do first before we do like a really big mod pack or something. So I'm gonna do that. That's what we're gonna start with for the next, whenever we do the next Minecraft stream. That's what we're gonna do for the next Minecraft stream. So just to like let you guys know, that's my current plan of action for that specifically. Okay. All right. That's the current plan of action. That's my current plan of action. Yeah. No, I have like mixed opinions on the chapel thing. Like also at the same time, I'm like, girl, we gotta move on. You know what I mean? I'm like, girl, we gotta fight the other shit going on in the world. Like, there's a war in Iran going on. I'm like, I really don't care if Chapel's, mad at a kid for saying hi. I'm like, we got other shit we got to worry about, y'all. I feel like the internet is too locked in on this Chapel thing, and I'm like, we got to lock in on the other stuff going on in the world, Oh, Megan, I'm so mad about the Fortnite layoffs. I'm so mad about the Fortnite layoffs. I have not watched the anniversary yet. I'm not gonna lie. The Fortnite layoffs are actually so saddening, guys. Balenci, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And also kind of sickening. I don't know the future of, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what the future looks like for Fortnite. We'll talk about it more during the stream, but it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, Yeah, I agree, Jesse. Yeah. And guys, thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. For an outcry. Yeah. I was like, wait, really? Mallory, that's crazy. I just felt like, it's so there were layoffs. They laid off 1,000 workers yesterday. Yesterday they laid off 1,000 workers yesterday. Um, they laid off 1,000 workers yesterday. And like not just like they laid off important employees. They laid off people who do bug fixes for the game. They laid off the guy who created the artwork for Jonesy, the original guy. And they said it was due to lower player engagement, which I think is absolutely insane to me. And especially now with the price increase of things, I was like, this is all just really bad management. Like, it's really bad management, guys. It's really bad. It's really bad. But yes, I was going to do 1K layoffs. Yeah. Yes, it's one of the biggest ones. We're talking about the Fortnite layoffs, Ariana. We're on the rivalry stuff. Yeah. They also were getting rid of 3 game modes. They're getting rid of Ballistic. So if you like Ballistic, that is going. If you liked Festival Battle Pass, they're getting rid of Festival Battle Pass, and they're getting rid of Rocket Racing, which are 3 pretty big game modes, guys. They're not like, you know, small game modes. They're getting rid of big ones. Hi, Nazi. I think it does a little bit. I think it does a little bit with the UEFN. Yeah. I mean, yeah, not Rocket Racing. I know. Yeah, all of those are gone. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of wild. But, you know, let's do another collab. Festival Battle. I don't think Festival and Festival Battle Arena are different or whatever it's called. It's Festival Battle Arena is different, right, guy? I don't know. I don't know the T. I don't play Festival at all, but I believe they're different game. Matt, thank you for the follow. I think they're different game modes. I believe. I don't know. I don't play Festival at all. So I think Festival is staying, but Festival Battle Pass, whatever it is. Trump, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Sarah. They're different. Yeah, Battle Stage is leaving. Main Stage is staying. Okay, so Battle Stage is leaving. Yes. So whatever Battle Stage is, that one is leaving. But I think the other really two big... Ballistic is a big game mode that they really hyped up, like, hugely. Like, that was... And there was, like, a core group who loved Ballistic. And then then Rocket Racing. Rocket Racing, I feel like, was a big one, too. So I was like, okay. I have no idea, Jaquay, I won't lie. So anyways, that's the shocking tea there. Isn't that crazy? Tori, I think there will be, because they're not getting rid of festival stuff. Let's play. We'll play in a minute. We're just yapping for a few, Rachel. We like to yap first. Rocket Racing was big, but fell off quickly. Yeah, I didn't really play Rocket Racing. I played Rocket Racing whenever I needed to get a skin for a car or something. That was it. Yeah, the rank stuff. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, Bruvetti, that's true. The CEO statement that they put out as well. I've never been to Paris, but I wish I have been, honey. I want to be Eiffel Towered. I'm kidding. Kenzo, hello, how are you? The statement that the CEO put out was so, like, cold. Like, it was actually, I don't have it on me right now, but it was such a cold statement. I was actually kind of shocked. Like, it was crazy. The statement was insane that they dropped. Yeah. And people have been working, and these are people, it wasn't like people have been working there for like and not to say that people who are working there for a few months should not be like, you know, obviously not that, but these guys have been working there since the start of Fortnite. Like a majority of these employees that got laid off were people who were working at Fortnite since the beginning of Fortnite. The creator of Jonesy got fired, guys. The creator did, you know, like, it's crazy. Hi, Kayla, how are you? Blitz is staying. Yes. Yeah. So all I will say, guys, is we have to keep pressuring with our wallets. I will continue to pressure with my wallet. I will not look at the shop. I will not buy anything from the shop. Will I lose money on that from you guys that don't use my creator code? Yes, but it's worth it for me. Because now, it was one thing, guys, when they were just upping the cost of V-Bucks, but now that they've laid off 1,000 employees, that's a problem. That's a problem, you know? That's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's a whole different level. That's a whole different level, y'all. I Jersey got fired. The guy posted about it. Yeah. So most of the employees posted say that got fired, let them know, you know? So crazy stuff there. Yeah, it like, and the CEO statement was like, thankfully the workforce is going to get people who have brilliant resumes. And I'm like, that's crazy to me to even just like say that. Like, that's crazy. So anyways, we are playing Fortnite today, y'all, but I don't know. I'm curious to see what the future of Fortnite looks like. I honestly have no idea. I have no idea what the future of Fortnite is going to look like, y'all. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no idea. I don't think it'll ever shut down. I just don't know the longevity of the game. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the game. I won't lie to you guys. TikTok made Fortnite more popular again. I won't sit here and say that I will be real with you guys. TikTok absolutely made Fortnite more popular again. TikTok live streaming. It did. There's like 100% over the past 2 years made it way more popular again. The question is, what will that longevity look like? And that's why I'm very, very thankful. And I'm not going to beat around the bush, guys. I'm thankful that I'm not just a Fortnite creator. I'm thankful that we make all different types of content. We play, Minecraft. We do just chatting. We do all different things because you just never know. You know what I mean? You never know what can happen to a game, right? And then that's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to recover from, right? So, please also, if you see some of your Fortnite content creators playing new games, people that you enjoy watching, because I know a lot of them are worried about it and they're starting to play new games, please support them. Please support them if you can, even just by watching their stream when they're playing something new. KXY, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. Thank you. Like if you see some of your favorite creators who mostly just only play Fortnite and they start playing other games, whether it's, single player or whatever, make sure to support those moments for them because it's going to be, I think a lot of them are going to have to try and, start transitioning a little bit if things continue to go downhill, Hi, Holden. How are you? Austin, thank you for the rose. So, do what you can. But otherwise, I'm thankful that I'm here. And all in all, guys, we're zesty.
Bitch, I'm
zesty. Okay?
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend, ATL.
Especially for Ballistic. Valorant's very similar to Ballistic, yeah. Oh, you're kind of an icon? Well, ball trait. Now hold on a minute. If you had I don't know, Storin. Wait, sorry, I didn't hear what's happening to Fortnite. There were 1,000 people got laid off yesterday from Epic Games. From Epic Games yesterday, which is a huge thing, guys. Hi, Amanda, how are you? I'm glad you're here, Livy. And guys, make sure to leave a follow if you're enjoying and are new here. Yeah, did that many? Yes, yeah, it's crazy, guys. Thank you for the heart me's. It's so sad. It's honestly, it's very heartbreaking, guys. I won't lie. It's actually very, very heartbreaking. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was shocked by it. So I read it last night and I was shocked. If we have mods we think you would like, please put them in the game. Yes, absolutely, Al. Yes, 100%. Tell me crowns you have so far. I only have 1 or 2. Why did they get fired? They were layoffs. So it wasn't performance based. The company laid them off due to money, and it wasn't a good look. And the statement put out was not a good look either. I'm not gonna lie. It just was not a good look. So, and like very, very important people who work at Epic Games were laid off. Like it wasn't just like, it was very, very, very hot, like people who fix bugs, the guy who created Jonesy, like very, very high level folks all got laid off. So it's kind of insane. It's a sad moment for sure. So I really hope that they figure out something. And then we're going to continue to play. Thankfully, we're going to continue to play other games as well as Fortnite and be able to do things. But the best thing you guys can do is to work on boycotting with your wallet, That's the biggest thing you could do. Okay. Oop. Hold on, y'all. I drank something I was not wanting. Oh God. I drank like that oat milk that curdled. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna throw up. Oh God. Ew. Oh God. Ugh. Oh my God. No. Oh, that's the worst. Oh, it's not curdling. It's not curdled, but it does this like thing where it like the film, if you know, there's like I'm not drinking any more coffee. The film that gets created. Oh God. Ew. Ugh. Oh, that was nasty. Ugh. Ooh. Yeah, Diane's crazy. What I walk into, I love. Nasty. All right, let's hop into a round, y'all, but we'll keep yapping. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Okay. You need to literally. The boos are sending me. I know. Good day, only a default skin. Yes, absolutely. Mallory, thank you for the October. 6-7. You got me, baddie. You got me. But the big news is, guys, I got my taxes done. I owe a lot of money to the government, so that's no fun, but that's okay. It is what it is. And I also found my Pokemon cards, finally. So those are good things that happened yesterday, y'all. The Omega film reminds me of, yeah, it's so, it gets so nasty. Chapel Chump scared me. It gets to a point. It gets to a point. You just got my tax returns? Yeah, I have to pay, I think, $15,000 for my taxes this year. So crazy. Where were they? Megan, you'll never believe it. My dad's pizzeria. My dad's pizzeria. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot. Is that what you expected to pay? I expected to pay a little less. I won't lie to you. I expected to pay a little less. But yeah. Yeah. I am going to be paying quarterly this year. I will be paying quarterly this year. I'm doing a whole different approach now. I'll be real. I was very good at budgeting my money and doing like my streamer income stuff when I was a smaller streamer or like not making a livable wage because it was easier to manage. Now that I'm doing this full time, I need to like do some new systems. So I learned that this year. You know what I mean? I learned that this year. Taxes are very confused. What do you mean? What's about it? I like your vibe. You should get a vibrate. What's a? Oh, funny, honey. Mine's in my rose toys in my my nightstand, honey. Matt, thank you for the follow. Do most streamers should set aside money for this? Yes. Yep. Usually, you should set aside like 30 to 40%, depending on where you live in what state you live in, of all income earned. Let's share a girly pop. Well. Which I do. The T is, and I don't want to go into like too much detail about it, but I did have to dip into that saving amount that I saved. I did have it all saved up. I had a personal emergency that happened quite a few months ago that I didn't really talk about on stream. So I had to dip into it that way. But I'm fine. Like it's gonna be fine for me. But you know, yes, it's a lot, KB. Yeah. But in the most part, I'm like, okay, I need to open like a business account. Like I'm doing all that stuff next week. Like I'm learning all of those things and doing all of that stuff. Hi, Joey, how are you? So that's the tea. That's the tea. That's the shade there. That's the tea. That's the shade there. Did you get a boot? But I hope because do you get paid from Twitch or Fortnite? I do not get paid a penny from Fortnite. Only thing I get paid for Fortnite is if you use my code in the shop. I think a lot of people think that like, I really hate to burst the bubble, guys. Not a single creator, not even like Nick A30, not even Cypher PK is getting paid from Fortnite other than their creator code. Like they're not getting paid from Fortnite. They're not getting paid from Fortnite. Nobody gets paid from the games usually, unless they are doing a sponsored post. Unless they're doing like a sponsored post, so they don't get paid from it, you know? Any hinge trade? No. Yes, yeah, KB, yeah, that's actually what I'm working on right now. Jaqui, it depends on obviously what we earn. Everything I earn is through gifting, at least for my, but my sponsorships make different money. So yeah, to be in the game, yeah, Shintegri. Hi, Sydney, how are you? I'll take that instead. Take that instead, and I want the pistol instead. Yeah, but yeah. Do you think Fortnite's gonna die? I don't think it's gonna die. I think I think it's gonna. There's a lot that they need to do. Leslie, thank you for the biddies. I don't know. I'll be real. I don't think it's going to die. I think the game is too large and the universe is too big for it to die. And I do think at the end of the day, there's what these games have and need is a loyal fan base. And Fortnite has a very loyal fan base. They do. So I don't think it'll die in that sort of way. And kids play this game like crazy. I think the question is, will it be as profitable as it's been over the past 10 years? And the answer to that is, I don't know, nor do I think it will, you know? What games are you playing right now? Luke, I'm in my Pokemon era. I'm not gonna lie to you, outside of stream. Somewhere else, I mean, I post content outside of stream, but that's basically it. Guys, thank you for the gifties, by the way. Ricky, how are you? Thank you guys for the follows, too. A lot of face, yeah. Yeah. Hi, Megan. Okay, so what else did they add since we played last, guys? I haven't played since, was it Thursday? Fortnite would fall off. Yeah, it needs to be a good one, Gingy. That's the thing. It has to be one that's kind of, you know, there's a lot there. What do you put? I'm on my Switch 2, Luke. The pizza. Oh, yeah, the pizza, right? The pizza's in the game, yeah. From the chair. Morgan, look at me, babes. Look how I play. You think I stream for entertainment value, baby, not for whatever you want to call it. For quality there. Do you carpal tunnel from playing? I have had carpal tunnel before, or I've had tennis elbow, but now I have like I have a chair that makes it very ergonomic for me, so it makes it easier. Hi, Forest Whiskers. Yes, I missed you guys too. If you were like, wait, where was Zesty yesterday, guys? I planned to be live yesterday playing Fortnite in the evening. We were going to do a late night stream, but unfortunately, I didn't get back from my tax appointment till like 7:30 in the evening. And at that point, I was like, girl, there was just no way. You know what I mean? PD, thank you for the follow. Tennis elbow. Tennis elbow is real. It's like you get, I don't know what the actual, it's like a precursor to carpal tunnel. It's real. The book thank you for the follow. What chair? That's the fun part though, Morgan, right? People love watching that. Like people, I won't lie to you, Morgan. I think a lot of you guys enjoy me sucking at games more than me playing well at games. Oh my God, no, not Fortnite. No, we were talking, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Lollipops. How many rivalries do you have? I have no idea. I don't know right now. I have to look to see. Or similar tendonitis, yeah. Well, yes. I think I have 30 at least because I have the pickaxe. I can check on the map. Where? I don't see it. Where is it? Did I miss it? Under Showdown? I mean, we can just, why don't I just literally go to this thing and I'll tell you right now. 38. 38. One win. I love that. Yeah, I'm curious. I haven't played in a couple days, so we'll see how I feel. Gamer Queen, thank you for the GGs, babes. I appreciate it. Cap at 600. OT. So thank you for the follow, but I also have not played in a couple of days, y'all. I have not played in a couple of days, so. Mallard, thank you for the October. Oh, does it? See, cool. I've heard this honestly when they brought out pets. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Jay, thank you for the 60 minutes. I got it from pitching for a softball, I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically what it was. So I had that for like a little while. Weirdly, it wasn't on my arm that I used my mouse. It was my keyboard arm. So I was like, oh, okay. Sana, I haven't played this is my first round in a couple of days, so we'll see. Addie, thank you for the follow. Hey, Twin High Potato Chip. How are you? Justin, thank you for the follow too. Welcome in. DBD or COD? DBD. I'm gonna say DBD. Why not? Even though I don't play DBD. I don't see you land in the squibbly part. What'd you call me? Guys, somebody like me on Hinge. Oh my God, wait, T. Hello to my Hinge messenger who just said, not me spamming your Fortnite stream. If you're here, hey, Hinge. Hey, Hinge. That's hilarious. Kaylee, thank you for the follow. Also, sorry for me calling you out on my stream. Awkward. Unhinged. I'm not telling you guys. I would never tell you guys. Okay, you little freaks. Jay, thank you for the heartbeat. You little freaks. Oh, you guys make me laugh. You all make me laugh. Trin, thank you for the roses. You better be your 3 subbed. Oh, you guys. Y'all make me laugh. Trin, thank you for the roses. Has a Hinge subscription. Issa, thank you for the follow. I don't have a Hinge subscription. I'm not that desperate yet. You know what I mean? I'm not that desperate yet. Guys, is the pistol still the thing? Smash with Jonesy. I'm doing good. Happy birthday, Bella. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. It's you. It's all of you. Where are they? Are they in the building?
Sashay away.
My bad. Oh. Oh, was that me? Oh. You used to gag when guys said, oh, I thought you said you used to gag on guys. I was like, damn, Diane. Get it, girl. Get it, mamas. Oh, I would have been, if that was me, guys, I would have, you have no idea. I would have crashed out if that were me. And yes, I can absolutely, basically you just need to start by having a good headset, good audio, and use something called OBS to get you started with it. Somebody's landing. I think he went up top. Window here. I'm waiting. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, y'all. Come on. Girl, what the hell is this shape? Oh my god, it's the dick shape again. He's healing up. Girl, where is he? Not the dick storm. I would shock, but I forgot that these shocks still don't go through the buildings, right? Okay, he had to have left. These shocks don't go through the buildings, right? So my phone is eventually phallic. Yeah, they don't go through they didn't fix that, did they? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. No, okay. Oh, there's a fight going on now. I don't know if this is the guy or not. Try to see like where he's still there. Sorry, I had to lock in there. Had to lock in, y'all. Had to lock in. Had to lock in. I'm just better. I'm just better.
Sashay away.
Damn, honey. I cooked. I cooked. Yeah, I'll carry these for now. I cooked. Locked in when Hinge Man is watching. I hate you guys. Oh, honey. Cooked an 8. Tristan, thank you for the heartbeat. Cooked an 8, girl. What did you do to fix that? Mangles, I bought a Herman Miller chair that cost way too much money. But that's what I did. You win. Okay, oh wait, only 3 people left. Girl, oh my god, the storm is huge. Only 3 people left and the storm is huge. That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, Sharpers, I was gonna say OBS is the great place to start. Like YouTube, start streaming OBS. That's what I did the most, you know? That's like the best thing. And it'll show you like how to set up OBS, which is like your streaming software. Huge storm with that shape. Yeah. Hi, Journey. Let's see if we let him cook. Curious what shape. Go watch my latest. Go watch one of my TikToks, guys, about the shape there. I got one posted already there. Oh, Leslie, thank you. That means a lot to me. Sometimes I forget, you know, how much we've grown. How much we've grown. So yes, honestly, it's so worth it. I won't lie. I won't lie. Why is the storm in the line? Oh, it's a pickle. Yeah, it's a pickle. All right. This storm is so big for only 3 people being left. Wink face. So big. Pogopia, it's crazy, user. Supposed to be short. I know. And guys, I got some more news. I'm going to talk again about Monday and other things again here shortly, y'all, for new folks who came in. For those who were here on Monday about the Minecraft stuff. Circle anymore? They changed it slightly. So it's like still somewhat a circle, but only sometimes. It randomizes now. It randomizes now. My favorite I don't know. It's a tough one for me. Earl, thank you for the follow. I will say the last 3 seasons have not been any ones that I've enjoyed. I was thinking about it. I did kind of enjoy the bug season. We did beat the End Dragon Brian, yes. And your cat, well, I'll start clipping. I love it. Girl, drink the chug. Oh, I have 90. Thank you. Thank you. I never played the Greek god stuff. I really was only here for chapter 6 and the very end of chapter 5. My day's going good, Lost Lens. Much better than it was on Monday. If you were here on Monday, y'all, we did have like so much overstimulation happening. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys. If you start a rivalry to find them, yeah, it's like 2v. I want to be the third party situation. You know what I mean? I want to be the third party situation. I don't want to be the you know what I mean? When it was the first time we got through, yes. I ended stream and I felt not great. I felt there was a couple haters in chat and I don't know why, but they actually got to me on Monday. And I just wanted to say like, sorry about that, baddies. But it did. It did get to me. Koa and Bree, thank you for the follows. And Liv, thank you for the follow too. Usually they don't bother me, but for some reason, Monday did. Monday did. Bum, bum, bum. Girl, I want them to fight. I'm like waiting. Keyboard and mouse. I play keyboard and mouse, yeah. I have not played any of Cobblemon really. I'm joking, I know. You're my bonus viewer game today? Yeah, Moondrop. Can you give me a little bit though, so since we just got started? All right, I gotta move now. Excited for is it you? Does the pet not give away your... No, it does not. People can't see it. But yeah, Monday was like not great. I had some like weird haters being like, I beg for gifts and things. And I was like, I feel like I don't. I feel like I don't do that, guys. But then I felt like I did. Then I got nervous that I did. I was like panicking about it after stream. You know, just shit like that. But I was like, ugh. You definitely don't. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like struggle to be like, do I? Because obviously like you got to talk about it a little bit, but in a way. Okay, Miss Squirrel. Okay, wait, there's fighting. Let me actually, just to be safe, let me take, okay, I'm pushing in. Just fighting. Trying to lock in a little bit here, guys. They're above me. No! Okay, he was better. He was just better at me. He was just better than me. That's okay. He was just better than me. I landed a shot, but I wasn't getting the movement. He was better than me. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I shouldn't have tried to push. Damn, so close. That's okay. That's okay. Listen, posting on that stuff when you reacted. There are people who battle on TikTok all day who realize from anything to bother. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, you all seem to make a living. It's like, yeah, thank you guys. And Haley, thank you for the go popular. Dakota, thank you for the follow. Nikki, thank you for the finger hearts. So I go, thank you guys. The eggplant map shape. The eggplant map shape I never win on, guys. Leslie, thank you for the biddies. No, that was our first game. Oh yeah, that's right, Moondrop. That was our first game. But yeah, anyway, so that's what happened on, I don't know. I just felt really bad. And then someone was like, you never stick to a schedule, or you never like are I don't know. I just felt really weird after Monday when somebody was like being like, you beg for things all the time. And I was like, I don't feel like I do, you know, but I always struggle with that too, of being like, hey, you know what I mean? So just know I appreciate you guys. I'm going to try not to bring it up as much, but I also, you know, we have to sometimes talk about it. You honestly like the least of any streamers I've seen. Thank you, Kylie. I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I also know that the economy is tough, and like, I used to be a lot worse at it. I used to talk about goals a lot more, you know, So I just was like struggling with that. I think they were just mad because we ended up not people who were watching wanted me to play Minecraft, and I got overstimulated in Minecraft that we like just started doing just chatting because I couldn't figure out what to do in Minecraft, you know? So I was just like, I think that was part of it. That was part of it. And part of the thing, guys, and I'll be real with you guys, there are days where I get snippy with everyone. You guys know when I get overstimulated, I get snippy, and I don't like being snippy. I'm trying to like not do that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But there are days where I get snippy sometimes, and I'm like, you know, when people just ask a question or something, and I think I need to remember. I try and do better to like remember, you know, things. Just try to remember better. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I got frustrated because I got like whatever because people were being like, no, just keep playing Minecraft, like figure it out, and I was overstimulated, you know. And I got snippy about that. And it's like, you know, I don't want that to be the vibe of things. So I want to make sure that like, you know, we keep working on those on that, I guess, in a way. It's okay to set boundaries. Oh, I will always set boundaries. I have no problem being a boundary bitch. I always will be. Okay. You guys know me. I always will be. But at the same time, I'm also like, you know, I need to also realize like I put a little note on the top of my screen today that was like, lead with kindness first and foremost with everything. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just was play what you want. No, I appreciate that. And like it wasn't Minecraft that was causing me to crash out. It's just that I was overstimulated because we couldn't get Minecraft to work. That was the tea. You know what I mean? Like every time we tried to get on Minecraft, there was like a million little things going on, and I was like, girl, I was like that was the issue. It wasn't the game itself. It's just that I couldn't figure out what to do in Minecraft at that point. By the way, for our Minecraft watchers who are like, well, are we going to stop playing Minecraft? We are not. We're playing Minecraft this week. My plan is to just do vanilla. Thank you for that, October Mallard. Doing vanilla Minecraft and beating the Warden and the Wither. By the way, I was thinking about doing the mod pack, and I was like, I thought the mod pack was going to be the right plan, but I should have played it a little bit before stream. I should have done that. The mod pack is all of the mod packs I played were just too overstimulating for me to start with, I think. So I think just doing vanilla and beating the Wither and the Warden and like doing that in this new world, I think that's going to be a better plan than trying to like figure. I just was too overstimulated by the sheer amount of stuff in the mod packs. I want to do the mod packs, but I think I also need to learn Minecraft more. Like, I just don't know Minecraft, like the base game of Minecraft well enough to be like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know the base game of Minecraft well enough to be like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's also part of it too, you know? Yeah, there's always a lot. Yeah, so it's just like that too. Guys, thank you for the heart. We welcome in. So anyways, there's all those things, all that to say. I did have my coffee in hand. I'm not drinking anymore because it got the weird oat milk film, so it's kind of nasty. Minecraft stimulates me. Yeah, I'm a baby. I'm here for you. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Al. I think also slowly introducing mods might be fun too. You know what I mean? So I think what I would love is like fun mods that add like a quest line or something, you know? So yeah, that's the tea there. That's the tea there. And other things, you know? And we're going to keep playing other things, you know? Especially with how Fortnite is right now too, for the future of Fortnite. Like, we don't know what's going to be happening with Fortnite moving forward. Catwoman, with a follow. I mean, not that it's going anywhere, but you know, oh, I'm the bus driver. Oh, let's drive the bus. Honey, we're driving the bus. Hi, Catwoman. Where do I go? Lucy, thank you for the biddies. I don't even know. I never really know where to go with the bus. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to keep going. And I should go for is the bus still running? Girl, I'm going to crash this bus. Lucy, thank you for all the bits. Oh, Samantha, no. Can you get it fixed? I'm going to go like off the map. That was so dumb. Shut up and drive. Hi, Maddie. How are you? For lunch today, by the way, guys, I have leftover Subway. Who's driving this bus? I'm doing good. And guys, we are trying to get to 100K taps, by the way, baddies. Watch me get eliminated right now. I wasn't paying attention. Ooh, XP though. Craving Subway. Yeah, I never heated up properly. Ooh. Thank you for the follow. For Concert October. Wait, I love that. I love that. Shut up and drive. Whoa, wait, did they change the roll mechanics there? That was kind of weird. Reen, thank you for the follow. What are those glowing squares do? They just give you XP. My day yesterday was good. I had to do my taxes, so that's why we didn't stream. I was gonna do a night stream, but then I get home till like 7:30 at night for my tax appointment. But my taxes are done, except I have to pay my tax bill still. But like getting them all filed is done. I owe more than I thought I was going to, so that is what it is, I guess. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I was like, damn, okay, love that. Love that. Definitely got to change some things for this year for tax-wise. Emma, thank you for the follow as well. Yes, the anxiety of it. I feel like the hard part is over because it's like, I'll cry if I owe back. I owe $15,000 this year, and it's lower than I guess what was initially planned. So I was like, okay, girl, got a lot to pay back there. Whoa, yeah. 15,000 self-employment, guys. Self-employment. 15, not 50. 15. 15,000. You're supposed to do lump sum, Christy, unless you pay quarterly. And I was complaining. Yeah, my brother was complaining to me because he's like, I only got $300 back, and I was like, bitch, shut up. I was like, I'm paying 15 grand. Okay, I was like, shut up. You got $300 back. Shut your bitch ass up. And for those who are wondering why it's that high, guys, you have to understand all of my earnings that I get on TikTok and Twitch and all of those things, I don't get taxes taken out for them. So imagine if you went to your 9 to 5 and you got your paycheck, but taxes were not taken out of your paycheck each week. That's why I owe so much. That's why most self-employed people owe a lot of money. It's because we don't pay taxes until, you know, that time. So if you're like, oh my God, wait, that's way too much. It's actually not. I should owe a lot more, but I have a lot of write-offs. Wild, yeah. I wish I could get my taxes taken out. I wish I could. I wish I could set it up that way. It'd be a lot easier in my mind for budgeting and things, but unfortunately, it's not how the game works, you know. Yeah, I've worked at many different jobs. I worked in the theater industry. That's what we're working on, Mallard. Yeah. First thing I need to do is get a business account set up. I'm doing like a whole bunch of new things right now. So you said you pay that in a lump sum? Yes. So when I get paid every week, guys, or every month from Twitch, you have to pay all at once. I set aside usually 30 to 40% of all of my earned income. So say I earned $100, I don't know, on TikTok for the week or something, then $30 of it would go into $30 to $40 of it would go into a bank account that I have separated for taxes. And then the rest I use for bills or for, you know, living, you know, all that stuff. But this year I'm doing it different where I'm going to be starting a business account. So it's a separate thing. I also, yeah. And I'll be real, guys, that write-off amount is low. Like I write off a lot. Like we write off a lot of stuff. Brian, thank you for the gifties. They are, Josh, unless you're self-employed. I haven't watched the Hannah Montana thing. Do you feel like you make a good living streaming? I definitely do. I mean, the hard part about, I won't lie to you guys, it's different each month, right, Sharpest? It's, yeah, user. The hard part is there is higher, and I do pay more taxes than like a 9 to 5 worker because self-employment taxes. You have to pay self-employment taxes. Did I miss the blue pistol? Oh. Brian, thank you for those finger hits. I appreciate it. Where was it? I didn't watch it. I will watch it. I just didn't even realize. I thought it was going to be later on. Okay, Chrissy, thank you for the sweet flutter. But I think in terms of like earning a living from live streaming, I think it's totally feasible. I think the thing is, And I think what people don't realize about live streaming or just content creation in general is you just never know how much you're going to make as a content creator. You know what I mean? You know, it is very confusing. And they know how much you owe, Jamie. The worst part is they know how much you owe, but they just won't tell you. You just never know. Each month can be different. Each day can be different. You know what I mean? Yes, I have a Google spreadsheet that literally I put down every single purchase that I ever make that has to do with my business goes for stream, goes onto that Google spreadsheet. And I put all of my receipts, I scan them or download them from the internet and put them on a drive. Thanks, little dog. Oh my God, Jay Louise, you're so fine. I'm here. I'm glad you're here. Girl, my ADHD can't. That's the hard part. Oh, I heard somebody. You're so organized. I actually need better organization for it. I was gonna do QuickBooks, but QuickBooks is so confusing. Was I a little ducky? I can't remember. QuickBooks is so confusing. I have an accountant. Yeah, I could not do it myself. I have an accountant. Yes, Autumn, yeah. Do you sell merch? We do have merch, yes. We have tote bags. Tote bags. Somebody's firing at me. Free Text US. That's what I used when I worked in 9 to 5. When I worked at 9 to 5, I did Free Text USA. Always. Always, always, always. Always, always, always. I use Free Text USA. It is yellow, duck. Do I know you have? Yes. Yeah. If you do exclamation point tote, I believe in the chat, I'll show you the tote bags. And it's also the link in my bio for it. Or totes, maybe. It might be totes. Maybe totes, not tote. I want that. I want that. Hey, Diva. Hello. Oh, I love the new shotgun. Look, thank you for the follow. But yeah, in terms of earning, I mean, it's just different, right? Like there are days when we, you know, like if we hit the sub goal, then that's a day that we earn more. Or if we don't, you know, then that's a day that's different, right? It just depends on the day, right? So earnings are different just depending on the day and the life and everything else. Lexi on TikTok could be at the link in my bio for it. I'm stuck. I hate my life. I'm stuck. Girl. Okay, I actually don't know. I feel like I need to go back to the twin hammer. I don't know. Mom, we're working on it. One day at a time a little bit. The charge is super slow. Yeah, I feel like it's so slow. The twins are so good. Is there a limit? No, there's no limit on them. Twins are so good, especially when we get the legendary. Yeah. Yeah, did they nerf that shotgun or did they not? Is it still the same? Maybe it's the skin. Yeah, I might need to switch there. What happened? Oh, the usual. I died. We died. We died. But yeah. So anyways, that's the tea, that's the shade there. So again, income is just, it varies, right? There, like, I'll be with you guys. Like, for example, I'll tell you guys, like, because you guys know I love to be transparent with you guys on earnings and income and things like that. I'm always transparent. I'll show you. So like in January of last year on TikTok alone, in the month of TikTok, we made $4,483. That's a lot. That's a lot. Please know that's a lot of money. Like that's amazing. And then last month we made $1,300, right? So like there is definitely a distinct difference in like you just never know how much you'll earn on a platform depending, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, there's huge fluctuations there. Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Huge fluctuations there. So it just depends on the month. And same with the Purple platform too. There was one month where we were in like 6,000. That's before taxes, Danny. That's untaxed. That's untaxed. 40% of that immediately goes into a tax account. Okay, thank you for the finger hearts. Usually there are months where I make 50% less than what I made, you know, the month before. Reens, thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. 40%? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this year alone, I mean, I had a lot of write-offs, but this year I owe 15,000 with all my write-offs. Do you ever get worried? Every day I wake up worried, Nadia. I'll be real with you. I won't lie to you. I won't lie and say I don't. It's a very hard thing to, like, you know, figure out. I worry less about income and more about like growth things to help with the income. You know what I mean? Is there any month that you see consistently high for you? No. No, not usually. Not usually. Thanks, Nadia. I appreciate it. Busted llama. Oh yeah, I forgot the llama's in here. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Thanks for watching Transparency. Always. I do crochet. I'm actually have a little crochet project right next to me right now. Can you write off if you do V-Buck raffles? Yep. Yep, I write that off. What else do I write off? I mean, I write off a lot. Thanks, Phoenix. I appreciate it. I write off a lot. That's how I was able to. Originally, guys, I owed, before my write-offs, guys, I owed $43,000. And then I got it. It went down with write-offs to 15,000. You know, I'm going to quarterly, J. Louise. What makes the fluctuation so big? I mean, the reality of the situation. There's two realities. One is it's gifting. I mean, that's the big thing. You know what I mean? There are days where we don't. You know, where we don't, and then there are days where we do. Right. So that's how the fluctuations work. The most part. For the most part. You're going to court. Could you imagine? No. Ah, shit. Oh, I missed. Oh my God, my shots are not landing today. Woo! Okay. No! They were so low, too. I owed 43,000 until I did my write-offs, yeah. They were so low, too. Brand deals as well. Yeah, it depends on the brand deals you sign, right? And how much you negotiate for it. That's also one, too. But I would say, you know, 80%, 85% of my income is from, you know, okay, they did an email for a third party. Girl, please. It's through just like Purple and TikTok, you know. And there are months where we just have lower audience. You know what I mean? Like my audience on TikTok this month has been extremely low compared to past months, you know, and that's okay. That happens. But like we've been on a very low rate on TikTok these past few months. We've grown a lot on Purple, but very low. What's your highest income month? January of last year. Whatever you streamed into taxes at all, you go to jail. You'd go to federal prison because you're committing tax fraud. You would go to federal prison. You would go to jail. You would go to jail. The IRS does not. No, they do not play. The law comes for you. The law comes. Hard to stream for jail, yeah. Alien, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate
Then
that.
we go to the gay club, and
yeah.
who do I see as
Unless
soon
you're
as
the
I get in the door? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair. Yes.
Yes. It's gonna work.
Dula Peep.
Dula Peep.
And you know what? What was that? What was that? Okay. James. Yes.
But yeah, I'm always happy to answer questions about it. It's all in my brain right now because I did all my taxes stuff yesterday. So I'm always happy to answer questions about it. Not a 1-8 answer. I know. I was born in July. Yeah, I'm gonna job. I know. Ellie's amazing. Could we be your accountants? Sure. Sure. Do you write off your meals? And when I travel, I do, but not like groceries and stuff like that. I've done a cookie stream before, Nicole. Yeah. July what? July 3rd. July 3rd. July 3rd. July 3rd. I'm surprised your biggest month last year wasn't your birthday month. Yeah, no, January was. January was a, so January was, you have to remember guys, the TikTok ban that happened, January, prior to that guys, January, I used to, like, I won't lie to you guys, we used to make 5 times the amount that I make on TikTok now. Just about. So maybe not on purple, but I, like, overall, because of TikTok, it was much larger very early on in the year. So your pizza write-offs? Yes. If you purchase them in the tax fiscal year. Yeah. Hi, hell yeah, how are you? But that's also because I stopped like pushing for gifts on TikTok or things like that, you know what I mean? I might not survive this. Hello from the hello. Yes. Yep. Part of this is right off of my rent. This square footage is. I don't consider myself a big street. I don't consider myself big yet. I'll be real. I know it's crazy to think. I guess I am, but I don't. Girl, I got bombs going off near me. Hello? Defunks is back. Welcome back, baddie. How are you? It's good to see you. Mods, we could actually block that person. We haven't done that yet. How does the write-off work? Like, is the whole entire cost of what you bought? Yes. Well, it depends. It depends on what it is. It depends on what it is, you know. It depends on like what the write-off is, you know. Hold on, let me lock in here for a minute, guys. That guy's right there. Hold on. He's literally, I think he's got to be a bot. Okay, that had to have been a bot. I have not, Amazing Wolfie. I have not. Favorite POI, this is my favorite POI. But write-offs, I mean, you can write off a lot of things. Your gas and mileage you can write off. Gas and mileage, depending on what you do. You can write those things off. Really? Yeah. I write my gas and mileage off. When I travel. Like when I went to TwitchCon and stuff. Internet, yeah. Internet, electricity I write off. My cell phone I write off. Because I use it for work, you know. You have to prove that you use it for, you can't just be like, I'm running this off. You have to like prove that you're actually using it for work. But if you prove it, you know. My health insurance I do as a write-off for me. Yeah, it just depends on your business. It really does just depend on your business. And it goes to the write-off people, yeah. Shockingly, funnily enough, actually, David was kind of right for his business thing. This person's better than me. I'm dead. I don't know why I just ran head first into his AR. I got to change the skin. The skin is eating me up today. The skin is eating me up today. I got to change the skin around, honey. How do you prove it? So like, I write off a portion of my rent, right? I use this room. So I measure the entire square footage of my apartment. Then I measured the square footage of this room that I stream from. And so I subtract basically the amount. So like, say like, I don't know, say it's my rent's $1,000 a month and I have 1,000 square foot apartment. And I have this room is 200 square feet. I'm making up numbers. These are not real numbers. Then $200 a month I could use, right? Because it's like $100 per 100 square feet. Or whatever. $200 a month of that I can use as a write-off. And that's what I do, right? That's how it works. Same with my cell phone bill. Cell phone bill, we calculate the amount of time that I'm working per week, per hours versus the full month. And from there, we figure out like, okay, I use my phone, I don't know, 40 hours a week or whatever, or 80 hours a week for my cell phone for my business. I use it way more than 80 hours a week. Therefore, it's this amount is written off. My accountant does all the math for that specifically, thankfully, because girl, I'm gay and can't do math. But that's kind of how it works. And you just have to be able to be like, this is the amount. This is what it is, you know? Oh my God, that's crazy. All right, let's put on this girl pop. I always do pretty well with her. So we'll go with her for now. Thank you for literally. Thank God for our accountant. Thank God. But yeah, it just depends, you know, and that's kind of how it works. So it just depends Kay, how are you? I also think too, a lot of my income decreased because when I was streaming, the reality of the situation too is like people do spend more money, not to be whatever, but people do spend more money in the evening than they do during the day. Because people are at nighttime are like, yeah, I can throw 10, 15 bucks, 30 bucks. You know what I mean? They're not as conscientious as they are at like a 1 p.m. I'm that way too. I'll throw money out the window at 1 o'clock in the morning, but at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, I'm much more tight with my money, right? That's how most people are too. So I think that's also why it changed for me. Oh, I'm the bus driver again. Compared to like a year ago. Because when I streamed in January, I used to stream a lot at nighttime, you know? I'm gonna get the things here. Vinny Frizzle. And the freestyle. Yeah. I mean, exactly. Like, I spend more money at nighttime than I do in the evening, right? But that's normal too. That's just like normal behavior, right? But also, like, mentally, I couldn't do the late nights anymore. As much as I was making more then, I couldn't do the late nights. Oh, I'm seeking for the follow. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. My brain was like throwing up. You were the bus driver. I know I was driving. I wanted to get the XP bubbles. Yes, VWTF. Yeah, much less. Oh yeah. I also very much have encouraged people not to use my code and not to purchase things from the shop. So that, you know, I don't even count it for income anymore. Grab that. I hope this is not boring my economy talk or like me being like, I don't like to talk about people don't like it when I talk about the stuffing or whatever, but I'm talking about like all the money things. Forced him to wash, loving it. Okay, well, I'm glad. How many viewers made you comfortable enough to stream full time? I'm not comfortable enough streaming full time now. You know what I mean? I think if you're ever comfortable enough streaming full time, that's a dangerous thing. You know what I mean? I am constantly thinking about budget and money and things constantly. There was never like a number that was like, this is enough. You know what I mean? There never, and probably there never will be, right? Because even though I'm making more money probably than I was 2 years ago doing streaming, obviously, I have more costs now that go into things, right? Like I pay editors, I have a management team, you know, all those things, right? So like, as you scale, so too does your cost scale, you know? So there's never like a set, like, this is it, you know? Give it up. No, Lexi, this is my full-time job. This is my full-time job. But I don't consider myself, I mean, I consider myself a streamer, but I consider myself more of a content creator that plays video games during the day. Does having a team make it easier to show up since it's not just you? Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes. It depends. It depends. Sometimes it's harder because I'm like, can I afford it to do it this month, right? To afford for the team this month. The scary part is can I afford to pay for the team this month, right? That's the scary part. Yeah. Right. Like that's all the part of it too. And yeah, and of course also like economics too, right? Like how economics work and things like that. Like in terms of like, you know, the economy is ass right now. So that also leads into things. You know what I mean? But I try and adjust for that, right? Like that's part of my scaling and figuring things out is adjusting for the economy, right? Like our sub goal used to be 50 subs a day. I changed it to 30, right? Because I know that realistically the economy right now is so shit. There's no way we'll hit 50 subs a day unless I was a bigger streamer or, you know, things like that. But there's just no way. There's no way I could hit that nowadays, right? I mean, there are days where we do, and and I'm so thankful for it. But the reality of the situation is like you also have to scale what you're doing dependent upon the pattern of the world, right? And the pattern of how things work in the world. And that's the only way you can have longevity in it. In any sort of way, you know? In any sort of way. Love boys. Me too. That's why I'm gay. It's the real bestie. Yeah. Garbo, give the follow. I would, Spellbound. I would like to. One day I would. Should be a tote bag link. Is it not there, Lexi? It might. I thought I had the link on there. It might be on Twitch if it's not there. It should just say, it should be tote bags. Like tote bags are here. If it's not on though, maybe it got taken off by accident. They took the bot. I know. Listen, sometimes who's not going to? Tristan, thank you for the puss. I appreciate that. And then it also just depends on viewer trends. Like today, for example, we only have, not we only, but we have 107, like we've been averaging between like 160 to 170 people on TikTok, right? Today, where like usually we can be anywhere from 250 to 300, right? That's like 100 extra people, right? So it really is just different day to day in terms of how the economy of it works, right? How it all fits together. Hi, my three amigos. How are you? Yeah, I've had a lot of folks saying they've not been seeing my lives. It's because I just haven't been live streaming a lot on TikTok. That's why. That's the algorithm does not reward people who do not stream as much on TikTok, which is fine. Which is fine. We'll get back up there. We'll get back up there little by little. Somebody's come up here.
I want to thank all the evil gays.
It didn't launch me.
You know, I just really.
I'm like in the season, yeah. Girl, I can't. Girl, I can't. Ooh. I have no movement. If I die in this storm, I'm gonna be so pissed, guys. I'm gonna die in this storm because I'm gonna get third-partied. How much do the ads give you on Twitch? Not a lot. Like 30, maybe 30 bucks a day. 20 to 30 bucks a day. Hi, Kels. How are you? Hi, Killian. How are you? Literally, okay, there we go. I was like, couldn't see where they were. Ooh, oh, honey. Does the pizza heal health or just whatever you call it? Both. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, oh my God, it heals a lot of it. Holy crap. That's crazy. That's crazy. Gold reset. I've been doing it since last season. Since last season too. What is this shit with the map? A crown. Take slices. I did. I took 3. Peekaboo. I really did. Killian, thank you for the hard meme. Does your account help you make predictions based on previous years, followers, subscribers, or only filing taxes? All of the rest of the budgeting goes into me. So I have to figure based off of my own personal Can somebody tell me, is there a method to this damn bunk thing where I don't get stuck in the damn underneath it? Because I swear to God, every time I place a bunk down, I get stuck underneath it immediately. Immediately, I get stuck underneath the bunk. Every damn time. Every damn time. I'm like, is there a method that I'm missing that I don't know? Jump before you throw it? There are. Hi, Jen. How are you? I know your favorite game. Ooh, facts. Celsius must be hefty. Yeah. Girl, can I? Wait, hold on. I was like, wait, I'm playing bad. Pause, I'm playing bad. Pause, I'm playing bad. Jump first? Okay. That's good to know, because every time I always feel like I'm like, what am I doing, you know? There's somebody on the, I hear someone. William says, hello, Alexis, how are you? Shit. God damn it. Oh my God, I'm getting beamed, dude. I'm dead. Oh! Okay, I tried. I'm reporting his name, by the way. Bury my cock, honey, you wish. The only thing you're burying your cock into is your hand at 2 a.m. in your own bed, because you're not getting anything outside of that, okay? Let's be real. Let's be real, kid, all right? Bury your cock into what? Your own goddamn hand, okay? Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. How do I report the... There we go. All right. Damn. It is. Dude, yeah. Okay, Valid. That's what I just got for truly. Reese, thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. At my and you did it at my birthday dinner. And you did it at my birthday dinner. That's crazy. And you did it at my birthday. Why'd you report him? For his username. His username was Bury My Cock. His username was Bury My Cock. Crazy. So I decided, well, Moses. Oh, archery. Guys, I found all my old Pokemon cards, by the way. Look at this bad boy card. Guys, guess how much this card is worth. I'm gonna be witch. 1800 raw. That's true. 1800 without even getting graded, guys. I gotta get it graded. I gotta get it graded. I gotta get it graded. If it gets to, it won't get PSA 10 on it. But if it's PSA 10, it's 10,000. The market price of it right now. 10,000 if I get it graded. It won't be rated 10 because it's been sitting in my like box for years. Dollars, yes, doll hairs. Doll hairs. My favorite place to land is here, actually. Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, go through your old cards. You never, and that's just one of the cards. Like this one I have. This one is worth like $200. The Snorlax that I found last night. This one's worth like $200. Like, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's so sus. Yeah, that's the thing. If I get it graded, I want to like get it properly done, I guess. Great way to give the follow. All right. Hold on, y'all. Try to lock it where they are. Got him. Is that on Pawn Stars? Literally. Could you? Do you know the Pawn Star guy literally like sells Pokemon cards on TikTok Shop? Where do you get them graded? You have to send them in to like a grader. There are different people who are qualified to do it, so you kind of have to find a good one. I would want to find somebody who's like really good at it. You know what I mean? Lower the value. Yes, I do know that. This one though is too valuable not to get it graded. You kind of have to for this one. Yes, Chumley. Yeah, Chumley literally, he does it. He does it online. He literally sells. What's golden from Netflix? Kansas Mellow, thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate it. You're a maniac with a zipline? I know. I play very weird with the zipline, but I feel like it works. Marcus, thank you for the follow. I feel like it works. Guys, I don't think I've done any rivalries today. Oh, there's a cooldown now. Wait, is there a cooldown now? Wait. Like, where is this guy? Like, where is he? People over there. That was not who I needed. I'm trying to find my rivalry. Have you other way? I like the new map. I like it. It vibes with me. Girl, where is he? Am I blind? I cannot find this guy. Hello? He's hot. Oh, I hear a chest. I heard a chest opening. Yeah, I love that. But yeah, we do have our goals today. We do have our sub goal, y'all. We also have our big goal. We have our goals on TikTok. I gotta set a post goal. We have not done a post goal yet. Girl, where is this guy? Hello? Go to the center of the red circle? Okay. Where? He's moving. Trying to see if I can draw him out. Oh, okay, got stuck. Oh, I hear. Wait. I'm gonna waste this entire. Girl, where the F? He's got to be over here with the fighting. Where is this guy? Hello? Is he in the car over there? I love the rivalry mechanics too. I'm having so much fun with it. Oh, now he's shooting at me. Found him. But one of these guys is coming over. Ooh. Got my rivalry, dude. Locked in. Okay. CC for the follow. What do I want to carry right now? Yeah. Clock it, honey. I'm like, should I also carry the Skyline? No, it's fine. But where's the? Oh, I'll show you. I got a couple of them. I'll show you a couple of them. Yeah, I'm going to. It's out of gas. Wait, what was over here that I missed? Pizza. Sorry, I had to lock in there, guys. I kind of locked in there. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of locked in there. Not gonna lie to you guys. I kind of freaking locked in. I'm shocked we actually survived that. Clocked him real easy there, honey. Clocked him. There's a fake one up there. I'm not gonna pick that right now, though. Where's my rival? Oh my god. Oh, girl in the storm? Oh, she must be a bot. Hi, Bailey. How are you? In the storm. What's your favorite part of spring and or summer? I like it when it's nice enough where I don't have to be out. Like it's nice enough to be outside, but I'm not sweating to death. You know what I mean? But I'm not sweating to death outside. When I'm sweating to death, I'm not a happy camper. Guys, we're almost at 40 followers on TikTok. Thank you for following, by the way. I hate sweating. Me too. Olivia, it's working. I believe it's anybody having issues with purple platform chat, y'all? Pete, I started a little over a year ago now. I started at the end of chapter 5. Whoa. I haven't found the wait, I've never used the cannon before. Wait, what is that, guys? I haven't used the cannon yet. How does is the cannon good? I love it. Use it. I'll hold on to it for now. Just don't blow yourself up. Oh, good. Good for campers. Ooh, that's good for this season then. That's good for this season then. After this round, guys, I'm gonna grab my lunch real quick, by the way. You can charge the cannon too before shooting? Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Guys, we're 2 followers from 40. Who's gonna be the next 2 followers on TikTok? BT dubs. BT dubs. I have a leftover Subway sandwich. No, thank you for the follow. Girl? What the fuck's happening? Hello? Help! Help! And that's what happens when you lay off 1,000 employees, Epic Games. That's what happens when you lay off 1,000 employees. Curious. Curious. Some over there with the bigger hearts. Clock it. That's what. Ooh. Coincidence? I think not. J. Louise, they are. We changed the name of them now. So there's SD, but you have to re-click them. You have to go like back into the emote section for them. Life was nuts. It's crazy. I'm glad you like it, Evie. Pete, thank you for the you're awesome. They laid off good developers too. Ooh, fuck. I fucked up. 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 I thought I had bunks on me. I fucked up. Where'd he go? He bush it? Where'd he go? Am I dumb? Where did that guy go? I think they went in the water. Oh, you sound like Chaco, do I? Roof? There was somebody on the roof. I saw them up there. So, wait, should I fire it at the roof here? I rifted. Start? Yeah, I'm curious to see. Sorry, guys, I had to lock. I keep locking in. I keep locking in, y'all. Something in the water. I should have grabbed more. I need bunks. I keep like going to throw it on a bunk and I don't have one. There's somebody in this building here. Shit. Was that me? Oh, did I do that? Oh, was that me? Oh, did I do that? Oh, my bad. All right, guys, I'm not gonna carry this anymore. Sorry. I need the bunk. It was cute. I don't think I want it. I'm Tonga Jahari, and I did order that pizza, bitch. I'm Tonga Jahari, and I did order that pizza. My name's Tonga Jahari, and I ordered that damn thing. Tigger, thank you for the army. Oh! And this is where I should have not panicked. I panicked. No! I was playing so good too. I panicked. Justin, thank you for the donuts. Please get Roly Poly Dolly out of there. Maybe I am. I was playing so good. Lock in, Tonka Jahari. Lock in. Guys, thank you for hitting the finger goal again. Let me set the puss goal on TikTok, y'all. Let me set the puss goal on TikTok. Guys, I am going to go grab, I'll be like so quick. I'm going to grab my lunch real fast because I'm starving. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. While I'm away, tell me your favorite Pokemon, because I'll show you some more Pokemon cards. Okay. Each puss for 10 Pokemon cards. Yes, that's right. That's right. Be right back, y'all. Be back in 2 seconds. I just grab my lunch. No, I've had this game for a while. It's an edit style.
Of missing lovers past. My brother used to call it eating out of the trash. It's never gonna last. I thought my house was haunted. I used to live with ghosts and all the perfect couples said when you know, and when you don't, you don't. And all of the foes and all of the friends have seen it before, they'll see it again. Life is a song, it ends when it ends. I was wrong, but my mama told me it's alright. You were dancing through the lightning strikes, sleepless in the onyx night. But now the sky is understand it. Why you felt alone. You were in it for real. She was in her phone, and you were just a pose. And don't we try to love, love? We give it all we got. You finally left the table. And what a simple thought. You're starving till you're not. And all of the foes and all of the friends have messed up before, they'll mess up again. Life is a song, it ends when it ends. You move on. And that's when I told you
I'm back.
it's alright. You were dancing through the lightning strikes, sleepless in the onyx night. But now
All right. Hi, Madison. I love that. I hope it was good. Mm-mm. Bum bow, bum ba na ba na bow. Bum bow. All right. Yes, Moondrop. After if that works, after I finish eating, absolutely. Yes, 100%. I'm kind of nervous. Leftover Subway subs do not seem like they hold together well. But you know what? We're gonna make it work, baddies. Okay. Justin, thank you for those gifties, by the way. I appreciate that. We're gonna make it work, baddies. All right. I don't know. It's so good, Megan. Man, thank you for the follow. Make it work tonight. All right, we did set a push goal on TikTok, y'all. And we do have our sub goal on Twitch, y'all. We're currently at 268 plus points as well. Hi, Pixel Bunny. So let's see if we can start slaying up one of those. Jill. Mary with the puss. Guys, we're gonna show a new of my pulled Pokemon cards every time we do a little puss thing. Look at this Mew! Guys, I have so many. Look at these cards, guys. I'm losing my mind. So cold, I know. No, P, I am boycotting anything in the shop. Sorry, thank you for the follow. Wait, girl, I want to see them. No, I didn't Moondrop. Hi, Kirby, how are you? Reens, thank you for the hand heart. And Rhea, thank you for the puss as well. Was that a Pavilion? No, that was a Venomoth. A first edition Venomoth. Wait, T, Kira, can you DM it to me so I can check it out later? Would you be willing? I would love to like look at them and get one. And yeah, y'all, let's tap and share on TikTok, y'all. Let's see if we can get back on the algo since TikTok has been angry at me the past few weeks. See if we can get tapping and sharing. Help us out over there. So good. I didn't see it yet. I'll have to see it. But it's worth graded $10,000, or if I get it graded perfect, $10,000. Ungraded, just like base, is like 1,700 right now. Pete, thank you for the floating octopus. It's actually crazy, Herb. Hi, Maud. And I had no idea that I had it. Girl, what? I know. Spank my ass and call me beautiful. You know what I mean? Yes, Mercy Pete, I know. Thanks, Kira. I appreciate it. Wow, TikTok is so mad at me lately. Girl, this is crazy. Purple event, let's hang out on TikTok today. We might need that love. We might need that love. It's like really mad at me today. I don't know why. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I had he had full health and I had nothing there. Currently like 80, Jaden. Currently 80 or more. Even around kills today, any guesses? Well, that was crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Morgan. Like TikTok is so mad at me right now. I don't know why. I don't know how to get on TikTok's good graces again. Wurmple, yeah. I love that. Okay, the sub is a little, like the bread is a little hard. I am Kayla. I am. Hello, Pussycat Destroyer. Crazy name. He died. Yay. You love to see it. Yeah, it's been weird. Melissa, thank you for the floating octopus. Yeah, I'll be real. We just haven't been streaming enough on TikTok. I'll be real, guys. We just have not been streaming enough hours on TikTok. That's probably why. I just have not been putting in the hours that we need to. So we'll just have to put more hours in. That's okay. That's okay. Do more just chatting on TikTok too. Giant rat outside your yard. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm glad you do, Emily. Mallard, thank you for the floating octopus. Thank you guys for the pusses. I appreciate it. Give me my cards. Okay. Can I show them after we land or after this round? And I will show you 10 cards. I'll just grab 10 randomly. Fruity Looty, thank you for the heart meme. Just remind, don't let me forget. My favorite, I have a lot of different Pokemon that I like. I have a lot. I love, some of my favorites are, I can never pronounce their names right. Minun and the two that look like the little Pichus, but they're plus and negative ones. I think those are so cute, but I can never remember their names or say them correctly. Love them. Big Sylveon fan, big Wigglytuff fan. Yes. It's Minun and is it Plusle? I don't know how to pronounce it. Plusle? I don't even know. TCG app, Ballard. TCG app. TCG app. Sure, thanks. You're welcome. Plus, yeah, literally. Hi, Sarah. How are you? It's good to see you. Shit, there's somebody nearby. Hold on. Plusle, okay. Minun and Plusle. Those are some of my top twos right now. Do a little peeking, honey. Do a little peeking, queen. She's got a peek on that shit. Ooh. Ooh. What'd he say? Do a little peek. Do a little peek. Yes, Emily, I have been. I've been in my Pokemon era on the Switch right now. Oh no, I missed it. I forgot the pizza in the house. Shit. That's okay. I'll live. I'll live. It's okay. It's okay. Ooh. I'll live. I'm like, do I carry the shot? Actually, you know what? I might carry the DMR right now. Hi, Johnny. How are you? Hi. How are you? It's good to see you, Kiki. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you for being here if you're on TikTok. Thank you. We're almost to 45 followers on TikTok, y'all. I'm dead. God damn it. I could not get off. I couldn't aim right. I couldn't get my mouse around fast enough. Okay, let me show you guys the 10 cards. We did 10 cards. Let me show you guys. All right, here's 10 random cards that I have that I've been pulling, okay, that are like good cards. Ready? These are from the like $2 to $5 bunch that I had. Ready? Damn, Kim K is so sweaty in this game. I actually hate it. All right, so we've got this Pikachu girl. She's gonna lock in this Pikachu. The Psyduck. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to like focus it. Hello? Can it like lock in and focus a little for me, please? Hello? This other Pikachu. These ones are all like worth. This is one of my favorites, of course. Is this one Manoon? Yeah, this one's Manoon. We have, oh my God, I cannot, Omentai, I can never pronounce that one either. Sia, thank you for the sub at T1 for 3 months in advance. And then look at this Mudkip one. Isn't this one so cute? And then I had a copy, I have another of the Psyduck. And then this one, Professor Elite's trainer. A lot there. Was there any others? Oh, and then this Kricketot one as well. Minum, thank you. I just literally, please correct me. Wait, are they in sleeves? Where are they in the back? Yes, they're in sleeves. They're in sleeves to protect them. To protect them, they are in sleeves. They're in sleeves. Y'all, we're gonna shout out the next 2 followers on TikTok to get some 45 new followers. We're gonna shout out the next 2 on TikTok today. Get us back on the algo, y'all. Get us back on that algo. We're gonna shout out the next 2 people. So if you're scrolling by and you're not following his Zesty Bestie, then bitch, what are you doing?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Hello. Don't call, just text me. Bitch,
Thank
slow
you.
and
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know
Nope,
I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yeah.
It girlfriend ATL.
Go give the heart me. Unfollows and refollows. Actually, that hurts more than helps. Don't do that. Don't do that. But thank you. I think somebody did because we're only at 44. Oh my God, she's bald. I felt summoned. You were summoned. You want a Pokemon bottle even though I know you're going, wait, what? Pokemon, you mean battle? Thank you for the club cheers, Glen Coco. For the ball shot, truly. Hi, Shadow, how are you? I have no idea. Happy doing another tournament? I had no idea. I don't know, Kylie. I'm doing good, Celestial. We've been here. We're doing good, you know. Yes, Glen Coco's gifting. Of course, Arcadator. I have, yeah, we've been bus driver twice today, Kiara. Bus driver twice today. Guys, I should stand up, actually. We've been bus driver twice. Two-time bus driver. I want to, like, eat this before. Potatoes, you can make your own command. So, like, you can do, like, an exclamation point with a command. Hold on. Bye. I love the new season. I've gotten 3 or 4 wins so far. We haven't gotten any today, but I do love the new season. I'm actually taking a couple of slices. Yeah, like the doll one there. Exactly. You should make a ticket in the Discord. I don't know why it says my inventory key. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Hi, Cozy with Cammy. How are you? Bum, bum, ba-now. Okay, period. You're playing? Of course. We're for 5+ years at this point. 6 years. I've been doing it full time for 2 years now. Two-ish years now. Girl, I have way too much health here. Other plays are build? Yeah, I would never play builds. You kidding me? You kidding me? No way. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not in this house. I'll carry 1 for now, I guess. I don't need all of these though. I need movement. I need movement. I agree, Turtle Duck. I agree with you on that one. Bonk does not work anymore, no. Bonk no longer works, no. Recession, I love that. I love that, bestie. Anything in here? Nope. Nada. Nada. Bum-bow. Guys, we're almost at 45 followers on TikTok. Make sure to hit that follow button if you are joining in. If you are joining in. I'm in your match. Okay, Justin, come find me. The bong just never worked anyways. It was so broken anyways. Hi, Andrew. You're back from Chili's. What'd you get at Chili's? Thank you for the heart me. What'd you get at Chili's? Chili's baby back ribs. My guy's over here somewhere. Anything better? Okay. My loot's not really looting right now. Not gonna lie. Can I have your leftovers, please, girl? Hot take Chili's is mid. I really only used to go to Chili's before I had my surgery like years and years and years and years ago. Years and years ago. Where's my opponent? Didn't they do like a mozzarella stick, but that also was like dipped in like buffalo sauce or something? Bye, Drewski. And thank you for the heart meme. I got gastric bypass like almost 2 years ago now, or a year and a half ago now. Girl, okay, I can't break the window here. I thought I could. Yes, the hot ones, they were so good. That's big back shit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. A brick of mozzarella deep fried and dipped in buffalo wing sauce. Girl, let's be real. That's our big back shit right there. Okay. Okay. Oh, over here. She's in there. Girl, I'm not firing. I'm getting third party. Anybody else? Oh, somebody else coming in. This is a bot. Anybody else? No? We good? I adjusted. Well, what can I say? Kimberly, thank you for the heart me. Well. Anybody else? There's legendary. Yeah, I don't want it. It's an SMG that is ass. CS, thank you for the GGs. Guys, thank you for the taps and the shares on TikTok, by the way. We're still are 1 follower away from 45 followers, y'all. Let's even get that one person. Leave a follow. Who's gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Hi today, how are you? 16835 and Emma, thank you for the follows. Hi Mahek, how are you? Thank you for the other follow as well. Thank you guys. How do you feel about the Vector? That thing is nuts. Vector is in like, oh yeah, from Gru. I know that's not what you're talking about, but I'm making a joke, okay? Kylie. It's called comedy. Oh god, I'm going against the Sabrina. Shit, not Sabrina. Oh god.
Dance break.
Hi, Jenna. Girl, what we building over here? What's going on? What's going on over there, huh? What's going on over there? What's happening? What's happening over there, y'all? A comedian and a gamer? Wow. Mary, thank you for the puss. Oh my god, we're 4 pusses away from our halfway with the puss. Go. Let's slay those pussies, y'all. Let's slay. Okay, my Sabrina's nearby here. This Sabrina's gonna murk me. I just feel it. Where is this Sabrina? I'm stuck. You better work. Okay. I see her. She's up there. I see you, Brina. I'm missing my shots. I'm ass. I'm missing all my shots, and she's better. Let her push me. Push me. Come on, push me, queen. I want her to try and push me. Is she gonna push? She's pushing. Go. Bash, thank you for the follow. Pete, thank you for the pussies. Wait, guys, thank you for the pussies. I know that's right, honey. I'm better, queen. She thought. You gotta love it when you take out a Sabrina. You know what I mean? It really makes you go crazy. It really makes you go crazy. You know what I'm saying? She should have stayed on the mountain, okay? All right. Exactly. All right. I need to find move. I have no movement though. This is the problem. We are currently without any movement, y'all. I mean, the pizza gives a little bit of something, but we're top 5 and have literally not a single piece of movement and all green. It's going all right, cowboy. Not too bad. John, thank you for the heart me. You have Neatos? I do. I have some, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the best. I think probably going to the vending machine over here. Probably the vending machine is the best. And y'all, we are 1 follower now away from 50 followers this stream. Sorry, I thought it was 145. I was like, damn. Okay, wait, movement, yay. What about dumplings? No, sorry, I'm not 12. No, sorry, I'm not 12. In the most loving way possible. Upgrade your shoddy, yeah. Oh, good idea.
Huh?
Alexi, thank you.
What?
What?
Oh.
Okay. Let's upgrade this at least. I'm gonna go. Yeah, that's good. Like, see, for the hanging lights, you try to collect them. I feel like they're just crazy. Yes, I'll play the intro. Let me do this first. First question, remind me of you. I love that. Marvelous. Please, baby. Have a great time at PAX East, by the way. What team did you pick? We team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. Sorry, thank you for the follow. On God. I don't know that hear you say on God. Alexa, thank you for the gamer cow. Holy cow. Did you hear the new one? I was locked in this morning. No. I haven't seen that one yet. I was so locked in this morning. That's funny. I feel like I say that all the time. But anyways, I love that. 18 cents, I'm winning. You're winning, Mallard. Now Tana's quoting me, guys. When are we gonna do a Tana? Oh. Oh. Oh, Miss Girl, I can't see with the bushes in the way, honey. He's up top there. Girl, I see you, honey. Shit. Oh, shit. He got me good. He's coming. No! Fuck that guy. May he never find joy. May he always May he always only jack off into his hand. May it always be rough on it too. May he never have anything, no lube, no nothing. Okay? May he never. And may he always chafe. May he always chafe. I think with a floating octopus. And Dixie with a follow. All right. May he always chafe. Oh, Moondrop, yes, if you're ready, we can do that. Well, let me do this one round, then we'll do it after this round. How's that sound? If you want to redeem it. The intro. Hold on.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
What's on the sandwich? It's just an Italian BMT, baby. Just a BMT. All right, 10 cards. You guys want to see 10 cards? So let's do it real quick while we're in the lobby. Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? A golden tool, which I guess is pretty valuable. Venusaur. Azrael. This isn't a valuable trainer card, I guess. Another valuable trainer card that I didn't know I had. These are like first edition ones. A first edition Weedle that I found in my collection. Oh shit. First edition Diglett. Another valuable trainer card. Wooper. Wurmple. Oh god. Psyduck. Oh god, which was this one? Golduck. Trying to go through them quick. Miltank. Shit. Okay, there we go. We're back. There you go. Those are new ones. Those are new ones, y'all. Those are ones I found in my collection. Oh my god, she's bald. And guys, we do have our sub goal. We have our puss goal going on. I want to see. I'm going to challenge us. Can we get halfway with the sub goal and finish the puss goal this round? Who's going to be the next one? Who's going to have a big fat ass to do it? Huh? Psyduck is so good. I know. Emily. Thank you for the puss, baby. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. You have a Psyduck tattoo? Do you really? Hi, Nixie. Well, hell yeah. I feel like I'm gonna be F'd here. Yeah, we are in trouble here. Girl, where? Above? How? Literally, how did he kill me? Oh, how did he have shield? Did he not get hit at all? I did not, Justin. Without looking, what do you think I identify as? Kieran the cat bat. I have no idea, babes. I'll be real. Diabolical. All right, if you're ready, oh my god, my brain cannot today. Moondrop, you can go ahead and request for the game, baddie, when you're ready. When you're ready. Moondrop, we were doing a viewer game. We redeemed a viewer game. Thank you for the heart me, guys. Well, I challenged us for the goals, but the game only went for like 2 minutes. And that's ready up. Yeah, baby. Oh, I love that skin. Yeah, baby. Forget about the rat race. Ring with the finger hearts. And Destiny with a follow. Oh my god, Sarah, I can't even imagine. What? Oh wait, I pushed the talk on, I think. Hold on, let me turn that off so you can hear me. Wait. How do I turn push to talk off? Hello? Push to open mic. Maybe it's off mic. There we go. Now you should be able to hear me. Hopefully. Party's crazy. I know. Queen. Slay. Slay. All right, let's see if we can do the goals now, baddies, for this round. We'll see who has the fattest ass at the end of this round. Maddie, thank you for the heart, by the way. A Larkinator, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you, Batty. Diva. Hey, girl. Hey, hi. Appreciate. How are you? Where do you want to land? I will land wherever you'd like to land, Moondrop. Go ahead and mark it. Wherever you want to go. Hi, Rachel. Thank you so much, Larkinator. Larkinator currently is in the lead for the fattest ass this round. I've been great. I've been great. How are you? Do you? Oh my gosh, Elise. I'm doing good, Minnie. How are you? Damn straight, bestie. You better believe it. Who should take the crown? All right, where do we want to land you? I'm good wherever you want to go, Moondrop. You got it. You got it. The emo names did change, by the way, guys. You have to re-click them on purple. They did shift. They did shift. Girl, what was the did you hear that scream? Hello? Hello? Angelica, thank you for the heart meme. Micah, I gotta get it graded, but probably. Yeah. Probably. Diva. You heard it. You heard it too, Maddie. It's like, hello? Spice up your life. Hi, Maddie. Gingerbread backbling. Oh, is that what it is? Hi, Batman. Is that what it be? That must be it. That must be it. Oh, appreciate. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. I ended up landing over to this side here, just so you know. I know that backbling made that. That's such a funny noise for a backbling. I'm not gonna lie. Do. Hi, Caroline. Locked and loaded, y'all. Thank you. Locked and loaded. Ooh, there's a blue chest in here. Oh my god. If I can hurdle. Well, button's gone. If I can hurdle. We are playing with Moondrop. Moondrop redeemed a viewer game on purple. Larkinator, guys, is still in the lead, by the way, for the fattest ass. Who's gonna take it from them? I think that's what we should do. Who has the fattest ass? Oh, love. Yeah. Rivalry contract dropped. Oh my god, T. T. Should we go up? Get out of here. I get scared when we're in buildings. I get scared. I believe it. Well. Somebody over there. Ooh. 55 on them. They're low. They're breath up pushing in. Oh shit. Wait. I lied. I'm coming back. Bye. We got another party here, though. Bye. What's that back to? Who's back? Who's got the fattest? Oh! Help! What happened? Why am I in the sky all of a sudden? Girl, hello? I'm coming. I don't know why I went flying. Hi, Nexus. How are you? Girl, I went flying. Is there a launch pad? Oh. Eloise, thank you for the go popular. But yeah, so we're trying to see if we can finish the puss goal or get halfway with the sub goal. Whoever does has the fattest puss. Not the fattest puss, the fattest ass. This round. The vents of the ship. Is that what kicked me into the sky? I was like, hello? Wait, where'd you go? Where are you? I've lost you. Oh, there you are. Okay, I'm coming to you. Well, you could have that too. If you want that potato chip, I'll let you have that. Larkinator still is claiming the fattest puss with 3 gifted, baby. I'm pushing over towards circle. Hell yes, Betty. Thank you so much. Spice up your life, diva. Ethan, thank you for the follow. Mary! Mary's dropping pussies left, right. Mary's taking the crown. Oh my God. Mary just dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's crazy, Mary. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, there you are. Okay. I'm going to push towards the rivalry. 50 cards. Nice. Jess, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I got to show you guys cards. I'm pushing towards the rivalry. Maybe. Oh, want to do that before I take any damage. Nexus, thank you for gifting us sub. What's a hype train? Oh my God. Y'all are claiming. Hi, hon. I'm doing good. Teach me German. Honey, I don't speak German. I speak gay. Puss boots down. Is that good enough? Hi, Mickey. Where'd the rivalry go? Oh, there you yeah. Ich liebe dick, am I right? I don't even know what that means. I gotta be careful. Oh, I'm coming. Oh no. Up top there. Their breath. Nice. I use all German. Have you been to Europe before? No, I literally have never been to the US. You got your tax refund? I love that. I had to pay my taxes last night. And it was $15,000. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. I love you. Well, CJ. I'm coming. I'm on my way. I'm dead. I'm dead, but you might be able to get them. No! Wait, that's crazy. They were so low. We'll do one more Moondrop because I feel bad. You redeemed that and we dropped low. We'll do one more. Go ahead and ready up. Go ahead and ready up, Moondrop, when you're ready. Hi, Jamie. No, Kayla, not that much. Not that much. Could you imagine? Hey guys, it was about hype train on purple. We're 1 sub away or 100 biddies. I'm doing good, Chloe. How are you? How are you? Honestly, the subway's pretty good. I will say, day old Subway. I don't know. I don't know. No, not that much. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Day old Subways. Not the best. Not the best. I love that Golden Pharaoh. Yes, right now, Mary.
That's
and
what you said.
Larkinator.
You know what?
It has to be some. Larkinator has to be somebody that's not you, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, James. You might have disconnected. Did you? I can go back to the lobby. Did you disconnect, babes? Hi, Faye. But it did up the time for it. Wait, I'm back. Okay, T. Day old Subway. Well, it's like it would be kind of soggy. Yeah, that's what. Actually, the bread's kind of stiff. Hot. The bread is not what I thought. Warfields, maybe? Because you know my hug. True. Daniela, thank you for the follow. We like it stiff. I'm stiff looking at you. Stop. Now, girls. Now, girls, please. Now, girls, please. Ladies, please. I'd snort a chicken tender And you know what, babes? I'm with you on that one. And you know what, babes? I'm with you on that one. Okay. I'm here for it. Guys, we got a minute and 25 seconds to start a hype train, y'all. 100 bits or 1 sub will take us there. Bum, 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 bum. Keep it clean. Get my days right. I know. Moondrop, thank you for the 50. Spice up your life. Okay, there's a lot of people dropping here. Alexis with Prime. That kicked off the hype train. I'm going over here just a little bit because there's some people dropping. That's a hype train baddies. I'll play the hype train in a minute. How are you, Lexus? Good to see you. Oh, wait. No, I want to say. Oh, shit. I wasted it. God damn it. I do that every time. Pete, thank you for the puss. Any new skins you like, Henry? I am currently avoiding the shop with the boycotts going on. With the boycotts going on. So I haven't even looked in the shop. I'll be real with you. I haven't even looked at the shop. Angel, thank you for the heart. I'll be real. We got somebody landing here. Ooh, pizza. Anxious Gnome, thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what boycotts? There's a couple things going on. One, 1,000 workers got laid off from Fortnite, from Epic Games yesterday. Big, really important people who do a lot with bugs and fixing the game and making the game the way it runs got laid off yesterday. That's number one. Number two is they've raised the price on V-Bucks and raised the price on all items. So currently you're getting less V-Bucks for your money. So that's been going on since the start of the season. Thank you for that resub. So those are the two way. I like the new season a lot, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I do like it quite a bit. Is that why it's been laggy? I don't know. No, that wouldn't be why it's been laggy. At least not right now. Am I cancel it? Yes, Lena. I love that. I love that. That's amazing. I don't know how long. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Guys, we're just 4 puss away from the puss goal too. 4 more away. That's all I play. Yeah, but also Ballistic is being yeah, if you play Ballistic is gonna be gone. Festival Battle Stage is gonna be gone, and Rocket Racing as well. Play subs, yes. We have a good surprise for you tomorrow, Batty. No worries. Oh my gosh. Cheer plus, can't wait. Except up here. What am I doing? Hello? Can I? There we go. Ballistic. I'm so glad glad Ballistic's going. I didn't play it. I played it for 30 seconds and I bugged out when I played it. The one time I played it, I bugged. Ooh, I'm far away from you. I'm coming. Moolah coins, yes. Kimberly, that's part of it. Are they gonna bring it back? No. Nope. Oh no. Okay. Well, I'm far away from you, which is good, which means I can get you up. When do reboot fans come in? Yeah, Battle Stage is gone, unfortunately. It's your rival. Hi, Madison. How are you? And guys, we're just 100 bits or 1 sub away from I don't know what that call us. From our from next level of the hype train now. Queen Killian, thank you for the gifties. All right, I'm gonna wait till I can reboot. Oh wait, I can't. Where's the? Do reboot fans not show up anymore on the thing? Want to chat? I'm doing good. It's good to see you. Do reboot fans not show up anymore? Okay, Shiny Survival. Okay. They rebooted. I feel like this is gonna be bad. I have no ammo, guys. I'm fucked. Ah, fuck. Got one down. Come on. Fuck, I was so close. God damn it. I was so close. I was literally playing with a gray shotgun and nothing else, guys. That was very impressive regardless. Damn. He had a lot of health left too. That was great. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. I appreciate that. Guys, we got 25 seconds left on the hype train. One sub away from the next level. Bleem, thank you for the follow. Some said we're going to the next level, baby. 27 months.
Fabulous, that is my simple request. All things fabulous, bigger and better and best.
Thank you.
Need something inspiring to help me get along. I need a little fabulous.
Is that so wrong? No, not a sense of it, baby. Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Okay. All right, let's do a solo round, y'all. Think it was fun. That was fun, Moondrop. When we do viewer games, guys, I'm gonna do 2 games from now on, by the way, because I always feel like they go so quick. You know what I mean? They go so fast. And we thank you for the heart me. They go so fast, baddies. I'm gonna stand for this round, guys. I've been sitting for too long. Are you team Sharpay? Oh, Sharpay all the way. Sharpay all the way. It does work, hell yeah. It's just we changed the name of them, so you have to go back into the emotes. Like if they're in your quick ones, you have to go back into like my area and replay them. I know I'm Dirty Dan. Thank you. Wait, why? Oh, T. Hold on. Wait, T Shade. I gotta move my. No, this is fine. I was just leaning down too much. What's the mug today? I don't have my mug anymore, but it was an orange mug. Dirty Dan, thank you for subbing for 14 months with Prime. Are you still playing this Quarantine Zone? I played that a while. Yeah, so they're called Zesty Best now for the shake one. And Glen Coco with the puss. Thank you, baby. We're now just 3 pusses away from completing that puss goal, y'all. We've had 2 people. We have 2 people claim it so far. Mia. 2 people claim it so far. Yes. TikTok, can you see me, baddies? If you're seeing this RFIP, can you say slay in the chat, y'all? You say slay in the chat on TikTok. That's crazy, Ballard. What is it? No, I don't know the drama stuff. Slay. Okay. My chat like froze. I didn't know if I could see anything. What's the drama? What's the drama? Scooby Island, you see a fish sticks restaurant. Wait, really? Okay. And Pete, thank you for the pause. Wait, I just saw that one. Pete, thank you for the pause. And Jilly, thank you for the heart me. Thank you, guys. Bum, bum, bum. And it's Baloo. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Oh, you guys are eating up today. I played the wrong song. I meant to play this. Hold on. Wait, oh my God, Mallard. Tea. I'm jealous. When he's kissing you. Ah! Wait, my stuff froze. You shouldn't have to spend any money. You shouldn't have to spend anything, I don't believe. Is it really? Oh my God, Pixel, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh my God, you guys all have fat asses. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, that's why. It like full screen my screen. I didn't want to do that. Okay, there we go. Hello? Oh shit. What is going on with my computer right now? Okay, there we go. Bro, it's having like a meltdown. And Lucy, thank you for the 100 biddies. Hi, Jessica. Yes, I know Lindsay and Maul did redeem, but I don't know if they're here right now. That's the only thing. I don't know if they're here right now. Otherwise, I'd be like, yeah. But you shouldn't have to do anything for it. I don't believe. I don't believe. Hi, Hazel. I'm doing good. How are you, baddie? How are you? It's me, Jessica. Do. Flip those 2 around. We do have somebody in here. Ooh. She coming up? And now, honey, what were we trying to do there? 7 seconds left, y'all, or 1 sub away, or 100 bits. Thank you, though. I'm in here. I'm in here. Guys, thank you for that hype train. I really appreciate it. Slay, slay, slay. I wanna make you mine, girl. Hey, Bestie. Hi, Liz. How are you? Hi, Bree. There's somebody where? I'm trying to find my rival. I'm liking this season. I'm going to be real. I actually am enjoying this season. I don't love what the choices Epic is making outside of the season right now, but I am very much enjoying the season. I am very much enjoying the season. I like the rivalry system. I think it's fun. I think it adds like a little bit of a little something to do in the game that's not just like, I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Hi, Liam. Girl, where's my rivalry? Hello? I can't find her. She's gotta be about Reese. Thank you for the first ever gift with the heart me. I just saw that. Thank you. Fast pace, yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn alerts on TikTok. Let me do that. For gifties and follows. Or two. Oh my god, 2 pusses away from the completing the puss goal, y'all. Where is this man? Where is she? Hello? It's a bot. Oh, over here. Girl, can I aim today? My aim is like all over the place this afternoon. I'm not gonna lie. Brian finished the push goal. Can we get Brian fattest ass this round so far? Brian. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you, baddie. But yeah, I'm liking this season a lot. I think it eats. You can't figure Adam's apple? Crazy. Oh my god. Give me some. Hello, Mr. Poopy Butthole. How is it going? Shoot, shoot, baby. Shoot, shoot, ka-choo. Oh, now listen. Now listen, baby. The Tim is so tempting though. I'm trying to save money. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out when my Walmart restocks cards for Pokemon. I don't really know when they restock. Before the scalpers get there. True. Girl, what happened here? Damn. Hey, John, how are you? But I swear it's like a never-ending hunt. What, Kane? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oop. Can I see this bot? I practice my aim on this thing. Okay, my aim's ass. My aim is so bad today, guys. It's actually kind of depressing how bad my aim is today. As we said, yeah. My aim is like awful today. Oh, okay, gold gun. Nope. And I'd rather not take it. I literally would rather not have the green gun than a gold twin mag. Come on now. Let's be real here. Hi, Jay. How are you? Let's be real here. Absolutely not. I'd literally rather have nothing. Well, I love the twin mag. I hate that shit. I hate it so much. Nasty. Nasty thing. Unk, that's me, baby. I'm good. Can this drop a little faster? Baby, yeah, that's what I said. That's me, baby. It's a word. I know the English language. Can I just say, what is with these just dropping gray guns? Like, girl, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, what is with that? Ooh. She coming up? And what did she think was gonna happen? And tell me, what did she think was gonna happen there? And what was she thinking? You know? That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? Well, I hate to break it to you. Now. I think I can upgrade some of my weapons here. I have 30 rivalry points. I wonder if now I need to get the sprint. Wait, I need this, guys. I need the infinite slap. Oh, but I need how many wins? I need 80 wins. Shit, I only have 46. That's depressing. That's depressing. I need that infinite slap mechanic, like down bad. Down bad, I need that. Where's this chest? I don't even care. You have 100? Yeah, I haven't played enough to have the full wins yet. Give me infinite slap. Well, also guys, the puss goal reset, but I will change it to another goal that's not pusses. I'll change it to something else. Oh shit. Where am I getting beamed from? Hello? Jesus, dude. She gonna get me. She gonna get me. She gonna get me. Fuck. How did that guy beam me like crazy? Damn. That was kind of annoying. I couldn't get into, and also I couldn't get into the fucking door. It's the ice skin. Oh God. Is he gonna emote? I'm waiting to see if he emotes. Wait, why did he do? What did he do? He beamed me hardcore. Mama, a girl behind you. Damn. He was probably using poppers to slow down time. I didn't say it. You said it. Cole, thank you for the puss. I'm gonna set new goal for a little bit. Thank you for the puss, though. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. We do have our sub goal, y'all, as well. I'm gonna do let's just do hat mustaches for a little bit. A little hat mustache. Maddie, thank you for the follow. Yeehaw, cowboy. Hi, Lay. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Anna, thank you. Do I break and get the 10? Yes. I'm gonna hold your hand and say yes. I'm gonna sit back down as well. For a free slap, they don't allow yourself to finish the slice. Oh, wait, and it just gives you the slap if they're in your backpack, Smokey? Sorry, I just read that properly now. I just read that properly now. It gives it to you even if you just have it in your backpack. I haven't gotten the frost. Oh my God, I spit out some of my sub. That was really sexy, guys. I haven't gotten the frost gloves yet. Where do I get those? Where do I get the frost gloves? Thanks for the crumb. You're welcome. Beat the ice king. Is that it? Is Cameron not always gonna stare at his forehead? Oh, okay, Smokey. I like it, Layla. I do. I like it quite a bit. Yeah. 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 I have no loot though. And I have the worst gun. Oh my god, why did I wait? I should have done the I'm dumb. And I'll always eat. And I'll always eat. Wait. Oh wait, no, I'm dumb. I'm not dumb. Pokemon's been great. Oh my god. No worries, Jordan. Yes, if you guys ever want ah! Fuck, I'm dead. Never mind. What was I saying? If you want notifications, make sure you're on the Discord as well. I do post on the Discord, and I always post on my Instagram story when I go live. So if you ever want to know, but we're live every day except for Saturday usually. Yesterday was not because of tea going on with my my accountant stuff, but usually every day. Papa Jimbo, more like Papa Gombo, bitch. I don't know what that means. Bot here. Ah, fuck, what's going on? Oh my god, hello? I got third party. Wait, what just happened? Wait. Where did they both die? Congratulations, Sharpest. Okay, bot. Did they both die? I don't know what happened there. That was, I got so overstimulated there for a second. Hello? Are you getting this skin? No, I'm not supporting Epic Games and buying skins at all right now. Get both. Oh my god. And that was beautiful.
Rain on me.
Let's change the skin around a little bit. I know, I thought it was a bot that was trying to punch me, but it was a real player, so I was very confused. Oh god, I don't know what I want to wear. Mother Gaga, honey. Oh god, I don't know what I want to wear. I want to. Ooh, she's kind of fun. Let's wear her. I haven't worn her yet. Let's wear her. I haven't worn her yet. Use the cutest skin you think I have. I should. Thank you for the populars. Okay, guys, we do have a hat and mustache goal, and we do have our sub goal going on right now. My name mother is coming to me next week, and I can't go. Oh my gosh, wait, that's crazy. Sierra, thank you for the heart me. I wanna make you mine. And Jessica, thank you as well. And Nay and Lil Sloth, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. We're getting back on that. We haven't been on TikTok in a while. I feel like we haven't streamed enough on TikTok, so we're getting back on the algo little by little. So you guys helping tap and share is really helpful. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the head mustache. Okay. Maybe we'll do karaoke today if we finish out the goals. We got a bit to go, but I could do karaoke today. We haven't done karaoke in a hot minute. It's been like 2 weeks. Maybe we do that. Should we do that today, guys? What do we feel? Do we feel some karaoke in the house if we hit all the goals for the day? Yes. All right, I'll do it. We got like 4K on TikTok to slay, and then the sub goal. And if we hit those, we'll do some. I'll sing a couple songs. Will it change your life both times? Oh my god. I actually, you guys want to know something crazy? I've never attended a concert in my life. I've never attended, other than me singing backup for Josh Groban for a couple of years, or like a year and a half. I've never, Jessica, thank you for the follow. I've never, ever been to a concert. I've never been to one. Girl, what? I know, crazy. Crazy, right? Crazy, right? I love the Ice Castle Miss Miz. It's my favorite. right now. Hi, Ovi. How are you over here? What? I know. Why not? There's just never been an artist that I've been like, you know what? Like that I'm like dying to attend. And any artist that I do want to go see is way too expensive. Like I would kill to see Adele in concert, but girl, her tickets are like more than anything I would make in my life. You know what I mean? Who's over there? You know? So that's really why. Thank you for the SCVC wins. I appreciate it. But otherwise, there's never been like an artist where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm willing, like I want to spend like hundreds of dollars to go see. You know what I mean? Not that I don't like the artist, but it's just that like they're not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. So those are the main reasons. Those are the main reasons why, at least, that I haven't. Does Kevin really dance on stage? Absolutely. Amelia's Depot, thank you for the follow. Favorite? The new shotgun I like a lot with our chicken dinner. I like the new shotgun quite a bit. See Post Malone. They came back to yeah. Music Fest. Wait, that's cute. I would love to go. I think if I did go to a concert, I would go to like a festival. But I'd want to go to a festival where I could go to a hotel at the end of the night. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to camp. You know what I mean? Like if I wanted to like see a concert, I would go to like one that was like a music festival that I could go see multiple artists at and spend the money on that, I guess. But it would have to be one where I would not have to not bathe for 4 days. They are pickle tires. I will only glamp, okay? Like, I'm sorry, I can't do it otherwise. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Welcome in. We're happy to have you. I wanna make you mine. But yeah, guys, we will do karaoke today if we slay out our goals. I will do that this afternoon since we haven't done that in a hot minute. So glad the lockout has got. Oh, me too, baby. Me freaking too. I'll tell you what. And may she never come back. And may she never come back. I mean, the price. That's the thing is like, I feel like the prices are like kind of similar. I'm gonna cheers you up. Divorce, babes, divorce. Divorce, babes, divorce. Oh shit. What do I want to do here? The Baja Beach. Like I don't know, you know. Shawn Mendes, but it's only like a millisecond. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, girl, like you got to spend like a college loan. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, at what point? At what point? Hi, Hope. How are you? I'm going the wrong way. Hello? Pay attention. Like it gets to a point. Yeah, the gloves are great for movement right now. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hi, Naomi. How are you? Yes, Hope. Feeling much better. Yeah, I was talking about a Monday. I got kind of upset. I won't lie to you guys. For some reason, I got a lot of hate on Monday, and it actually kind of upset me. I actually got a little upset. So I won't lie to you. I had some. It was not a great day. So I appreciate y'all who were here for just being here. Means a lot. Means a lot. Ooh, someone's firing at me. Girl, I cannot see you. You done? Oh, thanks, Savvy. No, I appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate you guys. No. It was fine. It's just I didn't love the one person who was like, you beg for gifts. I was like, I really don't feel like I do, but then I get nervous that I do. I don't know. You know what I mean? I just get nervous sometimes, you know? Usually when I get hate, it doesn't bother me, but it's that specifically that I was like, ugh, you know, block them. Oh, we did. They just make new accounts. And then somebody came in and was like, your viewership is so low lately on TikTok. And I was like, I know it is. TikTok's been very low for us lately. And I don't know why, but it has been, you know. It's like, girl, I can't change the way things are. Like, leave me, you know, like, let me do what I do. Girl, leave us alone. Hi, Kinsey. How are you? Oh, I'm getting. Oh, hold on. This guy's like waiting. I don't really want to fight this guy. Well, Zach. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Hi, Fee. How are you? Or Fi, it's good to see you. And I think really TikTok's just been low because we just haven't streamed enough on TikTok. That's the reason why. In general, you know. By the big tree, yeah. That was such a waste. That was such a waste. Yeah, it's true. Thank you, Potato Chip. I appreciate that. I was like, trust me, if I didn't have to mention goals, I wouldn't mention them. Like, trust me, if I could stream and not have to have you guys gift at all and be fine, you bitches better believe I would. You know what I'm saying? But TikTok algo loves when people gift, unfortunately. And, you know, it's also my income, right? You know what I mean? Like, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't. Trust me. Trust me. Make you mine. Where? All right, well, I escaped that guy. I didn't want to deal with him. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want them to fight. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate it. Like, I don't want to fight. This guy's annoying as shit. I'm not going to bother. I gotta move. I'm like far away. Bam, bam, bam. Brian, thank you for that post, by the way. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I just saw that. I kind of wish the gloves, I mean, I get why they have like a countdown on. I kind of wish. Max, thank you for the holy cow. Wait, that's a crazy gift. Thank you so much for the Galaxy Glove. Wait, can we get some slays in the chat for that? That's huge. Mags, oh my God. Hello?
Baby, I shake the ice.
Thank you so much.
Shake the ice. Shake the ice. Now what?
Shake that.
I shake the ice. Shake the ice.
I probably would do some of our usual karaoke stuff. I won't lie. I need to get some more stuff. Yeah, what I was saying is I wish it wasn't Nitro Fizz. I wish it wasn't 20 uses. I wish it was like had like a health bar. You know, like a lot of the other movement items used to have, like the for example, like the what's it called? Like they had a health bar instead. That's what I kind of wish these were. You know what I mean? And like a cooldown on it, you know. Oh, I'm gonna hit attention. Hello. I'm dead. I'm dead here for not paying attention. I was not paying attention. Sierra, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And Andrew, thank you for the heart meme. That was my own fault. I was not paying attention, y'all. Megs, thank you for the super GG. I appreciate that. That may have gotten us close to the goal for the day. Let me see. Yes, yeah, the cheerleading one. I share you, Lewis, if you'd like to. I'd love to. Yeah, let's play. If you want to redeem it now, we'll do it after this round if that works. Hi, Braylee. How are you? Oh my God, yeah, we're only 2K away, besties, from being the goal on TikTok for the day. 2K away from TikTok, and then we were just 8 subs away on Purple. So thank you, guys. Thank you. I wanna make you mine. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, guys, we are doing, because I do want to, I felt bad about things too, so I am adding a little fun thing that we're going to do, a weekly giveaway for something, whether it's a crochet gift or, I don't know, V-Bucks or something like that. Well, probably not V-Bucks because of the current strike going on, but if we hit the bit goal every week. Mags with the crystal crown. Oh my God, thank you so much. And Pete, thank you for the ST Bestie Mix. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much, Mags. Because I thought it might be a fun little thing for the bit goal, at least, because it's like a weekly thing, you know. The fear you felt when you saw those, yeah, they're running at you. Crazy. Sure, Cat, if you'd like to, yeah. I hear we hit the goal. I believe we got close. Let me check to see. I think we should have. We were like 2.4. We did. We hit it. Slay. No, Maya, we haven't hit the bit goal in like 2 months, a month since I started doing it weekly. I don't think we've ever hit it, except for there was 1 week we did. Zach, thank you for the roses. So yeah, we did hit the goal on TikTok, y'all. Thank you so much. I hope you've been good, Mags. It's good to see you. Good to see you. I wanna make you mine. Yeah, they are, Julius. They're some of my favorite ones. I love the Crystal Crown. I wish Purple had more like gifts. I really do. I wish they had kind of cool gifts like the way TikTok does. Sometimes I feel like there's a lot of them on TikTok, but I do love how there's just constantly new things. Pete, thank you for the mustache. Thanks, M. Bum, bow. I'm excited to play Pokemon later tonight. Be ready, my 10. Oh my god. Oh, I fell. Oh, I fell. Oh Lord. I want to wait to claim this till I, well, okay, wait, there's a big chunk out there, so that's fine. My Shayla. Bana bana bow. Is your sort of corn dog? No, it's one of the, you get this as a free, it's a free pickaxe if you do 20 rivalries in the game. Oh, Honey said, how are you? Oh my gosh, good to see you. So I've been, I like it. It's a fish stick. You get it for free if you get 20 or is it 30 rivalry wins. 30 rivalry wins. I do like that they've added like little prizes like that for the rivalry stuff too. That's kind of cool. Zach, thank you for your awesomes. Abby, thank you. I do think that's kind of cool and fun. And slay. There's a blue chest up here. This spot right here, I never drop here actually, usually. It's very empty though. Whoa, lots of stuff. Lots of loot. Hello, loot. Hello, loot. Okay, you said if I don't... Wait, how does the eat a slap thing work? So if I eat it, but then I switch it, it gives it to me... so now do I have it? Forever? Did I break it? Is that the bug? No, it went out. I didn't have it forever. I didn't have it forever. I'll keep what I got right now. That's fine. Where's my guy? Where's my guy? Serena, thank you for the follow. Vex, thank you for the finger heart. I appreciate it. Where's my guy? Got it. Okay. Someone said there was like a bug where if you like eat it but immediately put it away, you keep it forever or whatever. In your inventory while eating, you switch guns and it saves your inventory, but you get the slap. Oh, okay. T. Hi, Brandy. So you still have to have it in your inventory. Where is this guy? There he is. There he is. I was like, where is this man? What is your goal over here? Brianna, we've actually completed the goals for that. I mean, we have our, we'll keep going. We don't have to stop by any means. We have the hat mustache goal and our tap goal. On TikTok, we've already completed the goals though for the day. Ash, thank you for the hand heart. Hi, Discovering Jenny, how are you? Blue. Something good. Same shit I already have. I don't know if I like the Nemesis. I'm gonna be real, guys. I don't know if I like the Nemesis AR. It feels a little too like clunky for me. Money stuff, which is crazy. You like it? I'm not I have watched Drag Race in the past. I'm not caught up on current Drag Race stuff though. I want that skin. I got this. I don't even know what the skin is from. I won't lie, Catherine. I don't even know what it's from. Emma, I think it's sick. I truly do. She's from DC. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, I think it's a superhero skin. It's Dreamer. Okay. No, I thought I hit it in time. Sometimes I don't land it just in time. You're like, oh, okay. I don't have enough for any of this stuff here. I'm broke, y'all. Oh, I have the 5,000 XP. Let's take that. Hi, Murphy. How are you? So, Jackie, we go live usually anywhere from like 1 to 3 p.m. EST, and then we go till about between 7 and 9 p.m. usually. So you'll always find me live at the very least between 3 and 7 p.m. At the very least. At the very least. I always announce in the Discord though, like an hour before I go live usually. So if you're ever like, when is he going to be live? If you are in the Discord, if you put on just the live announcements, I will do a live announcement saying, hey, we're going live in an hour, or we'll be live soon, y'all. If you ever missed the live. Where are you from? I'm from upstate New York. And usually we start on Purple platform first and Yap for a bit, and then we do on TikTok too. It is Murphy, yeah. Yeah, and you can mute all other notifications if you don't want them. If you just want the live announcements, just do the live announcements one, and then all it'll ping you for is only when we go live on, hold on, go live or have a note on the changing live schedule. I missed. She's reloading. Caught her. Sure, it's Twitch, Jackie. It's Twitch. That's the one. If you're wondering. What part of upstate? I am near Rochester, New York. That's all I'll say too much just because people get kind of weird. People get kind of weird. Would you ever move? Yes, I would. Hi, 2440. Have you ever had it now? I've never had it. Wait, really? Wait, because that's awesome. You're welcome. Katie, you're never gonna guess where I found them. So I found my Pokemon cards, guys. They were at my dad's pizzeria. What the hell? From Hamlin. I've been there before, or I've driven through there before. They were my dad's pizzeria. Isn't that crazy, guys? I guess what ended up happening. So I asked my dad. So I went to after I did my tax stuff yesterday, because it was like 7 o'clock. I ended up stopping at my dad's house, and I was like, hey, I was just like, let me just ask him and be like, have you seen? Did I leave my Pokemon cards here at all by accident? And literally I asked him, I said, Dad, I didn't happen to like leave a bag of Pokemon cards here, did I? And he was like, yeah, you did. I was like, wait, what? And he's like, not here though. He's like, you left it at the pizzeria. And I was like, wait, what the are you talking about? I was like, what do you mean they're at the pizzeria? Literally, I guess when I moved into my apartment that I'm in now, guys, like from the RV camper, I had all of the Pokemon cards in my in my car, and I forgot that I had to pick something up, one of my boxes or something from the pizzeria to help me move. And I asked if he would hold on to my Pokemon cards because I didn't have room in my car for it. And so for months, my Pokemon cards have been sitting at the pizzeria in like the storage unit out. He has like a garage out in the back of the pizzeria where he like stores like, you know, kitchen equipment and stuff he doesn't actually use. My Pokemon cards were sitting in that garage for the entire time. Now, mind you, I ripped apart my mom's house. I ripped apart my house. I cleaned my entire closet top to bottom. And this whole time they're at my dad's fucking pizzeria. Isn't that crazy? I was actually like shocked. I was actually shocked. I was like, there's no freaking way. I know. You have a binder? No. So I will show you some, M, because you guys, if you have not seen my most recent TikTok, I found a card that is worth more money than I will probably ever make in my lifetime. No, I'm kidding. But more than I make in several months. Where is it? Hold on. I set it off to the side here. Wait, where'd I put it? Oh my God, T, where is it? Hold on. Girl, wait, where did I put it? Not me losing the card. It's in this stack somewhere. I have literally stacks of my cards right now that are worth different amounts of money. This one right here. This card, guys, without being graded or sent in to grade, is worth $1,700. If I send it in to get graded and it gets a 10 grading, it's worth $10,000. It's worth $10,000. Isn't that insane? It's not going to get that high of a grading, unfortunately, because there is a little... It's been sitting in my closet. No, I've had this card since I was a child and in my childhood collection, and I had no idea. Like, I've had it since probably the year I was born. I've had this card. Like, literally, I went through... Guys, my collection now is all of my ones from when I was born. Or like $5 to $6, or 5 or 6 years old. Like, for example, like, where is that? Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you. Are you keeping or selling? Depending on how high it's graded, I will possibly sell it. Like this Flareon, for example, like an OG base Flareon. This is like $200 something. Didn't know. This original Gen 1, original 1998 Snorlax card is like $300. Had no idea I had that. I was born in 1998. Literally had no idea I had these cards were worth anything, but I have tons of these types of cards. I have over like 900 cards, guys. I went through all of them last night. Those ones are like obviously worth something. All of these cards here are worth anywhere from $30 to $100. if I ended up selling them. These cards are all... Oh, hold on. All of these cards are $5 to $10 each. Like crypto, I know. It's kind of crazy. Sophie, thank you for the heart meme. Like, I was shocked. I was shocked. I was actually like shocked. Yeah, so if you guys have OG cards, if you have cards, literally if you have cards, guys, make sure to go through your cards. Like if you have some from your childhood or like your husband or whatever has them, make them go through their fucking cards. And you're like, wait, I didn't know I have it. Like if you had an old ass collection in your attic or something, because you have no idea what you'll find. You have no idea what you could find. I was shocked at how many OG like base Gen 1 cards I had. I was actually shocked. I was like, wait, what? But I had so many. Or did it really, Jasmine? That's crazy. Your retirement fund is totally made of Pokemon cards. Literally, though. Okay, there's got to be somebody up there. Yep. Does she have any health on her? I'm locked. Oh, yeah, baby. Only 40. Do you understand about the different... Because sometimes, Lucy, yeah. Sometimes I have to do a little research on it. Sorry, guys. I kind of locked in there and kind of ate. I kind of locked in there and I did kind of eat. I need health, though, or some form of healing. I have none. Okay. Fuck. I'm in trouble. No! Fuck! I knew that was gonna happen. I swear, the campers this season... I know that guy was camping in that bush that I want to see. I want to see how long they were camping in that bush for, because I know he was camping. I know he... Like, the one thing about this season, guys, is the campers are crazy. Like, are actually crazy this season. Yes, it can be very confusing, Lucy. Yeah. Why do you ask? Excuse me. Like, it's actually insane. I don't know why the camping is so crazy. Pixie, thank you for the rose. But it's like actually wild. I want to see myself get eliminated here. I'm not camping as much. Yeah, me neither. See what I tell you guys? I'm not even kidding you. Let's see. What did I tell you guys? Literally camping this whole time. Jackie, thank you for the sub. Literally camping this whole time, y'all. Like an actual creeper was waiting for a fight to break out from that area. They probably were camping in that room the whole time. That's literally crazy to me. She squatted the whole match. Crazy. Yeah, the campers are like a real thing. Real thing, baby. All right, well, hey, what can you do? But yeah, I've noticed campers a lot more this season. You should too, not gonna lie. I should. Don't think you're bored. I would think so. I mean, listen, I understand camping. If you're like in the top 3, right? And you're trying to not get pushed, I get it. You know what I mean? Camp your ass away. But if there's like more than 10 people left and you're still camping, I'm like, okay, girl, you know? Oh, yes, J. Louise. Yeah, if you're ready, Beth. Sorry, my brain forgot. If you're ready, J. Louise, go ahead and request. Go ahead and request. Sorry, baddie. And guys, thank you. We're not just 7 subs away from our sub goal, and then we will do karaoke. Karaoke, y'all. On purple. Hi, Musif. Have you done a locker tour? No, I don't really do because I have just way too many skins. Guys, we are only 29 points away now from our plus goal, plus level 2 goal, by the way. Lucia, I'm sorry, you have to redeem it. Hello. Hi, J. Louise. You have to redeem it on purple platform. I'm sorry, there's a redeem for it. For watching. All right, let's do it. Kat, if you want to.
I've literally paid Clip. I've played 5 games this season, so I'm sorry in advance.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
We're just here for the vibes.
Exactly. Here for a good time. I will land wherever you want to land. If you want to put somewhere on the map.
Oh, don't put that stress on me, bestie.
Listen, anywhere. We can go further away if you want. If you have a spot you like.
I don't have any spot. Let's maybe Tip Top.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
Amazing.
do it. How do you feel about the recent Chapel Road drama? Honestly, I mean, some of it's kind of crazy, but my realty is we got to move. Like, there's too much going on in this world. Like, who cares about some rich footballer's kid? Autumn, thank you for all those hat and mustache. Wait, I just noticed that. Oh my God, can we get some slaves for Autumn who literally dropped like every hat and mustache in existence? That's crazy. Like, I get it. It sucks. But at the same time, I'm like, girl, we're in a war with Iran right now. There's like so much shit happening. I'm like, I don't
There's
care.
so many bigger things.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't care about Chapel right now. You know what I mean? I can't afford my gas. I'm like, oh, I can't even think about it, you know? Autumn, thank you so much for all of those head messages. That's crazy. Thank you, my friend. But like, my hot take is, it feels like the situation was just for security guard. That's what it feels like, I guess. But I don't know. I watched the react. I just feel like it's all like, oh God, who cares? I'm not like defending one way or another either. Like, I don't really care. But I'm just like, I don't know. You know. It cost me $80 to fill my tank today, Katie, which usually costs me like 50.
Oh. My dad went to fill up his truck a couple days ago, and it had to be 2 fully separate transactions.
That's crazy.
It was over $175, so it had to be a completely separate transaction. It was
That's
nuts.
Insane. Insane. Oop. Autumn,
I have
you so much for the
minis.
follow. Thank you. I didn't know that either. Did you really, Katie? Yeah. Autumn, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Purple Iron Bump.
Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you. What's the? I have no idea. For 99%, really? That's crazy. That's what we're gonna have. Yeah, there's a lot. I have no movement. Do you want to head over to Tip Top? Like over here.
Let's do it.
That way. Quinny, thank you for the rose. I'll come in. Where's our rival? Oh my god, all the way on the other side. I ain't going over there.
Oh my goodness.
Their username is Droopy Sackskin, everybody. Wow. Wow. Damn. Damn, what a name. We got people here. One down. Not Droopy Sackskin. I have no words. Well. Oh, they're pushing in here.
Where?
Hi, Bob.
Oh my lordy. I hit every single shot.
You did. I saw it.
Mhm,
I saw it.
Thank you.
I am
Thank
getting
you.
luck with the names. Needs Botox, it sounds like. Well, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. No, I have no idea what that is, Molly.
Ooh, a blue chest. Gorgine.
Gorgine, Gorgine.
I have some of them over here if you like. The little
Yeah,
things
I will
called.
take those. There are dualies here. Twin dualies if you want those.
Oh,
The
amazing.
blue. Where were the? Oh, in here. Wait, who is the? What is Wilbur? I don't know who Wilbur Suit is. Is that something I should know? Is that like a reference I should understand, and I don't understand it? Y'all. Jessica, thank you for the finger hearts. Is that like a reference I should understand? Because I don't know that reference. I'll be real. I'll be real, y'all. I don't know it. I don't know it. It was a Minecraft YouTuber. Oh, you're not Gary Heels? No, I like to risk it while it's on today's left boot. Oh, we got I think bots. Sounds like bots. Yeah. Oh, someone's bot. Oh my god, real person. I might be done. I might be done. Oh, I was nervous there.
Oh, okay, I cannot breathe.
Thought that, oh, we got people pushing in on us. Hold on. I got a bush here. Above. Careful. I have no health right now.
Okay, dokie. I am yep. I maybe did 70. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's the third parties are crazy.
They are crazy this season.
It's wild. It's wild. Damn. We can do one more. I'm trying to do one more. We'll do one more.
Oh, slay.
Slay. Yeah, we'll do two. We'll do two. This is my grocery store. Okay. My grocery store has a bajillion seller comebacks. Does it really? Bigger, worst way to advertise yourself, buddy. Sorry, friend. Let me do that. Jealous. Wait, that's crazy. None of my stores have anything. My stores have a little bit of nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. As of right now. All right, we slayed the goals on TikTok. We do have our goals on purple. If we slay those goals up, we will do karaoke. We're just 7 away from the goal there. From the goal there, baddies. Check our counters with really? That's crazy. I wish, Mallard. I would die. Does Dollar General carry Pokemon cards? Anybody know? I thought about going to Dollar General to see.
If I had a Dollar General, I'd tell you.
You don't have one? I feel like everywhere in America has one.
The closest one is like an hour and 15 minutes away, so.
Oh my God. Yup. Yes, I think so. Wait. I will say, yeah, never buy the random packs. Those random ones, they're not. They're scams, baddies. They're scams. They're scams. Alyssa, thank you for the follow. Mallard's gonna become a scalper, guys. A far Dollar guys, I could throw a stone and hit a Dollar General in my town. I tell you what. There's like 3 things that exist in my town: a Dollar General, pizza places, and car washes. And that's my town. And you could throw a rock in each direction and hit one of them. Purple Jenna, today, TikTok's great today. We're kind of low on TikTok, Imogen. We're trying to get back up on there. But we're almost to 70 followers on TikTok, y'all. So if you're scrolling by and you have a red follow button and it says follow and you're not following, I hate to break it to you.
You're
are homophobic.
homophobic.
That's right. Thank you so much for saying it. And you're going to hell.
You're homophobic. You are.
You are. But if you hit the follow button,
you can't disagree.
it's fixed. You're going to heaven, and you are not
Mhm.
homophobic. So that's crazy. So we'll see who decides to go to heaven and not be homophobic. 240, thank you for the roses. I have Sheila Jones within 5 minutes of me. Yeah. A gas station card. See, that's the thing. Gas station, literally. I also heard 7-Eleven sometimes has Pokemon cards, which I was like, that's crazy to me.
I have seen them there.
That's crazy to me. Local chain, so it's kind of crazy. Yeah. A lot of the places like Walgreens and like other places, they don't have like official packs, but they have like repackaged packs. And those are scams. Never buy Pokemon cards from those packs, guys. They're scams. You will never get anything worthwhile from those cards ever. That's why they're always in stock, because they are scam on scam on scam. Nobody follows means everybody's homophobic, by the way. Oh my god! Oh my god! I thought it was ready up. We were just waiting. Oh my god! I was like, God, it's taking forever. My bad. My bad. My bad.
I just looked over.
Oh. My bad. My bad. My bad.
I saw nothing.
Can't think of 100 biddies. Five Below. So I heard Five Below did too. I went to my Five Below and they had nothing. But there were also like 15 children in there looking for those stupid dumplings. Yup. Shuho, trust me. I get it, babes. Looking for those stupid ass dumplings, guys. Are they actually good? They are cards, Maddie, but they're like really crappy cards. They're usually just like bulk cards. They call them bulk cards because they're just like the ones that are very common. And they'll like throw in like a little rare one, but it's like the most common rare one you can ever get. No, I don't have that much. We do have Chinese places though. You want to go to like Fourfield?
Absolutely, let's do it. I was like literally just looking around like, where are we gonna go?
Where are we gonna go? And then Kat, I'll probably after this round, I'll probably play like 2 rounds solo if that's okay, and then we can do your 2 games if that works. If that works. Raven, we'll be on at least for another hour. Crazy name, thank you for the follow. I'm not gonna even read that one out loud, babes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna read that one out loud. Hi, Maddie. Thanks, Mallard. Baby Jane Doe. Baby Jane Doe. Megan, thank you for subbing a tier 2 as well, helping with the plus goal.
Slay.
Slay. Now we're just 6 subs away from the sub goal, so thank you. Crazy, crazy. I love it, Mallard. I think we have nice weather. It's kind of nice today, Kels. I'll probably go for a walk or something after stream. The baby nurse on the pit. No, you want to know why I'm not post-a-flunky? You want to know why I'm not worried about it? They literally posted a clip. Oh, thank you, Haley. They posted a clip where she's like thanking Dana for helping her. So we know she's fine. Sorry to like spoil this, but honestly, the clip is everywhere. So like, I'm not even worried about her anymore because they basically like gave the whole plot away. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Maddie, thank you for that sub at tier 1. Thank you so much, my friend. Do you ever play with randoms again? Yes, we will for sure. Probably not today, but yes, next time we do. Hi, Els, how are you? Missed you too, Maddie. It's good to see you.
Footsteps.
Yeah, there's someone shooting somewhere.
Knocked one.
Mar, thank you for the hat and the mustache.
Oh, you have dualies. Thank the Lord.
Okay, there's like nothing. Baby Jane Doe. Grab these. Can I buy anything? No. Nope. I'll grab that. Baby Jane, down. Oh, we got somebody here. It's a bot though. Hey bot. How you doing, bot? Why is this buddy giving the whole fridge? Wait, who's mine? Super cute message. Oh no. Bye, everyone. See you later. Have fun at Pilates. Have fun at Pilates, bestie. I don't know. I heard you can get free bugs skins. Wait, what? What's that? In Fortnite? Where's our like, oh, our person's all the way over here. That's crazy. Like Bugs Bunny. Oh, I don't know if you can you get a free one? Oh, that's in the battle pass, I think. We got somebody here. My shots have not been landing up like all the time. Over here. One is a breath.
50. Oh, I got shot from behind.
From behind? Ooh.
Yep.
Thank you. Let me push over this way to see. Hold on. You want to push out? Can you roll over to me here?
I can. Can you go forward?
Yep.
Hello? There we go.
Ooh.
And I have a flowberry.
There is somebody over there. And guys, thank you for tapping and sharing TikTok. Let's see if we can get like 30 shares in the chat right now on TikTok. Think we can? Think we can, y'all? Let's roast every single one. There is, yeah, they're pushing over. They're pushing to us. Careful. They're pushing. Let's see where they are here. Where are they?
Where? They keep jumping past.
I don't know where they are.
What is happening? Oh, what is happening? What is happening?
Oh my God, hello? What is going on right now? Okay, this is, what the hell was that?
That
With
was
a
nuts.
great pistol?
Oh, my Lanza. Thank you, bestie.
Yeah, thank you. Something feels really weird about that. That was kind of wild.
Something feels maybe a little
Something
sus.
feels sus. That's crazy. All right, well, thank you for playing. I appreciate it. Bye,
Thank you for
baddie.
playing.
Yes.
Bye.
Worry about her. Yes. Guys, thank you for joining the live. I appreciate it. And guys, we are currently just a few followers away from 70 followers. So we're gonna shout out the next 3 followers on TikTok right freaking now, baddies. Right now. And we will do karaoke if we slay out our goals this afternoon. We just have our purple platform goals. That's it for the afternoon, y'all. We are 7 away from our purple plat. Bum, bow, bow. Oh, wait, I was going to change my skin, but that's okay. Baby Jane Doe. Stuck in my brain. Baby Jane Doe. Thank you guys for 200K taps. Oh, you ate that up as well. Okay. Oh, I like my boys playing hard to get, and I like my man. It is on the Fit Molly, yeah. You unlock my vocals, Tim. Should I play rank, guys? Yes, please, of course. Guys, should I play ranked? That's the real question. That's the real question of the day. Should I play ranked? Hey, man. Hey, man. Yes. Okay. We'll do our round with Cad. Two rounds up with Cad after this round, and then we'll do ranked for the rest of the evening. I don't know, McKenna. Wait, what is? I haven't. Oh, this is. I thought the flag was doing something. Play Phil's bestie. I know. Listen, I can either do viewer games or Phil's. We already did viewer games, so I'm like, ugh. My energy. My energy. Hi, Wifey Baby. How are you? Taking a couple of these. Boop. Hi, Taylor. How are you, bestie? How are you? You are the 10 rank. I don't even know what rank I'm currently at. I think it resets, right? Does rank reset a new season? I'm sure it does, right? I never play rank. I never really know how ranked works in Fortnite. I never really know how ranked's gonna work in Fortnite. And I like my man all incompetent. I mean, do that. Oh, wait. Thank you, Marilyn. That means a lot to me. Make you good at the game. No, certified. What the fuck was that? Okay, backhanded compliment. Looking ass. What the hell? Damn. Lexus, thank you for the follow. Damn. Might make me good at the game. Bitch, I am good at the game. Shade. 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 Girl, I need a shotgun. Oop. Body baba. Come here, bot. Hi, Jaden. How are you? Oh, okay. Hi, gaming mama. Welcome in. Thank you for the finger hearts, but I appreciate it. I really want to do karaoke, guys. Oh, also baddies. Keep forgetting to mention this. We are growing. We now got monetized on Facebook. So you guys watching the videos on Facebook helps a bunch. So if you're not following our Facebook page, I know. Who am I? I'm asking all the 80-year-olds in the chat. If you're not following on Facebook yet, baddies. All the millennials in the chat. Do you? I'm so glad. The shit. Get my mom on the trip, literally. Okay. And you know what? Shit, they're good. They're good. Shit, they're good. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. It's a good player. It's a good player. Fuck. I thought I could do a fun thing. It's a good player. Damn it. It's a good player, guys. I'm fucked. I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my life. I'm going to the lobby. I hate my life. 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 It's a good player. It's a real player. I hate my life. I hate my life. Change skin. You're right. It's the skin. So true, baddie. So freaking true. All right, Ken, when you're ready, you can request to join when you're ready, my friend. Let's put this one on. I'm putting on ones that I don't normally wear too. Thank you for the follow, JT. I appreciate it. I'm screaming. I was like, no, they're real. They're real. They're real. I don't know if you added. Oh, what's your username, bestie? I'll get you added right now. Look at pencil. Oh no. Flobean, thank you for the follow too. All right, we are going to guys. We have some redeemed viewer games today, guys. We have some redeemed viewer games today. Is Jada? Oh, hi, Jada from over here. And Queen 5, thank you for the heart me. It's always the skin. Always the skin, y'all. Always, always, always. Okay. Okay. Now I like my boys. Ba-na-bum, bum, bum. And guys, we do have our sub goal on purple. If we do hit that sub goal today, we will be doing karaoke. We will be doing karaoke this afternoon. We are 7 away. And we are currently, guys, only 28 points away from our plus goal. There is Lexi, yes. That's why I don't add a lot of folks back, usually. I'm doing good, Queen Vibes. I hear karaoke. Yes, we just have to finish our goal on purple. We finished it on TikTok. TikTok has laid up the goals like crazy. Kat, let me know when you're ready to join. If you are set to join. Except for there we go. There we go. All right. Time for me. It is 6:19 p.m. here. 6:19 right now. As of this current moment, it's 6:19 in the evening. You're not necessarily. I love a dissociation. I love it. 10 p.m. in the UK. I love that. All right, guys, don't forget also Amazon Prime. You can subscribe for free.com using Amazon Prime, ! Prime in the chat to connect your account. If you don't have the little watermelon next to your name, it means your sub has lapsed. 6 hours ahead of me. I know. No, but we're doing them right now. We are doing a couple viewer games through redeems right now. Thank you for the follow. On Purple platform using channel points. We will do other games later. How are you honestly doing today? Marcus, I'm doing better than I have been, I think. Better than I have been. Better than I have been. Lots of stresses still, but doing good, you know? So thank you for the follow. Frick. It is Maryland, yeah. We can go wherever you want to land if there's a specific place you want to go.
Go to Squibbly.
That's all right, Nova. Let's do it. How did Taxes Day go? Stressful, baby. Stress freaking full. Stress freaking full. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. How the games been? They've been okay. They've been sweaty, but like, I don't know. I think the matchmaking isn't awful right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's not. Duos are way sweatier, but solos have not been awful. Hi, Jasper.
I've been getting a lot of bot lobbies.
Have you? Oh.
Yeah.
I have not played any Blitz. Chai Lai. It's Nova. Oh, hello. Yes. Oh my gosh. Hello. Trust me. I know. Okay, I got somebody here. Let's see where they at. Knocked one. They're trying to roll away from me. Some minis there. I think Mulan says, yeah. No, Milf, there isn't a cute. Sorry, you have to use your channel points. So it's just a couple folks who use their channel points. We're not running like regular viewer games today. We're running channel point redeem ones. Channel point redeem ones, so there isn't like a queue or anything. Hopefully, oh my god. Hi, Everlade, how are you? You feeling bashful? A little bit. A little bashful. If you're lucky, I'll play it. What team are you? Even the paparazzi team Ice King. I'm on Team Ice King on God.
Ice King all the way.
All the way. Pokobia is my favorite game right now. Dude, yeah, I will, Albert, for sure. Let me, hold on. We got fighting going on over here.
I suck today. I am sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Foundation. Oh no. Hi, Faye Baby. How are you? Yeah, I'm gonna take that instead. The music's crazy over here. Albert, thank you for the having mustache. I appreciate that. But yes, we'll play a little
Bitch, you know I'm
zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow cake.
Oh my god, she's bald!
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. And girlfriend ATL.
Let's hope this moves around this area. I love it. I'm glad you love it, Albert. I'm glad you love it. I only have 48 wins. I need so many more. Oh, I want this. What was that, Beauty? Hi, Ali. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in.
I just realized I don't have.
Thanks, Disassociation. I appreciate that. I'm gonna push up this way towards the opponent this way, hopefully. See if I die. There is some fighting going on here. Oh, I can't see. I might be dead. Girl, what am I doing? I'm so bad at this game. What am I doing? Just kidding, I'm better.
Because I think I hit him like 3 times, maybe.
I was like, hello, what am I doing?
Wait, there's somebody behind me.
I love the new season. I love it. Just like my whole time. I'm glad they do. I was like, I don't know what I was doing, guys. My shots were not shotting. The disaway from shock. I'm actually happy they took the distance away from shocks. I know that's my very hot take. That's my very, very hot take. I'm glad that they took the distance away. It's my very hot take. It's my scalding hot take. Digitally Dev, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. I need shield.
There's some
Blues, at least.
splashes.
Love you, Curious 6. Yes, I'm glad that they upped it to 6. I think they needed to up it to 6. I agree with that. I agree very much with that. Ooh. I lost you. Haha. Thank you. And for rare Vima, I know. This is over agility. Yeah. Listen, I have always been a person that hated shocks to begin with, though. I was never a shock fan. I am a shock hater till the day I die. So I'm full of I guess hatred for them in general. In general. I do wish you could go through buildings. I think that's the only thing they should fix about it is you should be able to go through buildings. Should we push over like maybe this way? Maybe? I don't know.
Yep.
Well, how to use the grappler? Yeah. And a Web Club. You better believe it. Disassociation. Also, guys, we do have our stuff going on. I just got to keep reminding little by little here. We're 7 away, so we're very close to finishing out for the day. You should cut it all off. I always say big changes are fun changes. That's my hot take. That's my hot take. Hola, hello, Bliss. How are you? Guys, I might need to make a cup of coffee after this round, too. After these next rounds. Ali, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate you being here. Oh, welcome in. Thank you for the heartbeat, too. No one around. It's so quiet. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too quiet. Not a single. Jaden, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's too quiet. And thank you, Natty, for the follow too. Thank you. I'm glad that you're here. Yes, we go live every day, y'all. We play different games though, not just Fortnite. But yes, welcome, welcome. Nothing over there. Okay, baddie. I'll take the goblins for now. Hi, Cammy. How are you? I'm pushing over here to see what's going on. Ooh.
I got wrecked.
I got 124 on one. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Maybe like I want to say.
There's a lot of
2 or
people.
3 squads. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. Somebody's dead over there. If you can roll in the bush, I can get you up. Hello. Well, maybe. Oh my god, I did not mean to throw you.
No, you're good.
Jesus Christ. Jesus
Literally
Christ.
same.
We're
I
doing
would do
viewer
the
engagement on
same.
Kite Craft. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Oh my god, why does it keep doing this? I hate my life. My button is like broken for revive for some reason, so it like keeps
E? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's set to a different button. It's so dumb. I don't know why it does this. So
Okay.
stupid.
I would have done the same.
There you go. Christ. It like still picks up no matter what. Trying to see where other people are. Let's see. Just launching them around, y'all. Okay.
Throw me
I'm gonna
over.
push
it's
it over
fine.
this way a little bit.
A lot of fighting
Pushing
going
the
on
building
there.
over this way. We got people here. I heard someone. Do they reload? I sometimes do, but not very often. I'll be real. Reload scares me. Reload scary.
It is very scary.
Where are they?
I thought they were gonna go to the revive end.
I don't see any. They're here somewhere. I
Oh,
know they are. They're
yeah.
buried. They're buried, babes. They're buried. Wait, was that you healing?
Yeah, I'm healing down.
Okay, I was gonna be like, is that you? Was that you?
It was. I want to say they're. I want to say they're maybe over this
Oh,
way.
car. They took. They just left.
Yep.
They said, I'm out, skis. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Bye. We should see you later. Have a great night, my friend. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you, bestie. I'm gonna move over just a little bit this way. Let's see what's going on. Pushing into this bush here. Okay, there's somebody up top there. There's somebody up top there. Do you go the Pharaoh? Hi, Luscious Reacts. How are you?
Your pony's like in the way. I was like trying to lift.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay.
My fat ass is in the
I
way.
just
Hi,
looked down
Sweet Bug.
and-
How are you?
She's right there.
I'm doing good. Oh, we got somebody standing right there. I'm awful at aiming. I can't aim a single shot. I'm ass. I'm so bad. Oh my god, I'm terrible.
Trying to hit his friend right here.
Yeah.
Dip down.
Are they gonna move or are they gonna stay? One in the chat, you think they'll move. Two in the chat, you think. Oh, there they go. Oh, 64. He's behind the rock now. Love this tactical play. Yeah, I don't really know what we're doing here. 65. One went up top, on top there. The friend's gonna have to move. I see him getting ready to move. Guys, think he's gonna go up or to the side? Up or to the side? Oh, he's really cracked. I'm pushing in. I was stupid to push in. I was stupid to push in. I was so stupid to push in. I have 9 health.
He's knocked.
Okay,
We're just better.
I gotta
We're
heal.
better.
Woo! Panic. How many crowns? 3 wins. I have 9 health. Hee hee. Hi, Gian Pietro. How are you? I gotta find greens, y'all. Part of me is like, should I like take fall damage and then you just heal me up? I know that sounds stupid, but is that okay? Now, if you heal me up, won't I have like 30? Isn't that how that works?
I believe so. Let's see.
Isn't that how that works? Did I just make new tech, guys? Did I just make new tech? Shit,
back
someone's
over.
coming. Fuck, above you! Turn
Got you,
left, turn
got you,
right.
got you.
I fucked up. No.
We were so close on that
I
one.
literally saw the alien flying down too. I should have known. All right, got one more. One more with Cat. Oh my god. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the heart, me, y'all. And if you're just running in,
Wait,
y'all,
did you
let
get
me
up with
introduce
30
myself.
though?
I don't even know. I was up so I didn't even look. I just saw the alien fly in the sky. Oh, damn. Let me introduce myself if you're new here, by the way, y'all baddies.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch,
After
it's
this round, I will.
located
Oh
on
my god, she's bald.
No,
Was it 30?
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
Burr. And Betty's, we do have our sub goal. We're just 7 away, and we will do karaoke today. We will do karaoke today on Purple. We've hit our goal on TikTok, though. You guys slayed it up. Slayed it up, so thank you. Intros every time. I know. Angelina, thank you for the heart me. Do Sanctuary? Maybe? Maybe. Hi, Carissa. How are you? Oh my god. It's right, Michaela. Bum, bum, bow. What was that bass booming sound? I missed it. This one?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
I'm doing good. Chris. I'm a little tired too, but I'm doing good otherwise. You still haven't driven the bus? Drive that bus, baby. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I'll never get old. I know. It's the best. It's the best, y'all. Viper, thank you for the zesty vesty mints and for the heart meat. After this round, guys, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, and we'll keep playing. But I'm gonna make a cup of coffee after this round. I'm gonna end up probably pushing here because there's just too many people landing. I'm scared.
Yeah, I dropped way too early, but
I'm scared. And I'm scared. Bum, 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 bum. Are you liking the new season? I actually like the new season quite a bit. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of the new season. I know not a lot of people. I think now that they've added new movement items, and people are liking it more, is what it seems like based off of. I think people's initial reaction is they didn't like it, but now the new items people are enjoying. It seems to be, at least. From what I've seen. Are people complaining still? Ugh. Swap those around. Liz Marie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Who's up here? I may be in trouble. Can I take 2v1 on? Oh, just kidding. I flew up in the sky. I forget that does that every time. Shit. Ooh, blue chest here. Oh. Got one. Got one.
My
Oh
God.
no. Where the heck are they?
They're above.
I do heart. Yes, we're doing it right now, actually. Got one knocked. I'm dead though. I'm dead here. Oh, they were so. Oh my God, that's crazy. I thought I had him too. Dang, that sucks. I thought I had him. GG's. GG's.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing, Kat. That was fun.
It was fun. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, it's coffee time. All right, baddies, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a quick cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I'll be so fast. Let's see. I'm going to challenge us. I want to see if we can get to 220K taps on TikTok. And let's see if on Purple, maybe we get close to the goal, finish her out for the day. Put on a little music. I'll put on a replay, and I'll be so fast you don't even know I'm gone. You have to use channel points on Purple. Sometimes we do a queue system, but we're not doing that today. And we usually do that for as a sub queue if we do baddies. Let me put on. Just throw one up there. Kat, thank you for gifting out a sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. What kind of coffee? I'm gonna make an oat milk latte. Very quick oat milk latte. Very, very quick. It's like, you won't even know I'm gone. You won't even know I'm gone. It'll be so fast, okay? It'll be so quick. You'll be like, oh my God, wait, he made coffee? Wait, tea. Kat, thank you so much for that sub. Thank you. And Sweetbug, thank you for subbing with Prime. Oh my God, thank you so much. Wait, I gotta see. I don't think wait, we might be actually, hold on. Oh my God, wait, T, we're actually much higher on the sub goal progress. For some reason, it's not. Hold on. Wait, let me refresh it. We're actually much higher. It's not actually updating. I just noticed. We're at 27. So we're actually only like 3 subs away. Hello? Hello? Let me refresh it real quick. 1 second, baddies. 1 second. There we go. Oh my God, we're only 3 subs away, so we're so close to being able to do some karaoke. Yum! All right, I'll be right back, baddies. Be just a second. I'm gonna go make a quick cup of coffee. I'll put on a little music as well, so you won't even know I'm gone. I'll be so fast. I'm just gonna...
I'm freezing outside. I feel my skin tight. My coat is inside. But I look up at you. I tried your plane ride. But when you're in tonight, tell me when is the next time I'll run into you? It sounds insane, right? I'll take the same flight. Wait at your bedside. I'll land right next to you. I'm going stateside. Where I'll see you tonight. Tell me how did a girl like me get into you?
My diet Dr. Kelp?
Please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Is it right? I don't know. Yeah, you're taking my control. Never been abroad before, but I'm knocking through your door. But you're nice, so I stay. Never met a British guy, you say. No one treats me this way. Are all boys out here the same? What can I say? What can I do? I'm trying to be the girl that you're talking to. Maybe you can be my American. Ha ha ha. You can be my American. Ha ha. Why can't you say that you wanna do? I'm flying intercontinental with you. And maybe you can be my American. Ha ha. Boy, you can be my American. Ha ha. All the years I put in for
I'm back. Did you miss me? I'm back. I'm back. Oh my God. Hello. Oh my God. What's going on?
My feelings on the plane, birds fade away. When I hit the stage,
Hi, babe.
I've been soaring stateside, kissing my
Oh my
sweet
God. It
boy
was
over
why
FaceTime.
we did
Oh no,
we did have to go through it. She's not updating properly. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Thank you, baddies. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me put the music here because it's probably way too loud. Way too loud. Yeah, I had to get some coffee, guys. I needed a cup of coffee. I was gonna try. I think I left the remote in the other room. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll do some karaoke as well. Let's play a round and then maybe I'll do karaoke after the round. How's that sound? How's that sound? I'm gonna put on ranked. Let's try ranked. Let's try ranked, shall we? Shall we? Let's try ranked. Lark here, thank you for the 200 biddies. Also, guys, we are trying to grow. Okay, this is T. This is Shade a little bit. If you guys have Facebook and you're willing to follow me on Facebook and follow my page on Facebook, I will literally make out with you. Especially if you share the posts and like them and comment on them. I'd even make out with you even harder. Especially if you comment on them. Because supposedly right now, Facebook is like crazy for helping paying creators right now, which I don't know how it's happening, but like I've already made $20 and I only have like 200 views on my videos. So like everybody helping the Facebook would be so slay, especially if you like comment and help push it out and stuff like that. Oh my God, I would love you forever. Yeah. So if you are willing to like follow on Facebook, that'd be so slay. Especially interacting with the content I post on there, like commenting on the videos, all those things, liking them. Hello, Make. Well, honestly, like it's so helpful. If you need it, it's a link in my bio or exclamation point. I think Facebook has it. Yeah. I was shocked. I was actually shocked by that. Thank you, Camping Outer Space. I appreciate it. I was like, wait, what? Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I was like, hold on, that's T. Hold on, that's T. Bum bum ba ba down. I don't know why. I don't know like what Meta's doing to where they can just like pay out all that money, but I was like, okay, shit. Damn, girl. 2, I'm aware you might have been. I was peeing though. So if you're talking about the match that was playing on the screen, that was a replay because I was pissing. I was pissing, girl. I was done pissing, honey. I was pissing it up. I was pissing. But yeah, I don't know how much longer we'll be on, y'all. We'll be on for at least a little bit longer. I forgot we're playing ranked. We might be in trouble. I don't think you can go live on Facebook, can you? I have no idea how Facebook works. I have no idea how Facebook works. I'll be real. I joined the thing because people were like, you need to check it out. And I was like, okay. What's your favorite color? I like purple. Purple and green. Wait, there's if you look up Zesty Bestie or that Zesty Bestie, it should be on there, I believe, y'all. Guys, thank you for that hype train. I really appreciate that. Should be on there. Also, link in my bio as well. Or I think if you type !Facebook in the chat, it should. On purple, at least. $100K what? Yeah, there we go. Did that drop the thingy? No. I do. Yes, we're on there right now. Yeah. Yerp. There it is. That's what I need. You missed 100K followers? Yeah, we had 100K a little bit ago. It was very slay. Very demure, very mindful. Very demure, very mindful. Purple and green. Yeah, I love like an olive green. Olive green eats. Olive green eats down bad. Oh, Autumn, thank you. Wait, that means a lot to me. Autumn green eats down bad. Did I say autumn green? I meant olive green. Ooh. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna die to fall damage. I hate my life. I hate my life. Oh my god. Pucker up, baby. Mwah! Oh my god, I'll give you a smooch. And everybody go leave a comment on the latest video of the Pokemon one. And I'll give you a bigger smooch. Be like, oh my god. Crazy. I don't know. Oh my god, kiss my butt. Ah! Holy shit, bro. Girl, literally suck my dick. Look at him stand there. I'm so dead. I'm on it. Yeah, I knew that I was waiting for him to get me. Okay, ranked may be a little sweaty. Ranked may be a little sweaty. Ranked may be a little sweaty. Thank you guys for liking it. Yeah, you don't feel like I have to share because I feel like it's your guys' personal Facebooks. Like, I feel like that's why a lot of people don't want to share it on there. A little sweaty. Oh my god, look at all you guys. Thank you guys for following. Oh my god, we're at 209. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep posting on there. I don't really know what does well on Facebook. Like, what do people even watch on Facebook? Cooking videos? Greenberg, thank you for the follow. Cooking videos? I don't even know. Good question. Facebook Reels, yeah. I never go on Facebook anymore. I do a quick play. Your town's mugshot page. Michaela, thank you for the creepers. Your town's mugshot page is hysterical. I love that. I love that. See a follow button. I dropped a comment too. I think I think liking the page is the same thing. I have no idea. Does anybody know? It says I have 209 likes, 211 followers, 211 likes. So I'm assuming that's the same thing. Feel free, Orange, anytime. Oh my god, yes, please do. Please do. In my town, people have line is. That's so funny. Thank you guys. I don't know. I'm assuming liking and following is the same thing on Facebook. That's what I assume. I don't really know. But I appreciate it. If you ever see, I don't know why I did a salute. Who the fuck am I? Help. Stop. Ah! Why did I salute? Girl, get me out of here. Help. Why did I do that? I don't like that. No, no war. No war. Oh my god. But if you mark it as favorites, your post will pop up at the top of the feed. Ooh, okay, T. Anyways, I meant to say if you see a post on there, if you're willing to just even comment or just something random shit, that helps a lot. I guess supposedly. Not me saluting. Not me saluting. Girl. Well, thank you too. And yeah, we already do karaoke here. Yo, can you play? Girl, what does it look like I'm doing? Do you see me moving around you see me doing this real quick? Jay, do you see me doing, look at, actually, you know what, Jay? Just for that, bitch, here's what I'm gonna do. And now I'm not gonna play, bitch. And now I'm not going to. Just kidding, I will now. I will now. Oh my God, I forgot it was ranked. I went down 8%. Fuck. Me going down 8%. Oh. You said, can you play? But no, I'm not playing with viewers right now. I'm sorry, Jay. So. Guys, I need to go get my remote to turn my fan on. I think I left it in the other room. Oh, gee. I think I left it in the other room. It's getting kind of warm in here. Well, yes. Oh my God, look at all of you guys. I can't believe I joined Facebook today. Look at you guys. Oh my God. You know why. I need a cat nap. Me too. Honestly, agreed. That is the diva we all know and love. So when you're getting the new coffee machine, after I pay my $15,000 in taxes in the middle of the month, I got to get to that point first. Got to pay my $15K in taxes first. Then once that clears, that check clears out of my bank account, then I will think about the new coffee machine. Sue, thank you for the league basketball. Oh, Estelle, it's good to see you. Because of the heat, I know. I might need to just go grab my fan. It's actually like warm in here. What is the oh, it's 54 outside. God, I might have to like go for a walk or something. I might have to like go move my body after this. Crazy enough. Crazy enough. But yeah, still, I'm doing good. Yeah. What team are you on? We team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. Were you for real just about to say inventory? No, how dare you roast me like that? Such a housewife. I'm from New York. I'm from New York. Oh, I gotta do karaoke, guys. Okay, after this round, we'll do a karaoke song. Okay, all right. Welcome back. I love it. And I'm gonna grab my thing for my fan because it's warm. Hi, Matt. How are you? Oh my God. Ninja pods. Ooh, okay. I want the Ninja Lux. Blessed and highly favored Hannah. Oh, Hannah's got the fattest ass in the room right now with all of those hat mustaches. Are you kidding me? Orange is looking for folks to play Minecraft with y'all. If anyone wants to play Minecraft with Orange, I'm going to get the mail. Okay, Hannah, I see you. I see you. All right. Okay, baddie. Oh, right through the window, honey. I love it. What are some of your favorite songs to sing? Oh, God. I mean, I like a lot of songs. The thing is, for karaoke, it's hard because I have to know the full song, right? You know what I mean? Like, there are so many bits and pieces of songs that I would love to sing on stream for karaoke, but the problem is I don't know the full song. You know what I'm saying? Like Wicked, for example. Like, I know bits and pieces, and I know the song, but like, if you were to give me just the backtrack, I'd be like, fuck me, you know? So I have to pick ones that I know like the back of my hand or have done before. So I need to learn more, though. So we'll probably do, I don't even know, maybe Being Live to start for this afternoon. Favorite musical? Into the Woods, my top faves. Candy store. Welcome to my candy store. Welcome to my candy store. Can you do Golden?
I want to thank
I don't know all of them.
all the evil gays. You know, I just really.
How are you? Favorite two. I love it. Ooh, we got people over here. What's going on? Am I better at the game? Oh my god, there's another person here. Girl. So I had to lock in there for a second. Where's this other? This guy's got to be back over there. Who? Somebody's over there. Where'd he go? Where did he go? Where is he? Oh my god, he left. Hi, Cubic, how are you? A little sweaty. And oh my god, Hannah, thank you for completing that. You crazy. You crazy. I'm gonna be chasing that guy this whole game. I already know it, guys. I'm gonna be chasing that guy the whole game. I can already feel it in my bones. I'm gonna be chasing that guy the entire game today. I already feel it. I know he's probably down here. I just already feel it in my bones. I already feel it in my bones, queens. And guys, thank you for tapping and sharing out that live. We are almost to, I'm gonna see if we can get to 100 followers on TikTok today. So if you're scrolling by and you have a red follow button above where my nameplate is and it says not following, then I have to break it to you. I hate to break it to you, but you are homophobic and you are going to hell. But if you follow right now, you are saved and going to heaven. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Good night, Finch. Have a good night. I just enforce them. Like Kenzie. Kenzie is now going to heaven. Okay. Congratulations, Kenzie. For that one there, babes. Right. Oh, right. And Taylor as well. Oh, yes. If you follow me already, you're safe. It's only if you don't. The Nerdy Crafter. Yes, we love Nerdy Crafter here. Welcome in the pearly gates. Do it for the gabies, yes, haha. Nicole, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm playing ranked right now. Is this the guy? Wait, is he over there? Oh my god, it's him. No, it's not. I got him though. Do you have anything I wanted? He had weird ass loot, not gonna lie. Praise the Lord. Did you eat yet? Yes, I had the leftover of my my sub from Subway from yesterday. I had the leftover of my sub from Subway yesterday. And it was delish. Got somebody landing here. Possibly. Girl, if I can't my shot, I'm gonna. This fucking game, bro. I don't know how I was not like. I don't know how she did not die. I feel like I literally hit her so hard. That's crazy. That's crazy. Rosa, thank you for the sassy events. I appreciate it. Fuck, my coffee was so. Oh my god, I just burned. Oh my god, I burned my mouth. Oh fuck, that was so hot. Sorry, guys. I literally just burned my mouth so bad. Oh. Ow. That hurt so bad, guys. What the hell? Oh my god, my mug warmer was only at 130 degrees. Why is it so... No, I didn't nuke the microwave. I have a mug warmer. Oh my god, that was so hot. Oh, that hurt so bad. Oh God, that hurt really bad, guys. Well, shit. Okay, guys, I need to go grab my remote for my fan real quick, and then I'm gonna do karaoke real quick. Damn, like that. It was not hot when I made it, and it heat up so bad. Oh my God, my tongue is burnt now. The one thing I hate the most is having a burnt tongue. It's like the most annoying thing that you can possibly have in the universe. Like, I would rather have hemorrhoids, okay? I would rather have hemorrhoids than a burnt tongue. Be right back. I don't know why my remote was in the other room. Swollen, literally the worst. One of my favorite numbers. I love it. And guys, we are doing karaoke. Let me hold on. Hold on, y'all. We are doing karaoke today. We are doing karaoke today. Okay. All right. Because you guys hit the goal. So let me make sure I have it before we start. Bum. Let me make sure I have it before we start. If I can find the... Is this the one? I don't know if this is the right one. I hope it's the right one. Hold on. Hold on. I have to scroll through all my ASMR video history that I was watching the other night to find the right karaoke track. Shut up. I have to scroll through and find it. Shut up. Girl, where is it? Oh, no, I'm annoyed. Where the hell is it? Okay. Well, that's fine. No, that's fine. Hopefully this is the right one. I don't know. We're going to find out, guys. I don't know if this is the right one or not. We'll see. We'll see if it is or not. Hi, Andy. How are you? And maybe thank you for the follow. Hopefully this is the right one. Wait, T. Let me see. Can you guys... Is it not playing? Can you guys hear the music? Hi, Mr. Kelvin. How are you? Hello, Amelia. Can you hear the music or is it too quiet? To hurt you too deep. Okay. Is it too low? Or is it okay? Why is it so quiet? None of you know how to... I'm going to say it right now. I have not a single person in the chat spelled quiet correctly. So bitches, go back to middle school. Love you so much. But come on now. Come on now, girls. Come on now. Not a single one of you spelled quiet right. Not a single one. There were at least 4 of you who posted it incorrectly. Hold on, baddies. Let me make sure okay, let me try it now. Okay. Troy, thank you for the resub. Thank you. Is that better, y'all? Just want to make sure before we start. For what's supposed to... I know. All right. Hopefully this is the right key. I don't know. And hopefully my coffee doesn't burn my goddamn mouth. We're doing a little karaoke, guys, because you hit the goal. Someone to hold you too close. Someone to hurt you too deep. Someone to sit in your chair to ruin your sleep. There's dialogue happening right now. Someone to need you too much. Someone to know you too well. Someone to pull you up short, to put you through hell. My burnt tongue is pissed right now, y'all. And keep tapping and sharing because everybody's leaving this live because I'm not playing Fortnite, guys. Fuckers. Someone you have to let in. Someone whose feelings you share. Someone who, like it or not, will want you to share a little, a lot. It's true. Someone to crowd you with love. Someone to force you to care. Someone to make you come through, who'll always be there, as frightened as you of being alive. Being alive. Being alive. Being alive. More dialogue, more dialogue. I gotta learn more karaoke songs, like the full song. That's the things I don't know the full song. Somebody hold me too close. Somebody hurt me too deep. Somebody sit in my chair and ruin my sleep and make me aware of being alive. Being alive. Somebody need me too much. Somebody know me too well. Somebody pull me up short and put me through hell and give me support for being alive. Make me alive. Make me alive. Make me confused. Mock me with praise. Let me be used. Vary my days. But alone is alone. Not alive. Somebody crowd me with love. Somebody force me to care. Somebody make me come through. I'll always be there, as frightened as you, to help us survive. Being alive. Being alive. Being alive. There you go, baddies. And we lost 80 viewers on TikTok. But you know what? I don't give a fuck. And you know what? Oh my God, you can sing. I can sing. I can. We'll do one more, y'all. One more song, because you guys earned it. We're doing as long as you need to be. One more, y'all. As long as he needs me. Oh yes, he does need me. In spite of what you see, I'm sure that he needs me. Who else would love him still when they've been used so ill. He knows I always will, as long as he needs me. I miss him so much when he is gone, but when he's near me, I don't let on. The way I feel inside, the love I have to hide, the hell I've got, my pride, as long as he needs me. He doesn't say the things he should. He acts the way he thinks he should. This part I don't know yet. I never know it when we do it. Kylan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. As long as he needs me, I know where I must be. I'll cling on steadfastly, as long as he needs me. As long as life is long, I'll love him right or wrong, and somehow I'll be strong, as long as he needs me. If you are lonely, then you will know when someone needs you, you love them so. I won't betray his trust, though people say I must. I've got to stay true, just as long as he needs me. And there's your karaoke baddies for the afternoon for hitting the goals. Congratulations. There you go, baddies. A little karaoke, Slay Queen of Pearl. Yeah. Hello, hello. All right, let's do another round, y'all, and then we'll see where we're at after this last round, baddies. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for tapping and sharing on TikTok. TikTok is punishing us. I don't know why. She's mad at me right now. Like, we have been like low, like 90s and 100s on TikTok. It's crazy. The FYP is mad at me. Perfect. Gorgeous. Oh, thank you, Lingoran. I appreciate it. Being alive is living in the woods. Listen, you do what you gotta do, right? You do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do. Hopefully my coffee's not gonna burn my tongue. I'm gonna take a sip right now. Please don't burn my tongue. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Kind of all that talent. Yeah, it's been like a very weird day. But also, I read online that the servers are back down on TikTok. I'm like, okay, great. Another day, another server issue. What can you do? Baby Jane Doe. Baby Jane Doe. Baby Jane Doe. And now back to Fortnite. Oh, we slayed the goals today, Lexi. We did. We hit the goals. So thank you, guys. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are amazing. Long. And as always, your presence is a present here. Tomorrow, guys, I don't know what we're going to be doing. Probably Minecraft tomorrow, I think. We'll see. We'll see what we'll do tomorrow. We'll have to see. I don't know what I'm feeling tomorrow. I honestly wouldn't go to Broadway. Broadway's so negative. You make no money on Broadway either. It's a, I know I have like at least 5 friends on Broadway and 3 of them worked a job during the day and then go do Broadway at night because they can't afford to live. Because that's how cheap Broadway is these days with paying their workers. And y'all, we need some taps and shares on TikTok. If I can get some taps and shares, that would help a lot. Help a lot on the TikToks today. For the rest of the afternoon. What's your favorite show? Into the Woods is my favorite musical. Pocopia? I love Pocopia. I've been playing it non-freaking stop. Non-freaking stop. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. Where used to be the best? Yeah. Well, it always had bad. The behind the scenes of Broadway has always been bad, y'all. Always been bad. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, didn't want that. Didn't want that, baddies. Did you, Maxa? That's so funny. And guys, if you're seeing this on your FYP, can you say slay in the chat? If you are scrolling by right now and I am on your FYP and you've never seen me before, or if you have and you're willing to just say slay for 2 seconds in the chat, that would mean a lot to me. Make sure we're back out there on the FYP. That's wild. Yeah. Slay. I know most of you are already saying this who are in the chat, so I'm curious if there's anybody who is clicking in. If you are clicking in, can you say so? Slay. Grace, thank you for the heart me. Hi, Mrs. Victoria. Welcome in. Okay, wait. Somebody down there. Someone down there, maybe. Hello. Boop. Bye, honey. Bye, sweetie pie. Adios. Yeah, I don't think we're on the FIP right now, guys. That's mad at me. It's kind of disappointing. I don't know. It's so frustrating. My fault. I was given those beans you persuaded me to trade my cow for beans. Without those beans, there have been no digging up to the giant in the first place. Wait a minute. Magic beans for a cow so old that you tell what you told were they worthless beans, but they oversold until she persuaded you to steal that gold. So it's your fault. So it's her fault. And it isn't mine at all. But if you hadn't gone back up again. Really brown out? Okay, slay. Okay, great, Kylie. Thank you. You were needy. You were greedy. Did you need that hen? But I got it from her mother, so it's her fault then. Guys, my brain. She went and dared me too. Wait, somebody's here. Hold on. You went up top. Shit. Talking A, dude. Where is this guy? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Are you gonna try and get the new skin in Fortnite? No, we're currently boycotting the Fortnite stuff right now. Girl, where did he go? I did not see him. I didn't hear a shock or anything. Is he hiding? He's got to be hiding. I didn't hear him leave at all. I'm so confused right now. Why are you boycotting? They just fired 1,000 employees yesterday. They raised the price of V-Bucks so that you're only getting 800 V-Bucks for what used to be the cost of 1,000. You're getting less V-Bucks in all of your passes, and they upped the cost of all skins. And they upped the cost of all skins. So those are the main reasons. But they laid off 1,000 employees yesterday. And that, I think, is a big one. And hired AI, yeah. Why they lay somebody off? Money. Quote unquote, quote unquote. It's bad management, if you want my opinion. All I'm saying is you cannot say that, like... Ooh. He did not know. He was not paying attention and did not know I was there. That man was not paying attention and did not know I was there. He had no idea I was there. That man was sat still, honey. And now I'm getting third-partied. But from where? Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, it's terrible. Also, guys, we're one follower away from 80 followers on TikTok, baddies. Trying to see where he is. Where were those shots coming from? Curious. Any more shotgun ammo? He loves you right or wrong. But yeah, they laid off 1,000 employees yesterday. And like actual like insane employees. Like people who do like bug fixes, who work on, they fired the guy who originally was the original artist of Jonesy. Fired him. What? Yeah, isn't that crazy? Are you shitting me right now? Hello? Am I losing my mind? Girl, fuck this third partier. Fuck this third party right now. Literally fuck her. Fuck, what am I doing? I'm out of ammo. Fuck! She's gonna get me too. Literally made this person never find fucking joy in her life. I hope that every time he goes to masturbate, his hand is dry and rough and disgusting. Fuck! I hate these people. Ugh, pisses me right off. Calloused. I hope it's calloused. God damn. Because, oops, I swear to God. All right, well, this is the last round, baddies. This is our last round for the day. Nothing smooth for them. And if you don't follow for that, I swear to God, you're dead to me. On TikTok. Holy shit. Let's clear live too. Well. Katrina, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hurricane Tortilla. I don't know why that popped into my head. I'm already following, so I'm safe for now. For now. Right or wrong. My God, that was so annoying. The reason that I'm annoyed is that whoever that person was, he was so low health. Like he was a breath. He ran away, healed, waited for me to get into a fight, and then came back. That shit drives me crazy. That shit drives me crazy. Like, girl, take the loss. Oh God. No, don't get off. Oh no, Kylie. I've been on for 6 hours now. 6 hours. And honestly, not that many new friends today. If we had new friends, they'd be following. We are currently, oh, they had one. No, Mike, I'm sorry. Bum, bum, bum. The Elgo's actually really mad at me right now today. Usually, guys, we have anywhere from 15,000 to 20,000 overall views on TikTok from one stream that's like 4 hours. Today, for our 5-hour stream, we are at 4,000. So TikTok is like not being pushed out, or it's mad at me right now. It's crazy. I don't know why. It's very weird. She said they need to obtain your shoe. Yeah, but a lot of people did not. It's okay. It happens. It happens. It's a bit. Yeah, she's very bitter right now. She's very bitter. But yeah, we're yeah, Andrew, things are weird. I don't know. Nothing I can do about it. That's all right. We can just keep doing. I like the new season, Jay. I like it quite a bit. I like the new season. I'm a fan. I am a fan of the new season. I am a fan. But I've been liking the new season. Still, yeah, except we're low on purple too. I don't know what's going on today. I picked Team Ice King. Jess, thank you for the heart me. Girl, where did I land? I have nothing right now. I did not land in a good spot, guys. I'm still so mad at that person. Ugh. Somebody's swimming. Got him. Got him. Got him. Reload, did you? You got a bone to pick? Or wrong? Boop. Team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Did you attend college? Yeah, I paid way too much money. I have my bachelor's degree. Wrong button. Swap these around. Oh, slut, yeah. Oh, thank you, Kylie. I appreciate that. I love being on. Don't worry, we'll be on again tomorrow. Yes, yesterday we were supposed to be doing a late night live, but unfortunately my tax appointment, well, kind of drained my ass, not gonna lie. Ooh, and what musical theater? Do you regret it? We should change your major? No, I don't regret going to college at all. I was too young to understand financials at the time, and they kind of just set you up for failure with college in terms of like they're just like, sign on the dotted line. You know what I mean? They just tell you to sign on the dotted line. And you're like, yeah, it's a loan. It's not a big deal. And you're like, wait, what? And then 10 years later, you're like, holy shit. Like, I'm too young to know what I'm doing. Like, I was too stupid and young to be like, yeah, let me sign a loan that I had for $80,000 that I had no idea, you know? I have played Detroit, like I never finished it, very briefly. That's the only thing I regret about college. But I don't regret getting my degree or going to college for what I went for. Not at all. I don't think I could do what I do streaming if I didn't do my job there, you know? You know what I mean? You ever play Arc Raiders? I do, but not anymore, really. I have not played it since I played it last on stream. Do you ever play it on stream? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Perhaps one day. Let me trade these around for now. This is amazing. Yeah. Did Arc fall off? It kind of did. I won't lie to you. It did. So I'm locking in. Trying to see where this other guy is. Because I know this other guy's like waiting for me. I see him. There he is. I see him. Dude, he's waiting. Oh my God, I'm gonna get third partied right now. I'm running away. I lost my gun, but I don't care. I ran away. Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Hi, Grumpy Man. Sorry, I had to lock it. Oh, shit. I'm in trouble. I'm dead. No! I had no other weapon on me. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. How was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. Damn, just to get away like that too. It was good. What were you guys playing today? If you're new here, let me introduce myself real quick to say hello to everybody. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
I just got away. I wish I didn't trade out my gun. I panicked and like left my pistol back there. But I was afraid that guy who was waiting, you know what I mean? Hi, Musa. How are you? Irma, thank you for the follow. That guy who was waiting. Did you get any wins today, Grumpy? I swear, it's been a rough Fortnite day in terms of sweats. It's been kind of crazy. Hi, Brebbe, how are you? Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. You're coming in, guys, right when we're going to start to slowly wrap up for the day. Unfortunately, I am thinking we're going to start to wrap up for the afternoon, baddies. Maybe I'll do one more. I'll do one more round since we just got some Raiders to come in. I'll do one more round. I'll do regular pubs. We'll do one more, but after this round, y'all, we are going to wrap up after this one. Okay? But you'll get one more out of me for right now. Because then I got to go make some dinner, baddies. Because then Zesty's got to go have some dinner. Because, girl, we've been live for 6 hours. Bum, bum, bow, now, now, now. But yes, I'm glad to have you all here. It was for dinner. I have no idea. I have to, like, cook something. I need to, like, actually cook up something. I have no idea. I don't know. Hi, Thrillin'. It's good to see you. I am doing good. Thank you for asking. See you tomorrow. Bye. Actually, see you tomorrow. Yes, we'll be like tomorrow, y'all, at our usual time. Pizza. I had pizza last night. Let's see. You're joining us tonight. I don't care. I love it. Lexi, we do just chatting streams for the first, like, sometimes hour and a half to 2 hours of stream. Usually we do. We've done cooking streams as well. If you watch on Twitch, that's where you'll find most of those. It's hard on TikTok to do them there, but on Twitch we do them often. What's the best dish you make? DoorDash. That's the best dish I make, baby. That's the best dish I make. Oh, period. Yeah. I wish I made better food. I hate cooking. If there's one thing I actually never want to do. Hi, Cozy Caitlin. How are you? It's cook food. I actually hate cooking. Top 3. I love butter chicken. What else do I love? What else do I love? I love like rice dishes a lot. I'm gonna kill the Ice King. Wait, should I try and kill him, or is he gonna be too tough for me to kill? I'm gonna try it. Oh my god, I wanted the gauntlet. Oh, I'm dead. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm dead. What the fuck? Okay, bad idea. I regret my choice. I absolutely regret my choice trying to fight you. What the f— he's so strong. What the F? Holy shit, why is he so strong? Oh my god! Girl, he's so— what the fuck? He's so strong. Hello? This is actually crazy. I thought I could take him, but I don't know if I can. Ow, shit. There we go, got him. Oh my God, y'all, that was crazy. Yeah, I got the ice gauntlets. Girl, that was awful. He was so OP. I was like, hello? And then watch me die. Oh no, of course there's somebody here. Shit. I'm gonna fucking die to this guy. God damn it, dude. I have no health. No. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh! Where do you go? This is crazy right now, guys. Holy shit, dude. Sorry, I gotta lock in here for a second. This is insane. Okay. Oh my God. Can I find like a SMG or an AR or something that's just not a shotgun? Like, holy cow. I'm doing good, Kakasha. How are you? Sorry, guys. I had to lock it there for a minute. Sorry, I got nervous. And the fact is I didn't take any of them out. That's the other frustrating thing. None of them are dead. Like, none of these people are dead right now. A pistol. Yeah. You're engaged? Congratulations! Oh my God, that's so exciting. Okay, we're locked and loaded, y'all. Kind of. My challenger is over. I don't even know. Behind me. He's out there. Fuck, there's so... I'm nervous. There's so many people. Holy shit, dude. Ah! No! No! Fuck! May you die. Fuck. I hate that. Whoever that person is, I hate them. That they have been waiting for me the whole fucking time. I actually wanted to lose my mind. Like, girl, what the fuck was that? I swear to God. And my coffee's still hot. I'm gonna lay a goddamn egg. I know, it's such I couldn't move. I'm like, I can't move. I can't move. I have nothing to move. I need them to do it so the shocks break buildings. Like I need them to make it so those shocks break buildings. It's so annoying that they don't. You know what I mean? Jay, thank you for the cake slice. Like because I would have just shocked out of there, but I can't shock. You know what I mean? You just end up hitting the ceiling and you're like, oh. So there's no movement. Gonna lay a goddamn egg. Okay, baddies. I do think that's where we're gonna wrap up for the evening. That's where we're gonna, yeah. So I'm never gonna land there. It's my favorite POI, but it was so sweaty there for a minute. I do think that's where we're gonna wrap up for the evening, guys. I want to thank you so much, though. We slayed the goals. We had a great stream today, so thank you so much. It really means a lot. We're continuing to work through all of our things, all of our goals, all of our stuff. So I appreciate you guys. Hi, Zach. How are you? And as always, thank you for being who you are. I'm going to go eat. We've been live for over 6 hours now, so I'm a little tired. We will be live tomorrow. By the way, y'all, if you did not see this, guys, look at my new card that literally we found in my thing. I'm shitting my pants still at this card that we have that I didn't know I had. Crazy. Make sure to go follow us on other platforms. Facebook, we are trying to get more followers on Facebook, y'all. So if you have not followed us on Facebook, please do. Instagram, Twitter, all those great places. You can find me every single day, as well as the VOD channel. I want to thank you, though, so much for all the love, all the support that you guys show just by showing up every single day and being here. Thank you to all of our new subs, to all of our friends and pals. You all are amazing and beautiful and fabulous, and new followers. I appreciate you guys so much. We are going to raid on out here, so join us on Twitch for the raid. But otherwise, please take care of yourselves, take care of others, and have a beautiful evening. Good night, TikTok. I love you lots. We're going to wrap up on Twitch. See you over there. Bye. Good night, y'all. Adios. All right, we ended on TikTok, y'all. Let's see who we've got that we can show some love to on Purple platform today. We got a lot of folks who are live. I love it. Oh my God, there's so many friends who are live. Perfect. Oh my God, there's so many. Who do I even pick? We have so many. You know who is live right now that we haven't gone in a while? Mater Soup is live. So we're gonna go show some love to Mater. Okay. All right, I think. Wait, I'm gonna make sure. We're gonna raid on out to the Mater Soup. I use something called the TCG app, Smokey. TCG app. We are gonna raid Mater Soup. Thank you guys for a great stream today. I love you guys. Y'all are amazing. Please take care of yourselves. Do all the good things. Stay lovely, stay beautiful, stay sexy. Make sure to click in on the live. If you are a mobile viewer, for some reason, it does not count folks in the live. I confirmed this with Twitch. So 98% of our viewership is, as you can see, like it says 60 people. We have 180 in the stream. Please make sure to click in to join the live. It's like not counting 100 of you because you guys are mobile viewers. So make sure to click in, join raid, baddies. I don't know why it does it that way, but as you can see, the raid count is like completely inaccurate to the amount of viewers that we have in stream. It's actually really annoying and been pissing me off lately, but nothing I can do about that. Otherwise, thank you for being you. Thank you for being fabulous, sexy, fat, amazing. Gonna hit leave and then join. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's like not putting people in automatically. It's so weird. I don't know. Anyways, I love you lots. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for being you, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye. I love you. I love you. Mwah! You're live. Y'all are amazing. Bye. Click in to join the raid, y'all. Like, I don't know why it's so low today, but that's right. I love you.